and welcome to the Time Well Spent podcast. My name is Devin Pennypacker, and this is a show where each week a guest and I use our shared love of watches as a jumping off point to talk about the passions that keep us ticking. Whether that is collecting, creativity, time spent outdoors, or the way we choose to explore the world. This week, I am joined yet again by fellow watch content creator Griffin Bartsch as we are about to jump into a mega episode about watches and wonders. Griffin, welcome back to the podcast.
Thank you. I should not have said yes to this.
You are buckled in. You have an extra cushion for your seat, a cup of tea, and a jug of water. Are you ready to get into the biggest episode we've ever recorded?
I think there's nothing to do but to start.
Absolutely. Yeah, for listeners, we have a giant breakdown here. We are going to go through not all 65 brands that were at the show because, well, honestly, I don't think that we have much to say about all of them, but we do have, man, they're in Roman numerals. How many? 31. We have 31 cliff notes here for brands specifically, but then we also have other topics outside of that. So we're going to go through a lot of things to talk about here. And of course, we're going to start with a couple things before that, starting with a wrist check. Griffin, what do you have on your wrist?
I have a watch I've been wearing a ton for basically the last week, and it is my vintage Rolex Datejust from 1978. But I have taken it off its bracelet where it usually lives and done what I do every year around the Masters, which is put it on this green alligator strap that just feels very Mastersy. And every year I put it on the strap and I'm reminded, oh, it's actually really good like this. And I wind up wearing it like it until it gets too uncomfortably warm for a leather strap.
Yeah, it looks great. It also it suits the watch in a really nice way. And it's weird because the dial that you have on there too, it allows color to play with it in a pretty interesting way that I don't think a lot of other kind of like white silver dials do. It just kind of picks up the color nicely, which is pretty interesting.
Yeah, and it's warmed up really nicely over the years, so it's not quite as silver as you expect it to be.
Right, yeah, very cool. I do like that watch quite a bit. I went with, obviously not the same caliber, not the same style, but I also went with a simple kind of dressier three-hand watch for myself. I'm wearing my Trematique Archivo Uno 502. This is online it looks black, right? It looks like a black dial watch, but I put it on a gray leather strap and the dial turned gray. It was like the craziest magic trick I think I've ever seen. And it went from like a dark black to a full-on lighter anthracite slate gray. It's pretty crazy with those beautiful gold tone details and that really weird like triangle 0 instead on the 10. I don't know. I really like this watch. It's one that has been in my collection for a little over a year now. After I reviewed it, I picked it up from Daniel, very kind to send it over. And there's something about this watch this week where I have a lot of watches. I have a lot of watches in the watch box, a lot of watches lying around. For whatever reason, I saw this one sitting there and I was like, you know what? I want to put it on. I want to try it out again and just kind of give it a go. And usually I'll wear a watch for 2 or 3 days and then swap to another one. I've been wearing this watch now for like a week and a half straight. And during that week and a half, I've actually put other watches in my pouch and in my bag to take to work or take to the park or take on, my family was in town and I took it with me to go visit my family and stuff like that. So I had a backup watch just in case I wanted to switch watches to a dive watch. And at no point did I ever do that. I kept this watch on the whole time because it's just, I don't know, I'm really enjoying it for some reason. And well, I know why. It's a great watch, but it's just cool to kind of fall in love with a watch that's already in your collection and have a hard time taking it off because that doesn't happen often for me. So it's been a nice journey.
And especially not for you often if it's not a sports watch like that, that you have fallen in love again with a watch that again is slightly what I would consider slightly outside of your typical everyday fare. Although I will say, I did notice you taking the watch off. You sent me some decent wrist shots this week from work. You didn't wear it exactly 100% of the time.
No, I've been wearing a lot of different things. I was wearing a Nautilus for a while. I had on a Heuer for a little while. I had on a recent pickup actually that will be revealed at some point in the very near future as I'm working on a bit of content for it. And I'm incredibly excited. This is not a new piece. This is a vintage piece, but I'm working on like a nice romantic story. And I don't want to spoil the secret of what that watch is until the content comes out. So for now, I will just tease that it is something that speaks to my more romantic tool watch nature. But yeah, I guess I haven't been wearing it constantly. But
well, I mean, you are nothing if not a romantic tool.
Also a bit of a dunce because I realized looking here at my rundown, I completely skipped over the housekeeping section of the rundown, where I have a few things that I want to run into for the audience. I was just so excited to talk about watches that I completely forgot to address a couple things at the top of the show. So forgive me, but I'm going to backtrack here for just a moment. For listeners, for viewers, one thing I want to get out of the way quickly here is the podcast, if you haven't noticed, has shifted to Tuesday mornings. So we've always been releasing the audio versions on Mondays, and then the video drops on Tuesday. Lately, they've all just been dropping on Tuesdays. And the reason for that has just been the hosting platform that I've been using. They've been doing software updates, it seems like every single weekend. And so Monday mornings, the podcast is just running into issues going live, and then I have to like scramble to try and fix it. And that doesn't seem to happen on Tuesdays. So that happened 3 weeks in a row, to the point where I was just like, you know what? Tuesday's now the new day. We're just going to run with it. And then instead of dropping the audio on one day and video on another day, audio and video are both going to drop Tuesday morning. Audio at 5:30 a.m., Tuesday at 10 a.m. on YouTube. So for those of you wondering what's going on, that's the new schedule for this podcast here. Other thing that I want to throw out there for everyone too, this episode in particular, it's going to be long. Griffin and I have set aside quite a long time. We are recording this early in the morning so that way we don't get interrupted by anybody. In the description down below where the timestamps typically are, I'm going to have timestamps for each of the brands that we are going to talk about along the way, as well as the different talking points. So if at any point you need to bounce out of this podcast and you remembered, hey, the last brand I listened to was IWC, you can go into those timestamps, find IWC, and pick up right where you left off. So hopefully that helps you out in keeping track of what we're doing in this podcast. But also, too, if there's a brand you don't care to listen to, if there's a topic you're not all that interested in, or a brand that you just staunchly do not care about, you can skip it and just go ahead and jump into a brand that you really do care about, you want to hear our opinions on. It'll be all in that comments or description, timestamps, whatever platform you're listening on. It'll be down there in the timestamp section, so you can jump around. That's it. That's all I got for the pre-show rundown. Let's just jump into watches. Before we get to the big show watches and wonders, though, Griffin, we did have a bit of a gap between our last episode and this episode, though, where right before Watches and Wonders, a few what I think are important watches dropped that I want to touch on briefly. And we can hit these a little bit quicker than we hit the Watches and Wonders watches, because at this point I'm sure a lot of other people have talked about them. People probably have their opinions on them, but we haven't had the chance to sit down and discuss them. Starting first with Omega, the Constellation Observatory Collection that dropped before Watches and Wonders, the same day that Longines dropped their Hydro Conquest line, and you and I just kind of only focused on Longines. So let's talk about Omega. Give me some quick off-the-cuff thoughts here.
Well, I think, first off, the gold bracelet, I think, is the highlight of that collection. The gold brick bracelet. That is a special thing that is, I think, lives up to what you want it to live up to. I think the more challenging part of that conversation is it really does feel like the final nail in the coffin to Omega really being a four-figure brand, because they've done a lot with that watch, but that is kind of their new steel flagship, and it costs over 10K. I think you get a lot of watch for that, but I think it's...
You mean a lot in terms of thickness or in terms of watchmaking?
I think you get a lot in terms of watchmaking. I mean, I think any modern Omega master chronometer certified coaxial movement is... You can't really go wrong with it unless you're one friend of ours who seems to kill Omegas faster than just about anything.
Yeah, that man has like a magnet in his wrist, I swear to God.
But, you know, I think this is it's a hard watch to rationalize in a lot of ways. And I think, you know, they made a couple of tweaks, and this is what Omega has done a lot of the time with their vintage reissues. They've upsized, they've kept the look really authentic and close to the original. But it's bigger. It's a different conversation. I don't know that it necessarily is going to appeal to the guy who really likes a vintage Constellation.
Sure.
But, you know, I still haven't seen these in person, so I'm trying to hold off on final judgment.
That's fair. So one thing I talked recently about how I think that people are getting lazy with lugs, and then I brought up this watch as having pretty nice lugs. And I stand by that. I think the design overall is pretty eye-pleasing. I think the pricing structure, you can have your problems with the pricing structure if you want. Here is the cold, stark reality of the pricing structure. Number one, price is going to come up a lot in this podcast. And frankly, for you, for me, for most people listening, pricing is ridiculous. It is out of the reach of pretty much anyone. And I'm sorry, it hurts. It hurts to look at the prices and want these things that we genuinely love and not be able to obtain them. But at the same time, it's also the reality of the industry as everything moves up market. And the reason for that is because I mean, let's just call out Morgan Stanley here. Looking at those reports, when they're putting out the reports, they are perpetuating the idea that if you are not making 20, 30, $40,000 watches your staple watch, you are not going to generate growth in your business. And those are the metrics that they are reporting, right? So Omega, who is a brand that Morgan Stanley consistently says is doing terribly and that the family behind the brand is lying about Swatch Group doing well, they are basically telling Omega you need to make higher price point watches in order to succeed. So what is Omega doing? They're making higher price point watches. And, is that the perfect move? Maybe not. But at the same time, too, they're putting work in. It's not like they're just taking their existing collection and creeping the price up, which is what some other brands are doing. Now, yes, we are seeing some price increases. Obviously, yes, we're seeing some price increases, but there are other brands where we're not really seeing, and we're going to get to this in a little bit too, but there are some brands where we're seeing not a whole lot of innovation, yet we are seeing large price hikes.
Yeah.
And those situations, I think that's okay to get angry at the price because you have to look at it and go, okay, yeah, I understand you're paying for tooling costs, but if you're going to pay for tooling costs, why not go for it? Here, you can't argue that Omega didn't actually try something. They really, okay, maybe they didn't make an MB&F, but like they made something different.
Well, and I don't think, I've seen some people being like, well, how can they possibly justify asking $10,000 for a watch that looks exactly like something you could have bought 40 years ago or can buy used right now, vintage for a couple $100. And the reality is you put this next to a vintage a Constellation and it's a night and day difference.
100%.
There's no real overlap. They've moved it into a whole nother league. The dial is incredible. It's gone from, I think the vintage pipe hand dials were stamped. These new ones are hand guilloche with this octagonal pattern, dodecagonal pattern.
Yeah.
And they've,
apart from the ceramic dial.
Yeah. They've done, and they've done some really cool stuff. The finishing on the lugs looks like it's pretty impressive. The faceted markers look great. Like there's nothing wrong with this watch. They've done a great job. Actually, I say that there is one thing wrong with the watch, and that is I need Omega to stop printing the dial material just under the mounting point for the hands.
So specifically, like those are not on like the regular dials, but you'll see that on their ceramic dials, you'll see it on their precious metal dials. They will put the dial material stamped underneath there, and it will be in a relief too, so it's not really filled, so you don't necessarily notice it at first, but as soon as light shifts slightly, the shadow sets in, and all of a sudden you see the AU750, and it's like, okay, well, that what an elegant way of telling me that that's a gold dial. I agree. I'm not the biggest fan of that myself. I mean, it doesn't offend me, but I don't love it. I'm always a fan of like cleaner dials, and that is just something that I feel like they could remove, especially in a day and age now too, where like stealth wealth is kind of the move when it comes to luxury watches, where you kind of want the, platinum obviously is kind of having its moment, partially because right now platinum is cheaper than gold. But also because platinum is just a really cool material that looks like steel until you put it in hand. Yeah. That's kind of the point of it, right? So if you can strip that away, and we know it's gold, we can look at it and tell that it's gold. You don't have to remind us on every single surface that it is gold.
But at the end of the day, Omega's going to Omega, and now some other brands are going to Omega too. So
that is true. Yeah, people are going to follow too. And to cap the whole thing off too, like we can move away from Omega here pretty quickly because I think, like I said, I think that this is a conversation that people have had, and I think we have really said our points about it. This is just a technically impressive watch. You can talk about how you don't really care that the second hand is gone. You can not care about what the movement achieves and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, like, it is still a well-made watch for a certain audience. I like the design language of it if other people don't. Am I going to be a buyer of this watch? Probably not, but I still like it, and I certainly like it a whole lot more than most of the other Constellation models that Omega has brought out. So I think the design language shift is one that I am hugely in favor of.
Yeah, I think on that, should we move on to Credor?
Yeah, why don't you kick things off? Go ahead and give us a quick breakdown of Credor, because they dropped, again, the week before Watches and Wonders, 3 watches, boom, right out of the gate.
Yeah, well, and it's probably worth saying just before we get into the watches themselves, because I think Credor is still not necessarily the most understood branding in the United States.
Yeah.
But it's often thought of quite simply as expensive Grand Seiko, more expensive Grand Seiko, and that really misses the mark. I was talking to Joe Kirk a year or two ago, right around the launch of the first locomotive, which will come up again in a second. And he was saying that really what makes a Credor watch, and if you go to Japan, there are Credor watches for as little as a couple $1,000s and for as much as really however much you want to spend. But what makes a Credor as opposed to a Grand Seiko being a Grand Seiko is Credor is where the Seiko group and the Grand is kind of willing to take outside influence. It's where they'll use outside designers. They'll kind of make a watch that isn't necessarily feel like a Seiko.
Mm-hmm.
And I think this collection that they've put together, with the exception of maybe one of the watches, I don't think particularly looks like Seiko watches. And I think that is what's cool about it. But it's made with all the same attention to detail and the like crazy levels of craftsmanship and seriousness that goes into something like a Grand Seiko watch. So whether you like them or not, they're certainly interesting. Yeah,
no, absolutely. I think you're right. Like they are, I think too, the hard thing in the US in particular too, is when we think of Credor, we are thinking of like drawer watches. You know, you go to like a flea market or you go on eBay or something like that, and you might find like old Credor watches that are, you know, like $100 or $200. They're quartz. They are very much like old Seiko watches that maybe have slightly more interesting case shapes or maybe like an old stone dial or something like that. But modern Credor is incredible craftsmanship. Like they really focus on the craft with their watches. And I think that this 3-watch collection that they dropped here, two in the Gold Feather collection, one in the Locomotive collection, showcases an attention to detail that really emphasizes what the brand does best. I guess let's start off with the Locomotive, obviously, because this is very different than the other two. This is the integrated bracelet watch designed by Genta.
Yeah.
Inside of the Credor line. Very interesting watch that actually, this is a new version of the watch. This isn't a new watch for them, but this is I think it's just a new dial, but still a pretty interesting watch, and one that when it dropped, was it a year or 2 years ago? When it first came back, it caused a little bit of a buzz, but then seemed to very quickly fade away again.
Yeah, well, I've never been entirely clear on how many of these have been available. So I don't see them. I think they were maybe a limited edition, but like they're not a watch I see, even though it's a watch that I know a lot of people are interested in.
It's interesting. Actually, now that I think about it, I think I've only ever seen 2.
Yeah. What I think is really
time that they've been out there. So yeah, I don't think that these really got out there a whole lot.
Yeah. I think what is really compelling about this watch is, first off, Japanese titanium just like kind of kicks the pants off titanium watches from anywhere else in the world. And, you know, I obviously haven't seen this newest Credor Locomotive, but I did see the original re-release Locomotive a few years ago. And that pulls off the magic trick of you can't tell it's not a brushed steel watch until you pick it up. And then it's amazing how much it's not a brushed steel watch. The Locomotive feels like, you know, Genta did the Royal Oak, he did the Nautilus, he went to Grand Seiko and was like, so here's the most extreme version of this that I don't actually know if it can be made, but like, you want to give it a go? Because basically the watch is just bezel and bracelet.
Yeah.
It's an incredible distillation. I think I like this kind of hexagonal motif dial more than I liked the radial dial on the original release. And it's just a fun watch. It's finished within an inch of its life. And, you know, and it's pretty affordable. I mean, I think it's under $15,000.
Relatively.
Yeah. Well,
yeah. I mean, I hesitate to slap the word affordable on anything that we're really going to talk about today.
But try to buy a Royal Oak for $13,000. Try to buy a titanium Royal Oak or Nautilus for $13,000.
Yeah, so in its class, it is
in the context
attainable option. Yeah. I think, honestly, the thing, too, that really hinders the success of this watch is that because it is the most distilled, refined, integrated bracelet sport watch out there, it also might be the sportiest version out of all of them, too, like with a true 100 meters of water resistance. But it also carries potentially the least amount of wrist presence because it is all bezel and bracelet. You don't get the full chunky case No, it is 39 millimeters in diameter, so it is still a pretty big bezel that is going to wear on your wrist, and it's going to, drape over and articulate pretty well. So it's not small. This, if you look at the photos of it, if you look at press images, it looks like a small watch. It is not a small watch, but I think the visual trick that it plays, making it feel a little bit more dainty than the other versions, the other integrated bracelets out there. I think that kind of messes with people's perception of the watch, unfortunately, and that's why maybe this one hasn't seen the success that other models have. But I do think that if they continue to do interesting iterations like this, maybe if they play with the finishing a little bit and give us some mixed finishing or maybe some two-tone or a gold at some point in the future, I think that this is a model that probably will get its due time in the sun.
Yeah.
I agree, this dial is probably the better execution. It just carries over the design language from the bracelet a little bit better and makes it a more cohesive package. And I think that it feels a bit more Credor than the older version did. I think the older version felt a little bit more of a time. This one brings it into a bit more of a modern light, and I appreciate that about it. It's definitely it's an interesting piece. I don't know exactly what the market's going to be for them, but Credor has a market. It's very funny. I had someone who I was talking to the other day who is a big Grand Seiko collector, and he said to me that he was kind of done with Grand Seiko and he was going to start moving into Credor because he felt like Grand Seiko is starting to become too mainstream. And Credor was the next one. I had to tell him, I'm like, buddy, I'm sorry, Grand Seiko's been mainstream for a long time now, but you're not wrong. Credor is a great place to move because there's some incredible watchmaking here for, like you mentioned, arguably much more accessible pricing than their competitors.
Absolutely. And I think, again, the bracelet bezel thing, it's fascinating to have an integrated bracelet watch where the bracelet is so distinct from the case of the watch. Like they almost don't feel connected. And to your point about the size, like, yeah, it's 39 millimeters. It's a perfectly large watch, but it's actually a great size. But it's also 39 millimeters lug to lug because there is no lug. So it's an interesting size. And I will say, if unlike something like a Royal Oak or a Nautilus, where you sort of need to have the wrist shape to fit the watch, and I know guys who are like, I have the Patek purchasing history. I could get a Nautilus. I've been offered a Nautilus. I put it on and like my wrist is just entirely the wrong shape and size for like a standard Nautilus. And this has the fully articulated lugs and will work on pretty much any wrist.
Yeah, especially small wrists, which I think is the big thing.
But the watch that will work on any wrist is the new Goldfathers, which feel much more Seiko-y.
They do. They're beautiful.
They sort of feel to me, and this is maybe a little derisive, they feel like the Cocktail Time Seiko's grown all the way up.
Yeah.
And I say that as a very good thing.
You have platinum cases. One has the lacquer dial. The other one has the more hand-finished dial. But looking first at the blue lacquer dial, the really cool thing with this one, too, is the way that they do the lacquering is they actually build the indices into the blue lacquer. So as they're building up that dial, they're actually putting kind of like this, it's kind of like an ash that they're putting in there as the marker, and they're painting it in as they're building the lacquer up and up and up and up in order to create that depth. So the indices, the logo, the printing, it all feels like it's floating in this sea of blue. And Credor does this really amazing thing where if you like lacquer dials, you know what I'm talking about. But if you haven't seen good lacquer dials, there is a level of surface tension that they achieve, similar to if you have a bubble of water. But there's a level of surface tension that these dials in particular achieve that I don't really see anywhere else, that every time you look at it, it kind of puts you on edge. You're waiting for the dial to almost pop, and it is incredible. As you get to the edge, it starts to thin out, but right at that center, right as the black turns to blue, it just starts to build in this really incredible way. And I love that. I love the drama that a simple blue ombre dial can bring just because of the way that they apply the lacquer.
Yeah, I mean, I think that these are really, really pretty watches that are made really well in an interesting and different way. And, there's a slightly ridiculous, but there is a lot of conversation about if you had 50 grand to spend and wanted a platinum dress watch, where do you put that money? And there's all of a sudden over the last few years, a ton of really stiff competition from Chopard and, even Zenith and some other brands. And this is makes a compelling case for itself.
This is probably one of the first places I'd turn.
Yeah. And you don't, you can explain a lot about why it's special, but I actually don't think you have to, because I think just to look at them, they're clearly kind of special.
Hmm. The one thing they don't do a good job of, though, I will say, is on their websites, even in their press packets. So, before these releases come out, they'll send us emails with a press launch or whatever, and they'll send us additional imagery. Even with their additional imagery, the press packet I got, I think it had like 4 photos, and all 4 were renderings. And so
Yeah.
to try and communicate how special these watches are to the enthusiast audience is almost impossible until you get your hands on it and until you get better photos or better video. You really have to either have hands on with the watch or know someone who's had hands on time with the watch to understand why they are what they are. But they are special. They're very special watches.
And the step up is definitely very special.
Mind-blowingly so. Yeah.
I mean, I'm hit or miss on the tourbillon part of it, but I am entirely here for the hand finished and engraved both dial and movement. This is a near $250,000 dress watch from a, basically Grand Seiko, and I have no issue with the price, and I don't think anyone who looks at live photos of the watch will have issues with it either.
So, yeah, they're only making 25. It's very limited, probably mostly pre-sold, if not already so. The tourbillon from the dial side throws me off a little bit because to me, it makes me feel like the hands, because the hands and the bridge are blued to the same extent. It makes me feel like the hands are going to run into it.
Well, are they to the same extent? I was looking at the pictures. It looks like they're blued slightly differently, which does...
I mean, maybe they are, but it's close enough that it makes me feel like they're going to run into each other. But on the reverse side, that's where you would actually see like the entire thing. The hand engraving is radiating out from the tourbillon onto the actual plates of the movement. That's very pretty.
Yeah.
It's finely executed, obviously. Again, a lot of platinum all over the place. Very just finely executed. We don't have to spend a ton of time here because, again, very expensive, very limited, very beautiful.
2-piece hand engraved dial, which just looks amazing. The center ring and the timing track are 2 different pieces. Both, I mean, it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful object.
It's a weird watch that I would most likely want to wear inside out because that movement, I think, steals the show a little bit more. Speaking of stealing the show, right before Watches and Wonders, we had a brand that attempted to do just that. Launching not 1 watch, not 2 watches, but an entire catalog of watches revived from the dead, Universal Geneve. We have the brand has been teasing this launch for a while now, ever since Breitling acquired the brand, and now we have it. We have what modern Universal Geneve is going to be, and I think the first thing that everyone said is it's expensive. Again, common topic of this podcast, unfortunately, but we have a lot of we have some heavy hitter collections being revived. We have some enthusiast deep cuts being revived. But all in all, I think my biggest takeaway is, wow, that's a lot of watches to drop all at once from a brand trying to just get off the ground.
Yeah, and I think that was my initial response as well. I mean, I think it's somewhat mitigated by the fact that we've seen indications of a lot of the watches over the last 2 years. As much as they officially dropped the compacts and the pole router, like they had already shown us the pole router. We knew the compacts was coming. So I think those 2 together would have been enough of a starting move, but they're going for it. I definitely would not have expected a cabriolet right off the bat.
Yeah, some of a deep cut. Very cool.
The dressier women's watches I thought were a really interesting statement on what UG is going to be in this modern era. We've seen this move a few times over the last years where a major group or a major brand reinvests in an old name and does it in a way that, I think we've seen a lot of revived brands over the last 15 years. And a lot of the times it's like, we're going to make a kind of generic modern sports watch and just put a name that we can say has 150 years of history on it. And these are unquestionably modern produced Universal Geneve watches. These are things I've seen in auction catalogs for a decade, and I'll be curious to see where they go from here. I think, it's an interesting move from Breitling, who I also realized we entirely left off our list. They dropped not really related to Watches and Wonders. They dropped their new Navitire Cosmonaut Artemis watch, one of many space watches to come out in the last few weeks.
We can
But I
leave it
think
off the
I
list.
think it's interesting
That's
that, you
okay.
know, they dropped a watch that they've clearly been waiting for this space mission to release, but the focus right now is on UG. Like Breitling is taking a bit of a back seat.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's going to work for the people it works for, and some people are going to be like, ugh, I'd rather just have a vintage one. And you're allowed to.
Yeah. I understand the argument too of people saying this isn't what UG was. UG was never supposed to be this ultra luxury premium watch brand. Realistically, they cannot come out with Universal Geneve at the same price point that Breitling can. Like, that just doesn't make sense from a business standpoint to compete with themselves. They have to put it either above or below, and it doesn't make sense to put it below because the brand deserves to be at equal footing or above. I mean, looking at the whole collection too, there is something that they are doing that I think is really interesting. I think they're learning their lesson from the market right now and seeing how well brands like Cartier and Piaget and Audemars Piguet are doing with their more avant-garde pieces and saying we kind of want a piece of that too, but we can't do it with our other brands. So let's do it here with UG. On top of it too, for the people who are looking at the new Paul Roder compacts and saying, well, sure, I'll just have a vintage one myself. I think they kind of solved that argument by making them bigger. Like, if they had come out with a one-to-one recreation at a much more expensive price point, then I think the argument right there is, yeah, I'll just have a vintage one. But because they're bigger, and because, I mean, obviously specification-wise, they're modern, and, you know, the new micro rotor movement, which they're kind of talking about as if they've invented the micro rotor. I'm sorry, but come on.
Yeah.
But by making them bigger for a more modern audience, have they abandoned what the pure essence of the pole router was? Maybe to some collectors, but have they adjusted it for a modern market? Absolutely. And have they modernized the collection in a way that they're not necessarily competing with their own vintage collection? Maybe. The hard thing here for me is these are going to be in boutiques and stores soon, so people will get more hands-on time with them. Right now, it's still kind of a bit of a limited selection of people who have seen them. What I don't love is that all we have seen, every outlet covering the initial launch only was given renderings. No one had hands-on. That I don't like, because to me that feels like you're just not ready to show the watches off. And then if you look at the renderings, there are issues. If you don't know what I'm talking about with renderings, the photos that are on the website, these are renderings. These are not actual photos of the watches. But if you go look at the pole router right now, if you look at the black dial pole router, the sector printing on the dial doesn't line up centered with the indice.
Yeah.
That will drive me up a wall.
Yeah, and there's a bunch of places, and frankly, now that we've seen some live photos with some, you know, admittedly pre-production prototypes, I don't know that anyone has actually, I don't know that they have production pieces ready to go yet. There are still some fitment issues and little things, so I think we'll have to see if they resolve that before the watches actually release.
I mean, they better, because these are supposed to be in boutiques soon.
Yeah, to that note, we should probably put a pin in it and move on until we actually get to see these in person, which will be hopefully very soon.
Yeah, I'm not as mad at them as I think other people are, but at the same time, too, I can understand some people's frustration. But all in all, I think that releasing the entire collection is smart, because if someone's mad at one model, you can just show them another. Okay, yeah, moving on from UG, let's talk briefly about Sinn, because Sinn is weird in that they went to Watches and Wonders for the first time this year, but rather than wait for Watches and Wonders, they decided to launch a collection beforehand. That's kind of a weird move. I don't know if they just didn't have faith in the fact that people would cover them at Watches and Wonders, which might have been a fair assumption, because I don't think anyone really did. But also that could have been because people covered them before Watches and Wonders.
Yeah.
So a bit of a strange thing there, but Sinn did drop a few watches before Watches and Wonders actually popped off. And
I think the highlight is the 554, their new semi-integrated kind of Porsche design-esque time-only watch. These are going to be really, all the watches they dropped are handsome and very Sinn-like, and if you love Sinn, you're going to like these watches. And they're, again, if you like Sinn and have somehow missed these, it's worth checking them out. It looks like the 554, I wasn't too impressed by the renders, but I've now seen pictures on people's wrists, and at 38.5 millimeters and $1,000 on a steel bracelet, they're worth checking out. If you want the Porsche design look but don't have a wrist to support a Porsche design watch, these are a great option.
See, for me, yes, that is true, but I think I would probably go to Mille and get their version, because I think it's just a little bit more fun. These just don't do anything for me, and I hate that. I'm someone who's sitting here who's become like, you know, Sinn for me is basically just dive watches, but a lot of their more modern releases just aren't hitting for me. And I don't know what it is. I cannot put my finger on why they're not connecting with me. But I mean, looking at the 308, the 544, and 936, none of them do anything for me whatsoever. They did come out with their new green dial Navitimer. That's not a Navitimer. That watch I'm actually quite into. I think it's beautiful. And if you don't want to spend the money on a Navitimer, what an excellent way to pick one up. But otherwise, like the new stuff, you know, why don't we have a U1 Hydro? Give me more oil filled. Give me interesting divers. Give me, I don't know, just some more weird stuff would be kind of cool. Give me an oil-filled chronograph. Like, why not? Let's get funky. Let's get, like, really weird with Sinn. And this, to me, just feels like they, I don't know, they just didn't want to swing too hard, and they wanted to give you some interesting pieces without really giving you the most interesting stuff that they could bring.
Yeah. And fair play if, you know, it's, I mean, Sinn is, it's exactly that kind of brand. Like, they either take really huge swings and make really weird watches, or they make stuff that is that really works for the people it works for. Yeah. But I kind of want to see one of these 544s in person. I think it might work for me. I like that shrouded lug design. You know, I'm waiting to get my Porsche design chronograph back. Honestly, any day now. I'm enamored with the natural titanium Porsche design chronograph one that they just released a few weeks ago to celebrate the launch of their new factory, their new manufacturer in Switzerland. So I'm curious. But let's move on to a bigger swing that is, I don't know where it's just a ridiculous watch in the best way.
It's a hip
and we haven't talked about this. We haven't talked about this yet, so I have no idea where you stand on this watch.
Yeah.
But we need to talk about penguins.
Yeah, we're trying to save the penguins here by breeding more with Nivada Grenchen. Yeah, what everyone assumed was just an April Fool's Day joke became the Antarctique Erotic Collection, which on the front looks like the Antarctique standard collection
in a bunch of different colors. I really, genuinely dig the tuxedo dial version. And what it turns out to be is you turn it over and there is I can't tell. I don't think it's actually a proper automata like you would find on a Ulysse Nardin erotic watch. I think it only goes as you're winding the watch.
Yeah.
But so. You have two penguins who are in the throes of passion. Let's put it that way. And these watches
a romantic Heimlich, if you will.
I'm not personally aware of any other erotic watches available for $1,600. But
maybe for a reason.
Yeah. I mean, they're kind of the nudie pens of the watch world, but they do have a real history. We've actually talked about erotic watches on podcasts several times before, but they have a real history, like several hundred years worth of history before the wristwatch, going back to true classical watchmaking. Where I think Nivada Grenchen has slightly lost me with this watch is as I was doing prep for this podcast, I was looking at their website and I didn't realize that every release window, because these are timed release limited editions, some of the watches are 69 hours, some of them are 69 minutes. It's all 69 jokes, and that might be the bridge too far for me.
I'm not gonna lie with you, that is exactly where I became exhausted with the joke.
Yeah.
I saw them, I was like shock and awe immediately, and I thought it was kind of funny and interesting and, you know, all in all, a pretty decent price for a good laugh. And something too that like it's on the back of the watch, so it's a bit of an Easter egg too, and they're going to be limited, but at the same time too, it's actually not super limited. It's a limited drop, so they're going to make as many as they sell. So that's kind of a bummer. It would have been better if they only made like 50 of each version. That would have been, I think, in my opinion, a better version of this. And then, as soon as I saw that the first one had a 69-hour order window, and then the next one had a 6-day order window, and then the next one had a 9-day order window, and then one had a 69-minute order. And it was just like, you know, guys, you played the joke a little too hard.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, I think most of the enthusiast audience really thought that this was just a April Fool's Day joke and didn't realize that this was a real watch that they could purchase.
Yeah.
And you can buy this watch.
Yeah.
You can order it, you can wear it. I don't know if you're going to, but you can, and you can have some humping penguins. And when all of the websites start requiring you to put your ID in, you can avoid all of that and just have some weird erotica on your wrist instead.
Yeah, I mean, I will say I was on a train with a bunch of colleagues on the day this launched, and we were sitting on this train, and this came up for all of us, and one or two of us had seen hints that something was coming, and you're like, this is a joke, right? This is an April Fool's joke. Like, wait, no, is this okay? GQ is reporting on this watch as a real watch. Like, a couple places started posting articles, and we're like, is this real? And I have now seen enough video of it from Geneva that I am confident come April 30th, you can order this watch if you so choose.
Yeah, it's out there for you if you want it. If you order one and you bring it to a meetup, you will be the talk of that meetup. But come the second meetup, you will be a joke of that meetup.
Which, you know what, is maybe enough reason to buy it.
Honestly, kind of. Frankly, if they had been limited to 50 pieces each, there's a chance I would have bought one. Yeah.
And if you're buying
they're goofy.
If you're buying the Penguin Sex watch and you're not buying the tuxedo dial, I don't know how to help you. Like, don't get like a green dial. Like, come on. Yeah. You know what you need to do.
It's still not as good as mermaids. If you don't know what I'm talking about, Google it in your own time. We need to move on to our main topic here, which
Haven't been talking for almost an hour.
Finally, Watches and Wonders 2026. Now we're going to go through brand by brand. Not every brand is going to get the same amount of time. Some brands we might mention one model and move on. Some brands we might just mention a vibe and just go from there. Other brands we are going to dive deep into and go model by model. So, Griffin, I think that it is only natural that we start off with the brand that we typically start talking about right at the top of every single Watches and Wonders, and that is Rolex. Rolex is typically, the show goes as Rolex goes, is the saying that most of us use in the watch industry. So let's kick things off with Rolex. What model do you want to... Or what do you want to talk about first? Do you want to talk about the vibes of Rolex this year? Because they were different.
They were different, and I think we had a different take on it. That's probably because I think a lot of us were expecting Rolex to have a kind of quiet year. And in some ways they did, but in some ways they really didn't. And I'm going to be the one with, there's some stuff they did that I don't love, but I think they kind of had a great year. And they kind of had the year they needed to have.
Interesting.
If that makes any sense. But I'm curious to hear your initial take.
I'm disappointed. I hate that I'm disappointed right from the get-go. I don't want to be. I don't want to be that guy who's like, you didn't do enough, you didn't bring enough. I look at what they brought to the show this year, and I think the enthusiast sentiment around Rolex feels like it shifted at this year's Watches and Wonders, where I was looking at the comment section from a whole bunch of articles, just trying to get a feel of the vibe of how people felt about it. I saw a lot of people mentioning that this was the least enthusiast-focused Rolex launch. Some people even called it hostile towards enthusiasts. One person wrote that they felt that Rolex jumped the shark, and other people piled on top of that comment. The thing that's really odd to me is at the same time that we discontinued the Pepsi GMT, one of the most iconic watches in their collection.
And possibly the most sought after standard watch in their collection outside of maybe a Daytona.
Totally, yeah. And the Cookie Monster Submariner, which is my favorite Submariner.
It's a watch we both love.
Yeah, for no reason, we both love that watch. It is my favorite Submariner, hands down. Both of those discontinued. We then get a release of all of these watches that don't really speak to the audience that would like those watches. So it feels kind of weird to me that we didn't get, hey, we're getting rid of the Pepsi GMT Master, but we're gonna give you something in that segment. Okay, we got the Yachtmaster too.
But at the same time, I think so let's talk about the Yachtmaster 2 and just get that out of the way.
Yeah, let's do it.
Because I think this is a successful watch.
Okay. Explain yourself.
It's not the Rolex I would walk into a boutique and buy. I think that's obvious. It's not an enthusiast watch.
No.
The Yachtmaster 2 for a long time has been a watch that, like, if you go to a non-watch place where people wear nice watches, if you go to certain networking events, if you find yourself in certain rooms in New York, this is a watch people buy and wear and have been buying and wearing because people like a glitzy big Rolex. But and at the same time,
are they buying it and wearing it? Or are they being told they have to buy it in order to get something else?
I don't think these are people who are buying multiple watches. I think this is a watch that sells a lot to people who want to have a Rolex.
Okay, interesting.
And I think a big problem with the previous generation Yachtmaster 2 was that it was really hard to use, and it was really hard to understand how you were supposed to use it.
Yes.
And this is a huge functional upgrade on the Yachtmaster 2.
Yeah, that is true. This movement is light years better than the previous version.
Yeah. And I mean, even ignoring the fact that they've substantively improved the movement and the mechanism, this is a watch that always needed to have a true timing bezel.
Yes.
And you know that because the original Yachtmaster has a 60-minute timing bezel. And so now this genuinely feels, I mean, the ring control is a really cool conceit. It works better on the Sky Dweller than it ever did on the Yachtmaster.
Mm-hmm.
But this is now like, you know, we both sail. I don't think either of us have ever felt a need for a watch like this in sailing.
No.
But this feels much closer to a watch that I would use sailing.
See,
because I actually can see how you would.
Right. And that's the thing, true. Like, yes, you can use this watch. It is more usable. It's more legible. I think that's a huge thing. Like, it is much more legible.
Thing. I think not having Yachtmaster 2 on the ceramic bezel is a huge aesthetic improvement.
Yeah, visually, okay, I kind of dogged on it to start, but like I'm turning my tune around right now. The thing is, this is where my holdup is number one, the Yachtmaster is a watch that I actually really love. Yep. I like the Yachtmaster. If I was going to buy a Rolex tool watch and walked in, most people would think it might be a sub. It's not a sub. I'm buying the Yachtmaster in titanium with the relief
Except
bezel.
You're not. And we can come back to that in a second.
Well, okay, sure. But, you know, like if for me, like that's the one that is interesting to me. I like the Yachtmaster. The Yachtmaster 2 is a watch that I never liked. It was just always visually confusing, a bit too much going on, hard to use, hard to actually set and mechanically operate. They have solved all of the problems visually and mechanically in this watch. My conceptual problem is, number one, I don't think many people were calling for the Yachtmaster 2 to come back. Number two, I saw this blue bezel and I thought it was a Yachtmaster, regular Yachtmaster with a blue bezel. And I got really excited because I was like, oh my God, I'm going to get a Cookie Monster Yachtmaster. And instead, they discontinued the Cookie Monster and gave me a blue bezeled Yachtmaster 2. So it just made me really mad that they got rid of my favorite Submariner and didn't give me what could have been my favorite Yachtmaster.
Yeah, to me, that is kind of the game with Rolex. You're always going to get something. It's never going to be exactly the thing you want. That is the Rolex Tudor game.
Yeah.
And actually, oftentimes when they give us exactly what we want, it often falls a little flat for me, interestingly. You know, I was very critical of like the FXD GMT. That is a watch where it's like, is everything we all asked for? And I hated it.
Yeah.
But again, like, I think I always come back to the idea that we all think of Rolex as an enthusiast brand, and Rolex is not a brand for enthusiasts.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to even call them a watch brand, right? Like there's so much more than that. And they're a calculated machine.
But like, this is a watch I am 100% certain when you see Scotty Scheffler win a tournament at some point this year, this is a watch that's going to be on his wrist. This is a watch you're going to see, this is a watch you're going to see on the wrists of rich guys who don't care about watches. And they're going to sell every single one they make.
Sail GP is coming up in New York City. That is, there's a heavy Rolex presence at Sail GP. I'm assuming that we're going to see this watch have a presence at Sail GP.
Yeah, and actually to that point,
cool.
What I'm surprised we didn't get is I'm surprised that they did not make this watch available on an Oyster Flex.
That is a little interesting. That doesn't mean we won't in the future, but they don't typically retroactively go back and add options. That's not something that Rolex is like traditionally known for doing. They'll usually like update the version slightly and then give you a rubber.
And given that we've not seen that they only did it with a blue bezel, and we've never seen an Oyster Flex with anything but a black or kind of neutral tone bezel. Maybe we get the black bezel Yachtmaster 2 with an Oyster Flex in a couple years, but
maybe, yeah, which I think would actually look pretty good on this watch.
Yeah. I also think we just neglect how many people actually want a 44 millimeter Rolex as their go-to Rolex.
That's true. I mean, Rolex is for a lot of people, it is still just the flashy status symbol. So if you can get a big one, get big one. Exactly. Really show it off.
Big one with the ceramic bezel, pushers, lots of shiny bits. This is...
Yeah, speaking of big ones and shiny bits, you want to talk about the Datejust?
Yeah. So, and before we get into the Datejust and the OPs, I think one of the things that is worth saying is when Rolex releases their catalog at the beginning of a cycle, they often they make a big deal out of like this green ombre dial Datejust being in the 41 millimeter Datejust. Yeah. That is also a bezel. If you play around on their configurator, that is also a bezel that is available in 36 millimeter watches.
Yep. Yeah.
The Jubilee dial OP is available in both 36 and 41. Mm-hmm. Same, the two-tone is, So let's not get... So before we're going to talk about these watches slightly in the abstract, and that's because they're not a single model of watch. These are an application of a design that is available through a bunch of different specs and configurations.
It's weird that they always showcase it as one model, but then quietly sneak it out as a few.
Yeah, but it's just one of those Rolex quirks that you got to pay attention to.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, let's talk about the Datejust, because I mean, this was an anniversary of the Datejust. It was not 100 years, it was 70 years. It's a significant anniversary, but not... And Rolex did what they do for significant anniversaries that they don't really want to draw a ton of attention to, and they made a new green dial, and it looks great.
This is my favorite release from Rolex. I'm not like a Datejust guy. I don't typically love the fluted bezel, because to me, I'm not a flashy dress watch guy. But there is something about the ombre green dial, the really sharp indices, that shiny fluted bezel, like it all just pulls together in this really crisp, sporty way that makes the Datejust here just feel so modern that I really just enjoy this new design.
Yeah. I mean, it's great. It's a really... Yeah, I think you kind of said it all. I think it's... like always, I think it works better in 36 millimeters than it does in 41 or 40.
Sure. Yeah. The Datejust size of 36. I'm a 41 guy, but that's just because 41 looks like 36 on my wrist.
And I think you need to get over that. I think the proportions of the larger Datejusts and Oyster Perpetuals fall a little bit short for me. It's just a watch, and I'm admittedly biased. It's a watch that just looks right at 36 millimeters. With a slightly thinner bezel. I think the bezel's a little heavy on the 41. The 36 is great. I mean, it's a great dial. It's going to be a hard dial to get, especially if you live in Philly, where any green dial Rolex becomes immediately the hardest Rolex to get. Mm-hmm. And while we're on the topic of dials, the Jubilee dial is
actually, okay, so this is something this is kind of wild. Griffin, you and I, when I started this podcast, you and I sat down for the very first episode of this podcast, and we came up with predictions for the year, right? I don't know if you remember these.
Yeah, I don't remember what we said.
Exactly. I went back and listened to the podcast, which, man, we make a good podcast. I went back and listened to
If you're willing to listen to yourself again, that's something.
My ego knows no bounds. But I went back and I wrote down some of the predictions that we had that are somewhat related to what we've seen at Watches and Wonders. One thing that I brought up here, I think I brought it up here, is that I didn't even write this down. I didn't even write it down. But we talked about celebration dials with Rolex. Mm-hmm. We both thought that we were going to see a crazy dial from Rolex. We specifically brought up the puzzle piece and the bubble dial. And this is when you were talking about how this year was going to be a sweeping year for more muted, colorful dials, similar to what Nomos has done. I hoped that we were going to see more vibrant neon colors, but I also thought that was going to happen like 2 years from now, not this year. But then we came to the conclusion that we would most likely potentially see another celebration dial from Rolex. And here we go. We've got one. Turns out we know Rolex.
Yeah, and I want to hear what you think about this before I say the next thing.
Okay, I hate that I like it, and I like that I hate it. There's something about this dial that just like, it's visually vomit in my mind. I can't read it, I can't understand it, but I find myself staring at it for a very long period of time. It's Andy Warhol, where like I don't think his art is very good, but I like looking at it. This watch, that pattern is really great on a tote bag, which is the swag that they were handing out, came in a tote bag with that pattern. And I don't know if it was really meant for the dial, but at the same time too, like I looked at it's the only Rolex release that I actually looked at the price of and thought, should I try and pick one of these up? Yeah, I don't know. I cannot explain it, but there's something it is so of itself.
Yeah, it's quite Kandinsky-esque in its design.
Yeah.
I think I'm not someone who has been a huge fan of I didn't like the bubble dial OP. It felt too self-referential too quickly.
Hmm.
I didn't love the puzzle piece style date. This works for me on every level.
Interesting. Okay.
I've liked the more traditional executions of the Jubilee dials for a long time. I think they have been one of the more fun and interesting motif dials that Rolex has done over the last couple decades. Although I would like to see them bring back the Houndstooth date and Datejust. But this feels like, this is a lacquer dial, which lacquering a design this complicated is not a simple proposition.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure this is a watch I'm particularly interested in wearing, but I think this is a celebratory in the way I think people wanted the celebration dial to be.
Yeah.
And it's really well executed. I think it looks great. Rolex has clearly over the last few years taken a turn towards fun in a way that we wouldn't have expected them to.
That's a weird take.
I mean, but it is kind of true. Like, they're willing to kind of play with their own.
Swiss fun.
It's Swiss fun. But
one day a year they put a bow tie on.
I don't think this watch doesn't feel like a celebration. They very much tied in what they were doing this year to 100 years of Oyster Perpetual. This doesn't feel like a celebration of 100 years of Oyster Perpetual. This watch feels like a celebration of the last decade of Rolex design. And, fair play to them.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely. It just doesn't fit with anything, and that's what I kind of like. It slaps you in the face.
Yeah, I mean,
in such a fun way.
I don't know what you could wear with it to justify having this on your wrist.
A clown outfit. I don't even know. Like, even I wear mostly black clothing, and I'm pretty sure that if in my mind, wearing all black clothing means that you can wear any color in a watch, and it works really well. It looks really cool. It's almost Scandinavian.
Yeah, but can you wear all the colors?
I don't know what's going on here. It's just such a weird looking watch that I enjoy. I mean, I'm laughing talking about a Rolex, and like that just doesn't happen. And I think that's the point.
Yeah. On the other hand, should we talk about some of the slightly more serious anniversary pieces for the OP?
Okay, can we get the 100 years out of the way before we get into the gold?
Yeah. I don't like the 100 years on the dial. I don't like the 100 years on the crown. I could forgive the 100 years on the dial if it was the only 100 years mark they'd done. Mm-hmm. The crown is genuinely offensive to me in a way I didn't. When they showed up in the teaser, I was like, oh, this is a fun, like, graphic for the teaser. It's going to be the motif. They show the crown with 100. It's going to be on the posters and in the Rolex boutique book and stuff. I hate it on the watch. That being said, I think they nailed this watch.
Oh.
They brought in green. I think the anthracite dial looks great. I always like an OP with gold hands and gold markers. We've talked about this a lot. My favorite Oyster Perpetual, the one I'm really thinking of getting, is the silver dial OP with the gold hands and markers. That just works for me. And the gold bezel and crown with a steel bracelet is something we haven't seen from Rolex in a few decades. That used to be a standard configuration. Maybe not quite bog standard, but like a pretty available configuration. You see a lot of bubble backs and kind of early modern Rolexes in this configuration. I've seen some weird Air Kings and some OPs and even Datejust that came with gold bezels and crowns and a steel bracelet. And this feels like a worthy celebration piece in that regard, if they only have it available for a year. This is not a watch that should stick around.
You don't want to just put 101 on it next year and 102?
No. This does not need to be the FXD of the Rolex catalog.
For sure. See, I think I'm in not polar opposite to you. I like some of the details. Like, I do like the green, anthracite, and gold combination. Mm-hmm. I think that they pulled that off really well. I don't like the 100 years at all. I don't want it on the dial. I don't want it on the crown. I want to know without being told. Similar to what we talked about with Omega. Like, you don't have to print it everywhere for us to know what it is. The bezel feels so bulbous, cast in gold set against a steel bracelet here, and being just a smooth bezel. It feels so bulbous to me that I don't know, it shrinks the dial in a way that I'm uncomfortable with. Almost makes it feel like there's some sort of aftermarket thing going on here, and that I don't like all that much. And then to put it on the steel bracelet without doing a two-tone bracelet whatever. Like, I know that was a really big deal. I know people are talking about that a lot because it's not something that they do. You know, if you're getting a two-tone case, you're getting a two-tone bracelet with it. That doesn't bother me.
What is fascinating is, you know, we're all very comfortable with a steel and white gold Datejust with a steel bracelet. It's, you know, it's not an atypical move for Rolex.
Yeah.
It's just they don't draw attention to it.
Yeah.
But what were you saying about the bezel?
It's something about the bezel that really, really throws me off about the entire watch. I think for me, if they had either slimmed the bezel down, either vertically or horizontally, and then removed 100 years off of the watch, I would be certainly more okay with this watch. But like the combination of all of the different things just makes me want to look in a different direction.
So now here's where, because this is the model they have been really pushing in 41.
Mm-hmm.
I would be really curious of your take if you go into the Rolex configurator and configure this exact watch as a 36.
Yeah.
It does exactly what you're asking them to do. It's a slimmer bezel.
I'm gonna do it right now.
It's a much more successful design to me.
And I will give you my takes on it. While we're doing that, let's talk about the movement very quickly before we go to the gold. Because we are talking about Rolex's new movement standards. We're talking about some slightly updated components in their movements. And that is a big part of this release too, is they're touting the movement inside of it. We talked about this earlier. I think we talked about this in the first podcast. Now I can't remember specifically, but how movement technology, we did talk about this, how movement technology has kind of not necessarily been progressing as much as we would like it to, because everyone is kind of just trying to release new models rather than refine technology. And last year, with the release of the 5 Hertz movement, we saw Rolex kind of push their movement technology forward. Again, this year, with them improving their standards for certification, we're seeing them push their standards forwards again. And they're also including some slightly better anti-magnetic properties, some slightly better shock-resistant properties, and doing so slowly being rolled out across their new collection, and I assume eventually across their entire collection. We didn't see 5 Hertz make it into the watches this year like we did last year. Unfortunately, we didn't see the Land Dweller get expanded like we all thought we would, but we did see movements take a slight step forward for Rolex this year. And I think that is something that is important to talk about, because movements are still, I think, an important topic in the entire structure.
Yeah, I mean, I think the first thing out of the gate is if you have a Rolex that you bought 2 years ago, you don't need to feel like you're suffering for not having it certified to the latest version of their superlative chronometer standard. These are, none of the changes they've made are so substantive that like any, you know, that it like renders some other watches obsolete. That being said, you know, I think we see Rolex do this. They slowly improve everything they're working on, and they kind of introduce a change, and then it starts to have fall on through their entire catalog, and it works really well for them. They're always working to be a little bit better than they were yesterday. And I have no issue with the brand taking steps in that direction. I don't need it to be big swings. I'm happy to see it just get a little bit better.
This is actually interesting. So I've been scrolling through Rolex's website trying to configure this watch while we've been talking about this. They like updated the website to put the new watches front and forward, and it's actually like a little harder to configure watches than it was before, and harder to find the watches. I finally found it. I found the 36.
Yeah.
You're right. It does slim the bezel down. It does make the proportions better. It's still, the bezel still throws me off a little bit, but not nearly as much. You're right. It makes the proportions significantly better on the 36 than it does on the 41.
Yeah. I mean, I still think I don't think this was meant to be a universal watch. I don't think if you were to watch Scottie Scheffler win the Masters and decide, hey, you know what I want now? I saw Scottie Scheffler win some tournament. Obviously, he didn't win the Masters, came close. I'll bet, though, based on Rolex's recent behavior, that if he'd won the Masters, he would have been wearing the new Yachtmaster 2 a week before it came out.
Mm-hmm.
Based on how brands seem to treat teasing now.
Yeah.
But if you watch Carlos Alcaraz play at the French Open and he wins, and Rolex does their typical thing where they run the first ad in the break after the tournament ends, congratulating their winning athlete, and they put this watch up, someone might walk into a Rolex boutique being like, yeah, I would like a Rolex. They're not going to ask for this one.
Yeah.
But that's also what I thought about the Wimbledon dial Datejust, and people love that watch.
People do love it. And honestly, I think that watch is one of the better ones, in my opinion. I like that watch quite a bit. I'm looking at the OP 100 years here in 31, and it actually might be best configured in 31 because the case starts to disappear a little bit under the bezel.
Yeah, well, and
it's really funny though. You talk about the 36 not being talked about a whole lot. The 36 OP 100 years is on the second to last row of OP models on their website. You have to scroll all the way to the bottom of the webpage to find the 36.
Yeah, that's similar to find the 36, the green ombre dial Datejust, you have to scroll way down.
Yep. Yeah.
But if we're going to talk about smaller OPs, we need to start talking about gold, because I think this is
two types of gold.
Yeah. Well, I think to start, it's worth talking about just the yellow and rose gold and ever rose gold 34 and 31 millimeter OP. Or is it 21? Several of the smaller sizes of the OP have
28 and 34.
28 and 34. These are awesome. These are like...
I agree, unfortunately. Okay, so if the 34 ever rose, if that came in bigger sizes, I'd be really excited. This is one that like 34 is way too small for me. But I love the proportions. I love the dial mixed with the Ever Rose coloring. I think it looks fantastic. I don't love the stone indices. To me, that feels just like a step too far. But I understand that people do like them, and they're not offensive to me. They're just not my favorite. But all in, I actually really like these models.
I think, first off, I think the stone indices, those jumped out at me as something like, okay, this is awesome. This is not something, this feels like something genuinely new for Rolex. And I don't think there's much to say about these watches. It's been a long time since there's been a full gold Oyster Perpetual in any configuration. It's a really cool and fun way. You know, a lot of people have been asking for a full gold OP for this year. It's a way of, again, doing it without giving us exactly what we want, which is this in a men's size. That being said, in a world where more and more men are comfortable with smaller watches, these are going to sell to men. It's inevitable, but these are just fun to me. And again, you know, they don't need to be the most practical OPs on the planet. They make me smile. They're great configurations. If they were in 36 millimeters, they'd be, you know, the most sought after watch from this. If they were in 36 or 41 millimeters, these would be the most sought after watches from Rolex's releases this year.
They would be hot. Yeah. The cool thing too is you can get these in a whole host of configuration of dials as well. So you can get these in black dials or white dials or yellow dials. There's mother of pearl as well with like a gem set. There's a whole bunch of different options. It's not just the blue and the green that they showed off like all the other models we've talked about, but I think all of the versions that they released look pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me in particular, the yellow gold with the black dial, the black stone markers, which I'm not normally a yellow and black combo guy, works really well. And the Everose with the blue dial, I mean, that is a combination. You often see mock-ups of people asking for like an Explorer and Everose gold with a blue dial. Mm-hmm. It's great. But I don't think at the end of the day, they're the most interesting gold watch Rolex released this year.
No. You want to talk about the one that is the most interesting gold watch? Or at least you think is the most interesting gold watch?
I mean, it's certainly interesting because if you don't know, Rolex takes its metallurgy very seriously. They do not use third-party material for the most part. I think maybe the exception is platinum, but otherwise they have their own foundry. They produce their own steel, their own titanium, their own gold. And they have been they're very particular about the quality of the materials they use in their watches and the quality of the materials that come out of their foundry. It's why, for example, and I joked about this earlier, they have produced very few of their titanium watches for the real world. Mm-hmm. And it's reportedly because they're like the process for making their titanium has not been their most abundant process. Like they don't produce a ton of the titanium, so they don't produce a ton of the titanium watches. But they've introduced a new gold.
Which, funny enough, in our predictions, I said gold would be a huge topic this year, pink gold in particular, and then went on to say that we might see new types of gold. And holy cow, did we get one from Rolex. That's amazing. What a on-the-nose prediction. That's a 1-for-1 right there. That's 1 point to Devin.
So, well, I'm glad we're not scorekeeping because I don't think I'd have done very well.
Actually, you did all right with some of these here, but we'll get to those later because you're super.
But yeah, so Rolex is calling this Jubilee Gold.
Yes.
It is available for now only in what is technically an off-catalog date 840, possibly in a 36 as well. It's like another watch they released this year that we haven't talked about. It's off-catalog, but they're still talking about it.
Yeah.
It is available for now with a greenstone aventurine dial with baguette indices. This is a watch that is going to be wildly expensive, wildly hard to get, and it's so really from our standpoint, it's more of an academic exercise than anything else. But this new Jubilee Gold, and it's not the first brand we've heard something like this come from, is being pitched as kind of a hybrid between yellow, rose, and gray gold.
Yeah. With that warmer, should we call it honey tone slightly?
And what Devin is evoking there. Yeah, it is definitely like, it is in the same realm as long as honey gold. There are a couple different brands who do versions of this. AP has their sand gold. I think there's also I've seen some hints that there's some other off-catalog versions of this watch using this gold, but the big one they're pitching is with this green aventurine. There's like a gold leaf motif I've seen floating around.
Well, and I think this one looks good too. One thing to call out though too is like, this is something I know we're going to get comments on. They're calling it the like a lot of people call it the aventurine stone dial. Aventurine technically is not a stone, but in the world of dials, aventurine gets classified with stone, and it like creates this whole annoying conversation. All in though, like we are looking at this green aventurine instead of blue, which why have we not seen this from anyone else?
Well, and I admit, like, I'm not, from looking at it, it's like green aventurine. It almost looks like it has a green stone backing with an aventurine coating. So I'll be curious to see.
Kind of.
But it looks awesome. It might be the dial of the year from Rolex.
It's beautiful. They did a really good job with the coloring, the combination of the coloring too. The diamond baguette indices are definitely a bit divisive, but if you can get past that, it is a gorgeous watch that you will probably never see in person. So enjoy the renderings. They're there for you.
It will be, I think having seen this gold, I fully expect that we'll see more of this gold. I'll be very curious to see this in person. I'm desperate to put it next to a honey gold Lange to see how the two compare in person. I'll never get that opportunity.
I was going to say, the chances of that happening, slim to none.
If it happens, it will be at Philips in like 15 years.
Right. And it will just because it's one collector is getting rid of them for some random reason. Another watch that, again, most people will not see in person. And honestly, too, like, I know we have some hot things that we want to say about this watch. I don't necessarily want to talk about it too much because I feel like this watch has been talked about extensively at this point by one outlet in particular, to the point at which, like, I'm already kind of exhausted talking about it. And that is the new Oyster Perpetual Cosmograph Daytona. I almost said Day-Date again. The new Perpetual Cosmograph Daytona. This is, well, I mean, obviously there's a lot of things going on, but it's a pretty controversial topic as far as what is actually going on. You know, people are talking about the way the dial's made, how the dial's not made, the way the bezel's made, how the bezel's not made. This watch has caused more fights online than any other watch that we have seen released at Watches and Wonders, and it's been a bit exhausting because, again, this is a watch that like none of us will ever really see or own. Yep. And yet we're all fighting about it as if it's the $1,000 watch we're all trying to buy.
Yeah, I just don't care about it. I mean, we've talked about this before. I'm not a Daytona guy. I don't think the Daytona works. I think I have fundamental design problems with it. This might be mildly better, but it also costs $60,000 for what is essentially a steel Daytona. It's got a tiny bit of platinum on it. It's got some tungsten infused in the bezel, but one of my favorite releases of the year is the Traska chronograph. That has a full tungsten bezel insert, and that watch is only $1,600. If I were buying if I were looking for a dial like this, I'd buy the Speedy. So I'm just like, I'm not the person to talk about this watch. I just don't care about it, I think, is what it comes down to at the end of the day for me. Yeah,
I mean, what I will say very, very briefly, and we can move on, is I think the horizontal lines that they're using for the bezel insert, I think that is a smart move. It cleans it up in a very nice kind of vintagey way. I think the purely white dial, getting rid of the silver or black outlines of the sub registers is excellent. I think the execution of this watch is clean and visually pleasing in a way that I don't necessarily find all modern Daytonas. So I
I'll give you
do
that.
agree that that this is like a beautiful watch, but at the end of the day, again, we're not going to be able to get this. And if you want a full breakdown on this watch, Mr. Ben Clymer has talked about this for probably like 2 hours on recording now. If you want someone who is genuinely over the moon enthused about this watch, if you are one of those people who is incredibly enthused about it, go listen to him, because he's going to speak about it more intelligently than I will. I can just tell you what I like about it and move on, because I really don't care to dig too deep into something that is just going to cause a fight.
Yeah. And I think it's awesome. Like I will say in this watch's defense, which is wild for me, people who know about and care about the Daytona significantly more than I do love this watch. And, we're here for enthusiasm. And the people who are enthusiastic about these sorts of watches are enthusiastic about this watch. And that is a big mark in its favor. Rolex could have easily done something like this and pissed off everyone. And they clearly missed that huge landmine.
Yeah. Yeah, they did a good job releasing a watch for a very specific group of people. And that's all we can really say about it.
Yeah. And there's no red 100, so that's great.
That kind of does it for... Yeah.
On to the next
That does it for Rolex. Let's go ahead and move on to sister brand, and probably a little bit of a quicker chat here. And let's talk about Tudor celebrating 100 years of Tudor, hotly contested by Griffin.
Yeah. And they released a bunch of bracelets.
Years of Tudor. Came to the show. We all thought that they were going to come out. Yeah, we all thought that they were going to come punching out of the corner like a heavyweight on cocaine, and instead we got a bit of a softer debut. I think I assume we're going to see more things throughout the rest of the year. I think maybe they held back at Watches and Wonders because they didn't want to be overshadowed. At least that's what I'm really, really hoping. Because if that's not the case, I really don't know what happened.
Yeah. I mean, I think we also see, Tudor has, where Rolex really, they do their releases once a year. Tudor has clearly shifted to a model like we'll see something over the summer. We'll see something in the early fall. Like they're not done for the calendar year. I don't think they're done celebrating this semi-real anniversary.
Yeah.
But I also don't think you can say that they had anything but a quiet year at Watches and Wonders.
Yeah. People are trying to make a big deal out of what they did. And I think that that's just people who are trying to get clicks off the Tudor name, if I'm being completely honest. Very quickly, let's talk about Black Bay 58, who put some tweaks out there in the 58 and 58 GMT. Cool.
And even then, they didn't really. The 58 GMT got a new bracelet. That is awesome to see. I think the watch looks way better on this Jubilee bracelet. I've been a fan of the 58 GMT.
Yeah.
A big sticking point for me is I don't like the faux rivets on the oyster style 3-link bracelet. This is a more modern, but also more vintage suited choice for the watch. It actually mitigates some of the kind of faux age stuff that has kind of bugged me about the watch. I think it's a great choice. The Black Bay 58, everyone is talking about this like it's an update to the Black Bay 58. This is not an update to the Black Bay 58. These are all the changes we saw with the Black Bay 58 last year. It's just now they've brought the black dial into the new spec. That's great. This is probably if I had to pick a watch to kind of define Tudor over the last, since its relaunch, they came back with the chronograph and then the 41 millimeter Black Bay, but the Black Bay 58 is the enthusiast watch. It has been the core enthusiast watch. I feel like everyone I know has owned this watch, but this is just the burgundy watch from last year with the black dial from 6 years ago. It's not a new watch. It's not a bad thing. It's exactly what it needed to be.
Yeah. They talk about the slight refinements and stuff like that they've done to it, but overall, it's still a 58.
But again, all of those slight refinements are the slight refinements we saw last year with the burgundy dial and bezel Black Bay 58.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like a Watches and Wonders headline. It feels like a midweek press release.
Yeah, they're continuing to refresh the models in their lineup to bring them into spec with their current offering. It's good that they did it. I've had a few people ask me over the last year, who are looking for watches, whether they should buy a Black Bay 58. And I've said, hold off. It's going to be brought into spec with, like, look at the red. When you go into a Tudor boutique, look at the red one next to the Black Bay 58 you want. And trust me, wait until the Black Bay 58 you want has all the changes from the burgundy. And this is that. So like, this becomes when we were talking about the Longines Hydra Conquest a few weeks ago, we were like, that becomes a very easy watch to recommend at $2,500. This becomes a very easy watch to recommend at $5,000.
Yeah.
If that's what you're looking for.
It's interesting you bring that up, though, because I actually had a couple people mention in my comment section or DM me or whatever that Longines releasing the Hydra Conquest before Watches and Wonders, being such a big moment for the brand, being at such a competitive price point, being such a hot release, made Tudor look a bit more boring in contrast and very expensive. And I think Longines did that intentionally. I think that was obviously their plan all along. Now, obviously, we are getting, in terms of movement spec and grade, we're getting a much higher grade and movement spec in Tudor. That's not a question. In terms of finishing, I think the delta in finishing between Longines and Tudor, depending on what part you're looking at, some parts are close, some parts are a little further away. I think the Tudor bezel is like a level above Longines specifically, and like that's a pretty big deal. I think the bracelets actually start to get a little bit more comparable than you want them to be. The clasp on Tudor is definitely a step. Anyway, I'm getting into the weeds, but it's interesting because I think that moment, that huge moment for Longines at $2,200 became a bit of a priming point for Tudor's quieter Watches and Wonders, and that's what kind of like lit this spark of, wait a minute, things are more expensive, things aren't as crazy different as we thought they were going to be, and we don't have a crazy celebration moment apart from another watch we're going to get to in a moment. But let's look first here at the Black Bay 54 Blue. Not the blue dial dive watch that everyone wanted, but a blue dial dive watch in a slightly different hue than the Tudor sub and a slightly different blue than we see on the Pelagos, but a blue dial nonetheless. It's a release that I've seen people really like.
I see what's interesting. I think as I've been seeing the live photos, and I think as people have been seeing the live photos, I don't know that people do like it that much. I think from the live photos I've seen, obviously I did go into my local Tudor boutique this week. I saw some of the new stuff. They didn't have this available for me to check out, but there seems to be the renders make it look like it's a really close color match between the bezel and the dial. It's not. What it really reminds me of is vintage bluesy subs. The dial has that real kind of, it's a sunburst finish, and it's a real sunburst finish. It is a color changing dial. Somehow the character of the bezel, the matte aluminum bezel, doesn't quite, it almost needed to be more purpley. When you see these old bluesy dials, bluesy subs, the blue bezel does have a bit more purple in it, which works really well with the sunburst dial, because the sunburst dial, through its reflection, pulls in some purples and stuff, and this dial is doing that. Fundamentally, there's not much to say. It's a blue Black Bay 54. The Black Bay 54 is a really great watch. It's probably my favorite in the standard Black Bay lineup of dive watches. It's thin, it's comfortable, it's got this really
more faithful.
It's more faithful. It's got a unique character even in the Black Bay lineup. I'm not sure this is the one for me.
Sure, that's fair. Yeah, I think a lot more people will still go for black.
Yeah, and I'm still waiting to see how this line develops, but this is a perfectly logical next step.
Yeah. I'm sorry for all the people who wanted the P9 blue. This isn't it, but you got a blue dial diver. Another thing that in the Black Bay family that maybe some people saw coming, maybe they didn't, we got a Black Bay ceramic. Full ceramic, case, bracelet, everything black out, black registers, black ceramic, black dial, black on black on black on black. This thing is muted and shiny and matte and brushed and polished and uses all of the different things to try and make certain details pop, but at the end of the day, it's like a fully blacked out black ceramic Black Bay. Interesting. Comes in at, for black ceramic, actually comes in at a decently competitive price point for black ceramic, which is a weird thing to say, but when you compare it to some of the other black ceramic watches out there, they're coming in at like almost twice the price. Now, obviously, you have other brands like Nivada Grenchen that comes in very cheaply for their black ceramic. You have Formex that comes in underneath the Tudor Delta for black ceramic. But this, all in all, I think is an interesting release.
Interesting is definitely true. I think it's not, well, so it's worth saying, again, this is not an entirely new thing for Tudor. They've done black ceramic black bays before. They did it with a different color loom. They did it for kind of loosely in honor of the All Blacks. But even this is a very close match to I think it was the 2019 only watch from Tudor was a black ceramic black bay 41. This is basically that watch, but with the addition of a ceramic with metas, totally different movement, and with the addition of a ceramic bracelet, which is a huge add. I mean,
yes.
And this won't have, because it's ceramic and because it's a full ceramic bracelet, they didn't want to do a different material clasp. It's a butterfly clasp, so that'll annoy some people. You're getting a full ceramic bracelet Tudor for $7,000, closer to $8,000. But I think what's really interesting about this watch is we talked about the improvements to the Black Bay 58, the modern spec. A few years ago, they updated the Black Bay 41 to a more modern spec. This is the old spec of Black Bay. Like, this is the classic, very slab-sided Black Bay case, great hands. So in that respect, it feels a few years too late. I'm surprised that in releasing this watch, they didn't do it to line up with the design, the case design and that sort of stuff of the Black Bay monochrome, which is a much better watch than the previous generation Black Bay. But also, the pictures of this watch look awesome. Like, this is a Black Bay for anyone who has ever bought a black ceramic IWC. And it's interesting to me that they've launched a new watch in 2026 that isn't the latest design language. And I think that's also maybe a mistake. It's funny
too, because that also means if that's the case, if that's the case, then that means we're not getting Big Block or Prince Chrono update for like another 5 years if we're going on this timeline schedule, which is a bit of a bummer because I think that's what we all thought we might see at this year's Watches and Wonders. Yeah, this is one where almost $8,000 for a Black Bay is a bit of a tough pill to swallow. Sure, we're getting Metas. The butterfly clasp was a bit of a point of contention for some people, not being a dive clasp and not having any micro adjust or T-fit or anything like that. All black ceramic means that like the legibility is not going to be great, which I think Tudor knows because they're using blacked out loom and they're very intentionally not sharing loom shots.
Well, because black loom, if you look on the website, there's no loom shots. Black loom, I don't think I noticed that, but black loom also just doesn't work very well. There's no loom in there doesn't look to be any loom in the bezel of this watch. So which makes it, if there's no loom at the 12 o'clock pip in the bezel, that means this is not an ISO certified dive watch, but this is the Tudor dive watch for the IWC Ceratanium fan. Like if you've bought an IWC ceramic Big Pilot.
True. And I mean, ceramic is cool.
Yeah, I mean, this watch is going to be incredibly comfortable, incredibly light, and it looks like no other Tudor or Rolex that we've seen. Well, it looks like some Tudors we've seen before, but it's a different thing. And the bracelet here is really cool, and the live photos of this watch have been awesome.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's probably a good place to leave it because it's just another kind of neat iteration, but not necessarily the latest and greatest. Speaking of, though, iterations, this is one that I think is actually a good iteration because we talked about, again, going back to our predictions, I actually said that I hoped we would see a Tudor Royal update with 100 years of Tudor. And Griffin, you astutely pointed out, I think we're going to see an in-house caliber, maybe even the Metas certification. Those were your exact words there. Well, we haven't quite seen the Metas, but we did see the in-house caliber make its way into the Tudor Royal, as well as some design language tweaks, new dials and whatnot. And I think that they did a great job of updating the line. I think that these look great. And the green dial in particular is one that I've seen a bunch of people really like.
Yeah. I also really like the kind of ice blue dial with the blued hands and markers that's only available in the smaller sizes. But I've been kind of a fan of the Tudor Royal for a few years. I think it's a great watch. There was like a small part of me that wondered if it would get killed in the face of the Land Dweller, and I'm really thrilled it hasn't. My assumption, and I've heard kind of on background some stuff that leads me to believe, like, I think this watch sells really, really well in Asian and Middle Eastern markets. Like, it is maybe Like if you were to talk to someone in Hong Kong, Singapore, Dubai, this is almost more what Tudor is than something like the Black Bay. And it, you know, it still comes in fairly affordably for what is a really nice watch. I mean, the steel versions of it are $3,600, and it's a lot of watch for $3,600, especially with the semi in-house Kinesi movement, which is, you know, a big, at least from a marketing standpoint, a big upsell from the ETA movements that were in the previous, the ETA and other third-party movements that they've been using for years. Yeah,
and still retaining the 100 meters and the 11.5 roughly millimeter thick case. Like these are still well-proportioned, well-spec, everyday dress pieces that have some sportier specifications and are date just competitors for half or a third the price, depending on the models that you're looking at. I mean,
a two-tone Tudor Royal costs less than a steel Datejust. I mean, that's it's you know, if we talk about the history of Tudor being it's a value proposition of Rolex, this actually feels like maybe the truest successor to that classic Tudor lineage.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, okay, and transitioning away from Royal but sticking with lineage, let's talk about the Tudor Monarch quickly here, because this is a revitalization of a model, quote unquote, obviously with some tweaks. This has been one that the sentiment around the Tudor Monarch has been so weird to me, because it's almost like people are begrudgingly positive about this watch because they don't really know how to not be positive about Tudor. And I think like the most common thing that I have seen about the Tudor Monarch is, oh, it's better in person than I thought the renderings were. And like that's kind of where most people have left it. So you have people who are arguing about the Cali dial. They might be not the biggest fan of it. The darkened indices have been a bit divisive too. The case shape has been something that's been a bit contentious as far as it being a little bit, honestly, kind of Grand Seiko Tokyo Lion-esque. But also, you look at this watch, and I don't say this often, but watches typically that look like this, I would assume would be 34 to 36, and it's 39 millimeters. I think this is the first time in a long time that I'm looking at a release going, I wish this was smaller.
Interesting.
And I don't say that often. And so I don't know. Again, this just doesn't feel like the most Tudor release of all. It definitely doesn't feel like the best celebration for 100 years of Tudor. And then on top of it too, again, it's just creating a bit of a weird conversation around the brand.
Absolutely. You know, you said it doesn't feel very Tudor-y. I don't know that this is a watch we're going to be able to effectively evaluate for at least a few years. Because if this is a true one-off to celebrate an anniversary, it's bizarre. I mean, the Tudor Monarch name is familiar, but this looks nothing like any vintage Monarch I'm aware of. There's a couple things on the dial that feel sort of vintage Tudor-y, but are also completely different. The faceted case is novel for Tudor, shall we say. So if this is like meant to be an encapsulation of what they've been doing for the last 80 years, it seems to miss the mark. If this is a declaration about what we're going to be seeing from Tudor over the next decade, over the next 20 years, over the next 50 years, it's really interesting. It's distinctly possible to me that a decade from now, we look at the Tudor catalog and we look at this watch and we're like, this was a real hint about what we're getting next. But if this design lives and dies with this watch, I don't know what to make of it.
Yeah, I'm a bit confused by it. The funny thing is I also mentioned too sizing being a bit odd with this one. There are, even in their own video, right? Usually this is for Tudor, 39 millimeters for Tudor is typically marketed as a woman's watch. And they put out a video, like one of the promo videos of sizzle reel of the Tudor Monarch on a woman's wrist. And it is like, it's overhanging on her wrist dramatically. It just doesn't look like it fits her wrist well at all. And that's kind of weird. You know, they call this dial their error-proof style dial, which is kind of weird because like you're just inviting criticism by calling it that. And it's just, this whole model has just, again, caused a really uncomfortable conversation of journalists going, it's better than I expected, and enthusiasts going, how do we fix this? Do we replace the Arabic with Roman? Do we replace the Roman with Arabic? Do we make the indices silver? Do we round some of the facets? Like, what do we tweak here in order to make this make sense in my mind? But then you strip all of that away, and it's a $6,000 watch on top of it all. And I'm just kind of sitting here looking at this going, this was the big reveal at Watches and Wonders, and I just don't see it. This is not a celebration dial OP. This isn't the thing that's going to be put in the window of a boutique to draw people in. I don't think, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm missing the mark on this, but I don't see this as the watch in the window that pulls people in, which is kind of what your 100-year celebration piece has to be.
Yeah.
There's just a lot of weird stuff going on here.
But yeah, I mean, I think this is, again, we'll see how this has aged 5-10 years from now. I almost don't feel like I don't feel like I have the context to really explore it. I will say, teasers have become a real fixture of conversation over the last few years. The Tudor teaser this year included text of the word Pelagos GMT, and they didn't give us one. They didn't give us a big block chronograph. They didn't give us a lot of the stuff we were expecting. And either someone at Tudor has a real sense of humor and enjoys messing with us, or we're not done for the year. And I'm leaning towards the latter.
Yeah, I agree. It feels strange that Watches and Wonders, being the big show that it is, didn't feel like Tudor's moment. Because for me, usually day one of Watches and Wonders is, okay, what did Rolex do? What did Tudor do? And then I go look at everyone else. This year kind of gave me a bit of whiplash where I was like, oh, Rolex didn't really do a ton. It's kind of interesting. Tudor didn't really do a whole lot of anything. I'm not super interested. Now I need to go hunt for other things. So in a way, it made me pay attention to other brands quicker than I have ever before, which was nice.
Yeah.
But at the same time, too, it's like the starting pistol firing a blank to start. Like it didn't have the same pop that you want it to. And so the show got off to a strange start for me. And it just kind of was the overarching theme for the entire show. Was like, it just had this weird sense of like it just felt like a lot of people or brands trying to make big moments out of things that necessarily weren't the biggest, because maybe we haven't seen the biggest moments yet.
Yeah. But I think that about wraps it up on the crown and the prince.
Yeah, those are probably like two of our bigger brands that we're going to be diving into. Probably more of our divisive brands. Obviously, go to the comment section on our YouTube video and let us know what you think of those releases. I assume that that's going to be a huge topic of conversation, and I would love to know more people's thoughts on these watches, because they're interesting, and they're definitely going to stir up more conversations as the year goes on. And I want to get more people's opinions on them than just our own, because at the end of the day, while we do have slightly different opinions, I think we kind of end in a similar place on them. So yeah, love to hear from everyone else out there what you thought on Rolex and Tudor. But let's change gears entirely and let's get really weird with everything. Let's get freaky and go with Ulysse Nardin, who also had a bit of a celebration year this year. They were celebrating their freak anniversary. And with that, we got super freaky.
This thing's awesome. I don't know.
Yeah, go ahead, because this thing is so weird in the best way.
I don't know how much there is to say about it. Ulysse Nardin is pitching this as the most complicated time-only watch ever. And they've done a bunch of stuff. Like, it's got 2 flying tourbillons on a floating cage, and it's a freak, so it doesn't have a crown. You wind it and set it with the belt. Like, it's got all this stuff going on.
Yeah,
it looks really cool. I love a freak. A proper freak, not a freak X, but a proper freak is has historically been a unique proposition, and this continues to just be insane. And I think we've gotten used to, in a lot of ways, really extreme watchmaking. And when the freak came out, that was not something anyone was used to.
Mm-hmm.
And they have continued to make watches that make people uncomfortable. And I think that's great.
So that's the best thing about this too, is I think genuinely that this is, we talked about like big flagship celebration moments. This was 25 years celebrating the freak. This new super freak, I think, is exactly that. I think it was them, punching into space and saying like, this is the craziest thing that we can make. That's not just a one of one. This is the craziest. I mean, I'm not going to call it a production watch. They're only making, I think, like 50 of them. But still, 50 pieces. These are $400,000, just under $400,000 for this watch. But the execution is insane, and it is just wild to look at. Not the easiest thing to read, not the easiest thing to understand, certainly not the easiest thing to make, but fun. It's what Ulysse Nardin does best, which is literally just make weird, intricate displays of timekeeping.
Yeah, and it's an absolute hit. I mean, it's a great way of celebrating the freak, and they released some Freak X's and some other freaks and stuff that are fun and a little more traditional for the freak, a little more familiar. I think this is a huge step forward, and I can't wait to, this will be, I would expect, GPHG conversation. Like, it's a serious mechanical thing.
Yeah, there are 2 stats about it that I absolutely adore that I want to share. Number one, it takes roughly 60 hours of manual assembly, which is pretty insane, by a Grand Complications watchmaker, sure. But it's also made of 511 components with only 13 of them not moving.
And and several of those are the crystals and case back.
That's mind-boggling. 511, only 13 are fixed. That is really cool. Ulysse Nardin, well done. A brand that not a lot of people pay attention to. A $400,000 watch limited to 50 pieces that, I mean, is like way outside of the realm of possibilities for pretty much anybody out there. But that is the celebration that I think that we all want to see. That is like the fun, crazy, unusual watchmaking that we all are hoping to see pop off at Watches and Wonders. This is the Super Bowl for watchmaking, and they went for it, and they executed it pretty well, in my opinion.
On to the next. Tag Heuer. You want to kick this one off?
Yes, but this is where things turn a little bit differently, because speaking of celebrations and doing things very well, I think Tag Heuer, I don't want to say that they did it poorly. I just think that I don't know. It's just, I understand that this was a Monaco moment, right? And LVMH Watch Week and Watches and Wonders kind of splits Tag Heuer into 2 different shows. And if we took everything that got released at LVMH Watch Week and we put it into Watches and Wonders, they would have like a much more impressive show to give everybody, because we would be putting the Carreras in with the Monacos, and it would be a much bigger selection of watches for us to talk about. But instead, they are dividing their efforts between the 2 shows, and so we are left looking at a Monaco collection, some of which are incredibly high-priced, technically impressive, skeletonized dial Monacos, sweet, and then the other collection of which are more faithful reinterpretations of the Le Mans Monacos, which, the Steve McQueen Le Mans chronograph version. Cool. Very interesting to kind of return to fashion with those, more squared off, a little bit of a vintage styling to the dial, which is interesting. Before I dive into that, vintage played a huge theme in a lot of the brands we're going to start talking about from here on out, which is very interesting to me. Like, a lot of brands are turning to the past, Tag Heuer being one of them. I think that Tag Heuer really wanted the focus to be on the technology in their new skeletonized Monacos, the 2 new models that they came out with, their 2 new flagships. The Evergraph, I think is what they're called. Yeah, Evergraph.
Yeah.
But I think more people wanted to talk about the more faithful versions than the new Evergraph versions.
Yeah. And I mean, I want to talk about the more faithful versions than the Evergraph versions. Look, I've never hugely connected with the Monaco, especially a lot of the more modern Monacos that have leaned into larger case sizes just have not sat well for me. With where I wear my watches, it's not been, I've never found it to be a hugely comfortable watch, but there's no denying that the Monaco has a real place in watch culture and has a real place in how watches are interpreted and received in the Monaco is a watch that non-watch people, and I've said this a couple times today, it's a watch that non-watch people buy. And I think the new titanium 39 millimeter Monaco it's a really if what you want is a Monaco, it's a really compelling option. Steve McQueen's Monaco from Le Mans is coming up for auction in a bit. It's gonna sell for just so much money. For me, that's a watch that is if we're talking about watches whose value come from whose wrist they were on, that should be in the conversation with Paul Newman's Paul Newman Daytona. Like, and it wouldn't surprise me if it does real numbers. And that's a watch that was only in that movie because it was the watch that Tag Heuer couldn't sell, and that they had a bunch of extras that they could use for a movie.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's an icon, and there's gonna be news stories about that watch all year, and then it's gonna sell for a crazy amount of money, and people are gonna go to their boutiques and buy this watch. And I also go.
Well, no, the hard things here with it though, 39 millimeters I think is great. Where things start to get a little bit tricky for me though is obviously we have grade 5 titanium now, but in doing the grade 5 titanium, we've now jumped the price up by almost $1,500. And I think that's a little bit of a tougher pill to swallow for a lot of people, because the Monaco, it's not the most intricately finished watch. It's not the most technically impressive movement. The pricing structure is a little bit challenging compared to the rest of the modern landscape. So that's where things, even within the Tag Heuer collection, the pricing structure is a little bit challenging. And so I think the titanium was really just a way for them to kind of bump the price up in the modern catalog. And I think that's a cynical way to look at it. Realistically, I think the titanium probably makes it wear better than it ever has before, because the Monaco, frankly, is not the easiest wearing watch. 39 millimeters in titanium for the Monaco is actually going to make it wear pretty well, or relatively well, I guess, because the architecture is also not the most sophisticated architecture either, with the really stubby lugs. But I'm glad to see it kind of return to form and kind of return to what makes it a better watch. I know Tag is really trying to push forward the incredible high-end complicated chronographs, the Retroponte, and all of the stuff that they put in the new Carrera line, and what they're trying to do here with the new versions of the Monaco. I know that that's a huge, important point of emphasis for them. I think that they're just really having a hard time of getting people to pay attention to it, because their heritage is so strong and people really identify with the heritage of Heuer, that it's hard for the enthusiast community to let go of the heritage in favor of modern technical watchmaking. And they're kind of at a crossroads right now where they're starting to really nail heritage pretty well. They're doing a good job of hitting on heritage design cues. They're also doing a pretty good job of offering slightly updated modern versions of heritage models.
Yeah.
But where I think they're really struggling is with their introduction of high-end complicated watches. There's still a huge disconnect between those categories. And when they release them at the same time like this, like we saw with the Carrera earlier, where we get a huge collection of Carreras, and there's a whole bulk of them that are more core collections, and then the high-end Retroponte, which is, over $100,000, very expensive. People look at it and they're like, well, what the heck is this thing doing here? I think that kind of happened here again at Watches and Wonders, where you have this core collection of vintage-inspired Monacos, and then these crazy, technical, complicated, skeletonized dials that when you look at them, you're like, okay, but that's just like very non-traditional, and also $30,000. I think I'll just go with the traditional one. And there's, again, that disconnect and that huge delta between the two that really is throwing off the audience.
Yeah, I mean, I think, first off, it's really important for Tag to have a solid Monaco offering in their catalog. It is a core part of their identity. So it's on that level, this is all good. I don't know why, especially because LVMH is a group. They've got brands that span the gamut. I don't know why Tag needs to be both the fairly entry-level sports watches and the high-end, high complication stuff. And what I'm still waiting for with the Monaco, and admittedly I'm not going to be the audience for it, is to your point about their ability to update some of their watches. The glass box has undeniably been one of Tag's biggest successes over the last few years. That is not a classic Carrera.
Correct, yeah.
But it feels really authentic to the Carrera, and it's a really compelling watch. And I can't tell which of these watches is supposed to be the glass box, and that's a problem. Because the 39 millimeter titanium Monaco is not a classic Monaco, but it also doesn't feel like a glass box modern take on the Monaco.
You're right. It falls kind of in that dangerous middle zone, which is like legitimately the worst place to find yourself. And that's a problem with, like you just mentioned, with a lot of the collection. And I do think that the glass box Carrera is their best watch. I really enjoy that watch quite a bit. I would love to see a glass box moment for the Monaco. Honestly, I think that the Tag Heuer has other vintage models and stuff that we could see come back stronger, and I'm really hoping for. I thought we were going to see them at Watches and Wonders, and we just didn't. I thought we were going to see a new Monza, and obviously like that did not that did not happen. So, who knows? Maybe we'll see some new stuff. We definitely will. We'll definitely see more stuff come up. Probably Geneva Watch Days or whatever the case may be. We'll see some more Tag Heuer stuff trickle out. And maybe that's where Monza will happen. Actually, I guess that would maybe make sense if we do Carrera at LVMH Watch Week. We do Monaco here at Watches and Wonders, and we do Monza at Geneva Watch Days. Each collection gets its own big moment at each show.
Come on, bring back the Cortina.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, they have great things to pull from. They're leaning into their heritage. Their heritage director, Nicholas, is doing a really good job of pulling old cues together. But yeah, I would really love to see them focus on sticking a bit more true to their core audience. And while I do think that technical watchmaking is impressive, for me, I like the roots a bit more than I like the reaching for the stars here. And I think that's kind of Tag, right? Like Tag Heuer, in a nutshell, pretty quick conversation. And with that, we can move on to one that will probably take us a little bit longer to get through. And that is JLC. Because JLC had an interesting show in which they kind of came out and they showed off, in their terms, an entry-level collection, a more mid-range complicated collection, and then a more exclusive high-range collector edition collection, and tried to hit on all of the tasting notes for the entire show. And in a lot of ways, I think really nailed a lot of the points, personally. But I do see some 50-50 conversations out there kind of going for or against JLC, and I'm really curious to hear your take on them, specifically with this new Master Control Chronometer collection, which is one that I have been really enjoying.
Yeah. Well, first off, I think we don't need to spend a ton of time on the crazy high-end complication stuff. Like, they released a new minute repeater the thinnest automatic minute repeater, Tourbillon, which is, a very specific record to go for, but it's a very, very cool watch. JLC continues to knock it out of the park. They've consistently knocked it out of the park on their high complication stuff in a way that gets completely ignored and shouldn't, but I think we're going to slightly ignore it because it's not really what we're hugely interested in. And I don't, in this context, and I don't think those are not the watches we're going to see. Those are not the watches people are going to buy. I think JLC had a really good year. Obviously, the Master Control, the integrated bracelet Master Control collection, you could argue it's a few years too late, but I would also say better to be late to the party and get it right than show up early with the wrong thing and screw it up forever. These are watches that people are very excited about, and deservedly so. They look good. I mean, that's kind of the thing. They look really good.
I love the design language of them. I love the dial. I love the fact that it's calling back to the old Futurematic design language. That's a watch, like a vintage version of the watch that I genuinely appreciate from JLC's old collection. And it's very strongly recommunicated through the dial here. The date power reserve in particular, there's something about the symmetry and the balance of the dial that is in slight juxtaposition of the angular modernity on the bracelet that I really enjoy. There's a little bit of tension between the design. The one thing that I really want to call attention to here, and this is the dumbest little detail that makes me really happy, it's the lugs. Which, okay, integrated bracelet doesn't have a lugs, whatever, shut up, comment section. But the lugs of this watch, I really like the Girard-Perregaux Laureato collection, but my least favorite thing about that watch in particular is the finishing on the down sweep on the lugs. It feels a little bit less refined for the watch, a little bit staggered in the brushing. The transition here from main body case to the first link, it's beautifully executed. It feels proportionally downswept. It feels like it was well thought out, and whatever mathematician came up with that exact angle knew what they were doing. And that gentle sweep allows the transition from the softer, rounder dial to the more angular bracelet in a way that it could have actually thrown the two in complete opposition. And I really appreciate how well that little detail pulls the whole thing together.
Yeah, I think that's just bringing the motif just slightly into the case of the watch works beautifully. I think this is a watch we're going to see variation on over the next few years. I will say, I think especially for the power reserve and the time only, I think the prices are actually really good. I think these are, it's hard to call any 5-figure watch a value proposition, but like we were talking about with the Locomotive a bit ago, this is a real brand integrated sports watch, or not so much sports watch, but integrated everyday watch in steel for just 5 figures, first of all, and for low 5 figures. And I think these are watches that like are a great reminder that JLC is a brand you should pay attention to and notice. It's not and it's been easy to kind of ignore them over the last few years.
So yeah, with these, you're getting a very wearable case, 39 millimeters by 9.2 millimeters thick. The big thing here too with the new movements is JLC was talking about their new HPG seal, which is, I guess, the return of the HPG seal, which is just talking about a new higher standard of testing that they're putting up on these watches. And that seal is just talking about the testing of the entire cased up watch in real life wearing conditions, high temperatures, low temperatures, vibration, shock, all of that stuff. So it's just a very well tested watch with 50 meters of water resistance. So not quite the 100 meters that you might consider a sport watch to be, but very everyday friendly, ready to go, ready to wear. And I think just, in my opinion, I really like these watches quite a bit. They are ones that I think are a bit of a smash hit, and ones that hopefully in the near future I'll have one in for a full hands-on review, because I'm genuinely pretty impressed with these watches and like them quite a bit in comparison to other integrated sport watches or integrated bracelet watches out there at the moment. This one seems a bit more unique than some of the other ones and a bit more coded in JLC's actual design language and not trying to be somebody else. They're not trying to necessarily just jump on the trend to jump on the trend. They're jumping in with their own history, which I enjoy, and doing it in steel and pink gold if you want it in pink gold too, which
I don't.
Why not? Pink gold's great.
Yeah, I mean, I think the one talked a lot about price today. We're going to keep talking about price, and it's unavoidable. And as I said, I think the Power Reserve and the time-only version of this watch are actually really good value propositions. I think they're priced really, really well. And the Perpetual Calendar price in steel makes sense. It is still a little hard to swallow. And the reason for that, at least for me, is they're still using the Caliber 868, which is a really, really good Perpetual Calendar movement. And maybe this is just a side effect of having been into watches for too long. But, you know, when the Master Ultra Thin Perpetual Calendar came out a decade ago with the same 868 movement, that was a sub $20,000 watch. And now that watch has become $30,000. So it makes sense that this one is $45,000, and why the Polaris Perpetual Calendar, which also uses the same movement, falls somewhere in the middle. But I can also see, I've seen a couple people be like, why would I pay this much for this movement? And it's a conversation.
That is where they are starting to, we talked about with UG, people looking at it going, well, I'll just buy a vintage version, or in this case, neo-vintage. That is where they have kind of set themselves up to fail in the argument, because the movement is not that old, and yet you can get an older QP for slightly less money. QP meaning Quantum Perpetual, which is Perpetual Calendar for those who don't know. You're going to hear a lot of editors, journalists, watch people say the term QP a lot. And it really frustrates me when they say QP a lot, as if everyone knows what QP means. QP is just Perpetual Calendar in a different language, just so you know. But yeah, you can get an older version, in my opinion, not quite as beautiful, but still a beautiful design language for a fraction of the cost, which features, I think, my favorite thing with the Perpetual Calendar design here, which is the dead window. Right above the hand stack, you have a little white-red display window, which tells you when not to set the Perpetual Calendar. If it's red, you do not mess with it. If it's white, you can set it, because the Perpetual Calendar calibers are very finicky. For those who don't know, you can really mess these things up. And if you mess it up, you are sending it in for a very expensive, very lengthy service. So you need to really be careful with that.
Yeah. And I love the cutouts in the hands to show it, because so many of the problems come around midnight when the hands are going to be blocking that window. And the solution is, instead of putting the window in a place where it's not going to be blocked, they just cut holes in the hands.
It's true. Yeah. It's you know what? Hey, it's a simple solution to a very complicated problem. But yeah, Master Control chronometer, integrated design, one that I thoroughly enjoy. Like I said, I'm hoping to get hands-on for a full get one in for a full hands-on review. Specifically, I want the date Power Reserve, but I'd take the date in steel as well, but definitely steel. I don't want to mess with the rose gold because I want something that more people are going to be interested in buying. We talked about the ultra thin minute repeater tourbillon. We can very quickly talk about the tourbillon jumping date because, again, very impressive complication, but grand high complication stuff from JLC. It's always incredibly impressive and beautiful. And when you're staring into it, you get kind of lost because not only are they putting on a showcase of masterful mechanical watchmaking, but they're also doing a lot of artistry with their different enamel techniques and their finishing techniques. And this is no difference. This is just a gorgeous watch, but you're never gonna see it in person. It's wildly expensive. Go look at the pictures if you want, but that's as close as you're ever gonna get.
Yeah. I'll also be very curious to see they launched the first in this new Hybris Inventiva collection. This first watch is a crazy triple axis tourbillon. This is the kind of stuff we're used to seeing from brands like Grubel Forsey, not from JLC. And there's a reason this is called the Watchmaker's Watchmaker, and it's a very cool watch. Their whole Watch of Wonders, I think this is, after a couple years where it's been easy to ignore them, you can't do that anymore.
Yeah, they really went for it with, so something that I really love is last year was a very specific focus on Reverso. Reverso. It was the Reverso story year, which is great. We got the rose gold Milanese Reverso last year, which still makes me tingle in all the places. This year, we got the white gold version, which is not the steel I was hoping for, but we did get white gold. And it's good, but it's limited to 20 pieces and has the waterfall painted on the back and has, it's great. It's special, but it's like one of their artist series. It's not a standard series. And for that, I'm kind of paying a little bit less attention to it than I normally would. But it's still a beautiful Reverso artistic styling. And then, of course, we've got the, chronometer collection. We've got the high complication. We've got the artist collection. They really just, this year, they knew how to hit every single note. Like I said at the beginning of this, all of the tasting notes that JLC is known for, and did so in a way that is unique to them. They're not out there trying to compete with anybody. I mean, maybe they are, but this felt like a show where, even though people are saying that the integrated bracelet felt like they're chasing the trend, you can't say that with the complications. Like those are them kind of pushing things into new directions for manufacturers. And to me, this really looks like a show where JLC was like, hey, we did the core stuff last year with Reverso. We're going to show off a little bit this year. We're still going to give you a little bit of core. We're going to really show off this year, but we're also going to put our blinders on, and we're just going to do what we do best and kind of revel in what makes our brand special and remind you what makes our brand special. 2 or 3 years ago, we really focused on Polaris and people were clamoring for more. This year, it wasn't focused on one specific collection. They spread the love around a little bit more, and I can appreciate that. I'm really glad that they did because they have so much to offer. A brand that I clearly, you can hear it in my voice, I adore. JLC, they really put on a show. And it's just a warm embrace for the eyes when you get to stare into what they do in a wristwatch. Yeah. And this year was no different.
And I think that about sums it up for them.
Yeah, I will. I'll stare at the photos a little bit longer. And like I said, we'll come back and we'll do some hands-on review stuff with JLC later on in the year. So stay tuned for that. But for now, we're going to shift over to what is another heartthrob, I think, of both of ours. But lately has become like the hype heartthrob. So as FP Journe has become the hype brand that no one can get a hold of, another brand has kind of slotted in to the more, I can't say obtainable, but attainable hype brand, so to speak, and that is Lange Sohne. And they maybe didn't come out with the most amount of watches this year, but they came out with some very intentional watches that really stole the show for a lot of people. Beginning first with the new Saxonia, another refinement of the collection, but in a lot. Griffin, okay, take it away because I agree. This might be the perfect Lange.
I love Lange. I've loved Lange unapologetically since I kind of learned who they were a while ago now. This is the brand that if I were to win the lottery or rob a Brinks truck tomorrow, like the first thing I do is go to the Lange boutique and get
and then rob them too.
Lange, at Watches and Wonders, Lange tends to be reserved. They are a brand that is very deliberate in their release strategy. They don't drop 15 watches at a time. They don't do huge overhauls to their collection. They release watches that make sense for them in a deliberate and methodical fashion. This year we got 3 watches for them, which compared to some of the last few years is huge. A bunch of the last few years we've gotten a watch for them at Watches and Wonders. But the Saxonia annual calendar takes, a familiar format for them. It's all, there's nothing like revolutionary here other than it's a 36 millimeter gold Saxonia with their fantastic case, their fantastic look and architecture, with an annual calendar, which we all get obsessed with perpetual calendars, and there is a perpetual calendar to talk about here. But the annual calendar, which is a shockingly young complication, it's only about 30 years old, is a better everyday calendar watch than a perpetual calendar.
And much more friendly in terms of use, too, especially in this configuration. Because Absolutely. They have it set up where that 10 o'clock pusher, once you hit it, it advances all of the features forward one day or one unit. So yeah, if you have let this thing die for 3 days, you give it some power, hit that pusher 3 times, and you're right back on track. That's amazing. I love that.
It's price on request. If I had to take a guess based on what I know of Lange's catalog, this is probably somewhere around a $60,000 or $65,000 watch, maybe a bit more. It might be, one of those, like, it's 65,000 euros and you do the conversion. Like, I don't know specifically. It's worth every penny. Whatever it costs, it's worth every penny. In particular, I think the white gold is successful. Rose gold for me has never been my pink gold in this case has never been my thing. But no matter which way your heart goes, like this feels like if you're not going to get a Lange one, this is the purest distillation of what Lange does really, really well.
Yeah, I agree. I couldn't agree more. I honestly think like this is just amazing. The new case dimensions are better. We spoke earlier about Rolex's 36 being geometrically more perfect. That's what's happening here. So in this new 36, the bezel has been slimmed out a little bit to allow the dial to have a bit more room. And even though it gives the dial a bit more room, but because obviously it is a 36 downsized, you would typically feel a little bit more compact, a little tighter, right? You would feel cramped possibly with a calendar complication. But here, you're still getting perfect symmetry, perfect balance. Everything is so well thought out. The hands stretch out to the perfect positions. It is just impeccably conceived. And then on top of it too, now with Lange's pink gold getting their like mixed finishing treatment, the case is just interesting from every angle. And I really love too that they're also using, so they both have 925 silver dials, but they did the kind of anthracite treatment on the pink gold version, which I think classes it up, but also gives it almost like a sportier vibe to it, which is kind of interesting. It makes it a bit of an interesting piece. I think I would still personally take the white gold version, but you cannot go wrong. These are gorgeous watches, perfectly balanced, and just, again, impeccable craftsmanship from Lange, and a brand that continues to nail each new iteration, and a brand I have enormous respect for, especially when they come out with something like a Lange 1 Tourbillon Perpetual Calendar Lumen Edition, because the Lumen Edition makes me giddy like a little kid. It's like Timex Indiglo, but Lange's version.
Yeah. I mean, look, there's every Lumen watch is sick. It's like, and honestly, we could stop talking there. Like,
right.
Lange released another Lumen. Awesome. It's great. The loom part of it is a big, it makes it fun. It makes it exciting. It makes it really cool. We all love glow in the dark things. I still love my Timex Indiglo watches, as you referenced. The thing that you then realize when you get to spend some time with one of these is the loom isn't actually the exciting part of this watch, because Lange is really reserved about how they do skeletonization and open face dials and stuff. But there is not a Lange movement that is not absolutely incredible from every angle. And to be able to look at a watch like this Perpetual Calendar Tourbillon and actually kind of get a better sense for how the parts all fit together is a huge advantage to these watches. And they, again, for us, these are largely an academic exercise, but they're also a real treat. Lange does things for a very expensive watch brand. They do far more than they need to do at every price point. And a watch like this shows you why that's true.
I think that these 3 watches perfectly personify why Lange is starting to come up in the hype cycle. Because for what you're getting, The prices are not absurd. Everything is just so well refined and executed. And when you're looking at it, you can just tell the amount of thoughtful execution that has gone into every single piece.
Yeah.
And that's something that you can't say for other brands of a similar price point with the same amount of hands-on time. It is just, it's impressive what you're getting. My dream now is that Glacier Original comes out with some sort of version of the Lumen in the future.
No.
So the Baby Longa can be a Baby Longa Lumen. The reason I say that too is their big date complication is also underratedly sophisticated in a way that I think you talked about, like appreciating complications and movements with Longa. Absolutely. Glacier Original's big date complication needs more appreciation, and that would help. But I just want I want Lumen versions of watches to be more accessible to more people because they're so great. And this is just another one, and done in platinum too, which I think is a pretty cool way to balance out kind of the smoked out depth of what you're getting inside of the case versus the sharp, crisp platinum outside of the case. Just a neat execution, all in all.
Yeah, and continues to be maybe for me the most successful. And actually, Journe is an interesting parallel here, as you brought up, just because Journe will come up with a limited edition format and then execute on that format over and over and over again across his model lineup. The Lumen has been that, and it remains one of the most successful versions of it. And, I don't think there's a Lumen watch that's come out that hasn't caught my attention. So, onward.
Another one for the list.
While we sit here pining, let's move on to other.
Yeah. So, funny enough, one of the predictions I brought up for the year 2 in our first ever podcast is I had a feeling that much like stone dials, which we're going to continue, and they have, I thought that this year skeletonized dials were going to explode. And so far, we've already talked about a handful of them. Well, the next brand that we're going to talk about really focused on them, and that is Zenith with their Chronomaster Sport Skeleton collection.
Yeah.
Now, Zenith came out with a more refined offering again, because again, they're splitting their time between LVMH Watch Week and Watches and Wonders. So, they're going to come out with the Defy collection, the Defy Skyline, Defy collection, all really highlighted LVMH Watch Week. Chronomaster and GFJ dominated Watches and Wonders. But the Chronomaster Sport Skeleton seemed to be a real point of emphasis from the brand. Interestingly so.
Yeah, I think these are interesting. I mean, look, possibly the exception of Lumen watches from Lange, skeletonized watches are not really my thing. But I think they've taken an interesting approach here, because so much of the identity of the Chronomaster is wrapped up in its dial, and specifically its subdials, the multicolored subdials. And it's worth saying that here, Zenith hasn't technically made a skeletonized dial. They have opted for a sapphire dial with set-in markers and subdials over a slightly skeletonized movement.
Yep. Yeah.
And that was absolutely the right choice here, because these managed to both hold on to a lot of the character and personality of the Chronomaster Sport while still showing off the movement, which is a thing a lot of people love and hunt for.
And they did one thing that I actually really appreciate, and that was ensuring that there was no date. So that way there was no date wheel blocking most of the movement.
Yeah. And now if they could just do that in normal Chronomaster Sport.
Yeah.
But these are successful. I think the coolest part of these, and the thing we're going to be talking about the most 6 months from now, is the clasp.
That, yes, 100%, that is the actual story here.
That the new clasp is incredible. If you haven't seen it, it's kind of wholly re-engineered with micro adjust and the whole thing. And how do you want to try crack at describing it?
Yeah, it's a bit weird in how the functions actually work. I think on their website, they might have like some sort of graphic that shows you how the latch mechanism lifts for you to actually work the micro adjust. But the most important thing here is that you have 5 points of 2 millimeters of micro adjust. So you have 10 full millimeters of micro adjust on the clasp. 2 other very important topics to bring up that I don't know if they're communicating this anywhere, but I know this. It is only available in steel. You cannot get this clasp in two-tone or precious metal at all. Only in steel, and only on the new steel Sport Skeleton whatevers. Although you can retrofit the new clasp to old Chronomaster Sport models, and the clasp alone, just the clasp, no bracelet, is $1,100 at the boutique. So you can buy this new micro adjust clasp for $1,100, put it on your old Chronomaster Sport, and have 10 millimeters of micro adjust with the cool new mechanism that's on there. I think that's important stuff to know. I think that that's impressive. $1,100 is a lot of money for a clasp, but at the same time, too, the engineering behind it is impressive, and it is something that I think elevates the overall package to a point that makes this watch more compelling, which is cool. It's nice for this for the Chronomaster Sport.
Yeah, I think that kind of covers it.
Yeah.
I mean, I should say, actually, that doesn't cover it at all because we haven't talked about the GFJ models.
Well, we also have the Chronomaster Sport two-tone. We have two-tone with mother of pearl dials. All right, now we can do GFJ.
The GFJ was released last year. It was awesome. It was one of my favorite watches from Watches of Wonders last year. They've released 2 new models of it this year that are fundamentally not different, except that they're entirely different from an aesthetic standpoint. And the winner here is, and this is probably my winner from Zenith of the year. It is absolutely my winner of Zenith from the year. The Tantalum limited edition GFJ with onyx style with like diamond set markers that are kind of set into the onyx. I mean, it's just an incredible thing. It's
the mother of pearl small seconds. Both of them have mother of pearl small seconds and like the guilloche outer ring. The Tantalum is special. $83,500 for a 20-piece limited edition. It's tantalum, very hard material to work with. You're not going to be able to get your hands on one because they're going to be spoken for. They're very cool watches. The more available one is the Bloodstone version, which is the yellow gold version with a Bloodstone dial. That one is $52,000 and limited to 161 pieces to celebrate 161 years of Zenith, whereas last year's was 160 years and 161 pieces. I think the interesting thing with the yellow gold version, though, is that you do have 2 big things here. Number one, the movement finishing has been changed for the new versions here. You don't get the brick finishing that you had on last year's GFJ. Now you have more traditional watchmaker finishing on the movement, which some people might like, some people might not like. It probably blends with the watchmaking story a little bit better, but I think that the odd finishing from last year was kind of fun. And then the other big story is that you can get the yellow gold GFJ with an 18 karat yellow gold bracelet. That is something that you do have to special order. It's going to be harder to get, and it does double the price. So you go from roughly $52,000 to like $102,000 or $105,000 for the watch. But those are things to know, I guess. And they're using Bloodstone, which is different than malachite. So good job, Zenith.
Yeah. On to Cartier?
Yeah, let's do Cartier. Why don't you kick off Cartier? Because Cartier popped off a little bit. And they've been having a moment for the last, 2 years? They've really been coming on hot.
It's been more than 2 years. I mean, Cartier has been... I actually think, so interestingly, one of the big things Cartier did this year was they celebrated 10 years of their Privé edition watches with a kind of small drop of kind of reintroducing kind of a bunch of the models revisiting a bunch of models that they've hit over the last decade. The last 10 years have seen Cartier take a central spot in the watch industry in the way that they just didn't used to have.
Yeah.
Cartier is historically better known for jewelry and fashion watches than they are for real watchmaking. That has changed.
Totally.
Cartier has become one of the brands that, you talked a bit about how Watches and Wonders Day 1, and I mean, before that kind of Basel World Day 1, the routine has been, okay, let's see what Rolex did, let's see what Tudor did, let's see what Patek did, and then see everything else. Cartier has become one of those brands. It's like, that is the one of the first brands to hit.
If not the first for some people.
Yeah. And once again, like, they did a really interesting job at the very least. I think the big headline is going to be, when all is said and done, is going to be the reintroduction of the Roadster.
Mm-hmm.
I think that says a lot about the era of watchmaking we're going to start revisiting. The Roadster was, I think, first introduced in 2002. So it's a pretty recent watch. It did go away. It's now back. I think it's a very nice reedition of a watch I've never had a particular connection with. But I think if you came of age in the early 2000s, you do have a connection with this watch.
Totally.
I last weekend was out visiting a bunch of friends and was hanging out with some people who are about 10 or 15 years older than me, who are watch nerds. And we were talking about watches they had loved growing up and watches they had bought early when they started. when they had some money, and a lot of them bought Roadsters.
Really?
Bought secondhand Roadsters.
That's interesting. I wouldn't have suggested it. I know there's a lot of deep love for the Roadster, but I wouldn't have picked it as like...
Yeah, I think it was an entry point for a lot of people.
Interesting.
And, you know, I don't think, even in this new form, these watches hugely connect with me. For me, the winner from Cartier's lineup is the yellow gold bracelet for the yellow gold Santos Dumont. Like, that is a watch.
Stunner.
That, you know, I loved the JLC on the mesh bracelet last year, but I don't think I loved it as much as some people did, you included.
Yeah, I'm head over heels for that.
This watch does for me what that watch did for you, I think.
Really? Okay.
And I prefer it not with the stone dial. With just the Sunray kind of silvery dial. You like yellow gold over platinum? Okay, yeah. I mean, I would. Let's not kid ourselves. I'd take platinum.
Sure. You wouldn't turn it down. Yeah, you wouldn't.
If you're offering, and I think the platinum is maybe a little more special.
Sure. Yeah.
And a little more. The wearing experience of the platinum is going to be incredible.
Yeah.
But no, I mean it's a yellow gold Cartier on a yellow gold bracelet. Like that's.
But I love the ruby capuchon. Like it's such a cool. Such a cool.
Well, and again, like that's gonna be the watch for a lot of people. Is that platinum? That's gonna be the watch of the show for some people. And you know, I gotta say, I'm actually somewhat impressed. It's hard to say a nearly a kind of $50,000 watch feels reasonably priced, but like you wouldn't have shocked me if you told me that it was $100,000. Just with the way things are going. Yeah. So, I mean, that's the winner to me. I've never been the biggest fan of the Crash, but the new Crash Skelette, that new movement, that new skeletonized movement that makes up both the indices and the movement all in one is something special. It's also one of the Crash is a watch that, you know, it's clearly hard to make. It's clearly hard to find the right balance of technical and aesthetic. Yeah. This one strikes it. It's got a really great case shape. Some Crashes have felt a little bloated. This one does not. It's got a great domed, weirdly shaped sapphire crystal that's awesome.
Like a little bubble. I do love that.
And must have been a huge challenge to engineer.
Yeah.
I think, you know, the La Collection of the 3 yellow gold, the Normal, Centre, Cloche is fantastic. Like Cartier just nail it. Like any direction you turn, you know, and the chronograph monopoussoir, like that is the Tortue. That is quietly maybe the best Cartier watch ever. Like the not specifically this one, just the Tortue monopoussoir chronograph. You know, that's a watch. I was a couple years ago when Phillips was selling Roger Smith's second pocket watch. I went to an auction preview there, and obviously, you know, ignoring what eventually was a $5 million pocket watch, I was talking to people at the preview and was like, well, what's the watch you love in this room? And everyone was looking at one of the 90s CPCP Tortue chronographs. Like that's a watch that is just amazing.
Well, and it's kind of weird that they've returned to that styling too. Like they very easily could have updated the styling, but they returned to that, which I appreciate. I mean, clearly they know their audience, they know what their enthusiasts want. This is an instance where not only are they competing with their own vintage catalog, but they might be beating their own vintage catalog, which a lot of brands can't say. And they're doing it in a way where they are almost treating their vintage catalog as their new entry point into Cartier, and then saying, hey, you want to get into Cartier, that's great. Go buy a vintage tank, fall in love with us. And when you're ready, we are here to get you into your next piece. And that's kind of cool. At least that's the vibe that I get from them, where they're not upset that people are comparing the old to the new. They're not upset that their dimensions haven't changed all that much. They are really banking on the fact that their refinements have told the story over the years rather than innovation. And to be fair, like there are obviously some models that fall a little flat at times from them. Every brand's going to. But this Watches and Wonders, I don't think that there's a single model that you can point to and go, you missed. They nailed every single one of them. And to your point, starting this whole thing off, that Roadster is one that I actually looked at and thought, ooh, I'll have that with the rubber strap. Like that sounds pretty good to me.
It's improved.
Yeah.
If they took that design, they made it better. I think I was visiting you in your office a few weeks ago, and there was a small platinum Santos Dumont vintage one. It's an incredible watch. And there's something magical about a small vintage platinum Cartier. Yeah. But that is actually the entry-level point to a platinum Cartier Santos Dumont. That was I think you guys had it for 30 grand or something like that, close to it.
Something, yeah.
enough that I was not going to buy it.
Yeah, fair.
The new one is much more than that. So like that they are comfortable to not be the value proposition when lined up against their own vintage watches until you start talking about the incredibly, incredibly rare stuff. It shows a self-certainty in their catalog that is impressive.
Absolutely. And in a way too, that they understand what not only the mass market wants, but what their deep nerd customer wants. That again, I don't think everyone is really able to do. Cartier is really just, they have figured it out in a way and they've done it so quickly that I really think that someone needs to do a case study on the last 10 years, because they've done a full 180 and really, really just taken the reins and pushed the brand in a new direction that other people wish they could get a piece of.
Yeah. And as we say that, let's be clear, Morgan Stanley doesn't need to do the case study. Someone else needs to do the case study.
Actually, that being said, Morgan Stanley don't do the case study. Morgan Stanley, go away. I love the numbers that you put out, but like, no, I want a more independent case study, please.
Anyways, Cartier knocked out of the park as always, and I don't think you can deny it.
No. Yeah, I mean, that is Cartier in a nutshell. But let's transition here into slightly more avant-garde. We talked about the Roadster.
Slightly more?
Let's stick to cars. Let's talk about the new Singer Dual Track for a moment, because Singer is a brand that, I mean, automotive enthusiasts know. They obviously started dabbling in watches too. This is their third model, I think, technically.
Yeah, that sounds right.
I think that's correct. Frantically looking it up. But the new Dual Track is, I think, probably their best. It seems to be their most refined, most wearable, most interesting, in my opinion, without being crazy.
Yeah, I think if you've been waiting for Singer to make a watch that is easier to live with, this is that watch. And I think that may be why I'm finding myself a little less interested in it.
Interesting. Okay, so you and I kind of have polar opposite reactions to this watch then. Cool.
Like it's really good. It's very good.
Yeah.
But, you know, fundamentally we should say what this is, which is
sure.
this is Singer's take on a travel time watch or a GMT or a multi-time zone watch. Aesthetically, it's not dissimilar from what we've seen from Singer before. It looks a lot like their time only watches, but with kind of an internal bezel and an indicator. And that internal bezel rotates and reads you a second time zone. I think I wanted something more bonkers from them in a travel watch,
like
kind of more
watches.
Like a lot of their chronographs with like their weird bullhead configurations, or their dive watch, which is kind of an inconceivable form of a dive watch. This feels tame and great, and like it's a good looking watch. But there's so many tame, great, good looking travel watches. This just, I don't think is hitting the mark for me quite right.
You know, I hear your point on that. It's interesting because I think you do kind of come to Singer Reimagined for the bonkers, the ridiculous. You know, like if you want a Porsche, you buy a Porsche. If you want a Singer, you buy a Singer. You know what I mean? Like maybe this is more Porsche than Singer. And maybe that's a problem for some people. But in a lot of ways, this maybe should have been the first model that they released. And then the other two that they've already released should have come out after it. I don't know. The caliber inside is kind of insane. I don't know if you've looked into but like it's just kind of it's got 4 different barrels running exposed on the back of the architecture. The way that they've engineered and built this watch doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. I think that it just, to me, it looks very Singer still, but is a little bit more refined than their other watches were. And that's what I like about it. It's more legible, it's more wearable, because their other versions were just a bit too crazy for an everyday watch. And I think that every brand kind of needs one watch that you can wear every day.
Yeah.
Maybe that's wrong, but like their other watches felt more like art pieces or like challenge pieces, whereas this feels more like a core collection piece. And I'm just glad to see it as a part of the collection.
Yeah, no, I think that's entirely fair.
Yeah.
And again, you know, so I think this is their 4th model, because they've got chronographs, time only, dive watches, and now this. So I think we were slightly wrong. I think it's their 4th, but
yeah. Man, I forgot about the
I think they've definitely I think they've done a good job. They've moved from being kind of a one-off, like, can you believe these guys who are making cars are now making a watch, to they're a real brand, and I think this watch is a sign of that in a good way. I just don't want it.
Well, we also got this wrong. I think they might have like 10 watches now that I'm thinking about it, because at the same time that they released their three-hander, they also released like another chronograph, but then there were also like 4 other weird chronographs that they came out with around the same time before that. And I think there's like 8 to 12 watches that Singer makes.
Okay.
And
So
in my mind, they only make 3, which is kind of hilarious. But, you know,
Yeah.
hey, Singer's gonna Singer. Yeah, I just looked it up though. Singer does make like 8 watches.
Oh, so we're basically just being complete idiots, and it's a cool watch.
Yeah.
Let's just go with that.
Their other ones are just a little bit more forgettable, I guess.
Yeah, and you know, it'll look great when you wear it to Goodwood next year.
That's awesome. All right, let's get away from Singer, because clearly we don't pay a ton of attention to Singer, even though maybe we should. And let's start talking about another brand that more people should pay attention to, and that is Chopard. Because they were celebrating another brand celebrating an anniversary, of course, but this was the anniversary of Luck, their movement development, and we got a new Chopard Luck 1860.
Yeah, and it's great. Everything they release this year will feel familiar.
Yeah, which is kind of a bummer.
And yet I don't care, because they're all great.
Yeah.
Chopard is like, this is a brand that doesn't need to do a ton of new to impress. The new 1860 it's got this incredible blue dial. The case is in the Chopard's lucent steel, which is bright and wonderful.
And recycled.
And it's a great, small, conservative dress watch that's finished and made to a very, very high caliber, and with an incredible movement and a kind of look you can't really argue with, in my book.
Yeah. The only argument for me, I think, though, is that this is stepping in to replace the discontinued salmon dial that we had from a few years ago. I don't remember exactly when that was.
Yeah.
It's a couple of years ago, maybe 3 or 4, that one was released. And then it was discontinued, and now we have this blue dial, which is arguably probably a bit more mass appealing, even though I think they're both striking executions. This one comes in at $30,000, so it is pretty expensive for a steel time-only dress watch, but again, technical finishing execution is off the charts. Beautiful, beautiful piece. I was just expecting, personally, again, we talked about the Super Freak being a huge celebratory moment for Ulysse Nardin. I kind of thought that we were going to get more of a celebratory piece from Chopard, but I guess, too, at the end of the day, like, this is them celebrating. They celebrate in the most buttoned-up, most refined way possible, by giving you what they consider to be the most perfect, quintessential Chopard LUC watch you can possibly buy.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's hard because, and we've touched on anniversaries a lot today, and we're not done. But you struggled with Tudor's anniversary, like that didn't feel like they did quite enough. On the Rolex side, with the OP 100th anniversary, you were like, well, I wish they'd done a bit less. So I think that just speaks to it being a really hard line to navigate. And Chopard has clearly decided that how they're choosing to celebrate is just, we're going to make really good watches this year. And it's not just the 1860. The marquetry dial Quattros are incredible. The Prussian Blue XPS, which is only $13,000 something, is a crazy great watch. And they did give us something, LUC is really known for their chiming watches, and they gave us a really compelling chiming watch that isn't their crazy high end. It's not like one of their, we're going to completely blow you out of the water and give you a chiming watch like you've never seen before. It's, for them, a very accessible titanium chiming watch that is like the Strike One. And it's one of those weird places where they absolutely did enough. You do kind of want more, but I'm also not convinced they're done for the year. I'm not saying they're necessarily going to do another huge drop of stuff, but they have, last year they did some releases later in the year. They might do something else. I think it's interesting. We got a new Mille this year as well. In an interesting combo. Doesn't totally work for me. Salmon and black is a weird combo. Bunch of new Alpine Eagles that are all very good looking, but feel just kind of like new dials for Alpine Eagles. So clearly they just didn't feel like what they needed to do was do anything other than what they always do, which is release a bunch of good watches. Yeah,
there's absolutely nothing wrong with the collection that they brought out. And actually, there's a lot of things that are good about the collection that they brought out. I guess for me, the weird thing is it just almost feels like they didn't acknowledge the anniversary,
Yeah.
which I guess you don't have to.
We all
That's
know.
totally fine. And maybe it's better that you don't acknowledge the anniversary and you just stick to what you do best and keep your head down and keep chugging along. I think, and I guess too, I don't know what about Chopard would make us think that they were going to do something crazy for their anniversary, because that's not what they do.
Yeah.
So maybe that was just us being watch enthusiasts hoping that there was going to be something, and there never was going to be. But, you know, again, everything that they came out with I thought was pretty cool. I do really love the marquetry dial that they did. I thought that was pretty impressive and beautiful, even though, again, maybe not my cup of tea. The Happy Heart collection.
Mm-hmm. It's fun.
Something that, like, I mean, it's terrible in, like, the best possible way, and I really enjoy it.
I mean, get you a brand that can do both.
Exactly, yeah. And again, I think the biggest storyline here is the LUC 1860, which is just, for what it is, as close to perfect as you can get.
Yeah.
But hard to communicate in photos, or honestly even like written word or video. Like, this is a watch that you kind of need to experience in your hand, and until you do that, you don't quite understand Chopard dress watches until you put one on. Once you do, you're like, holy cow, I get it. We've said that before. I've said that plenty of times. But yeah, I think that's kind of the through line here, is great new releases, just not a puffing of the chest moment, which, okay, cool.
So on to now for something completely different.
I was gonna say the ultimate puffing of the chest. You want to talk about Richard Mille?
Mille? I don't have a ton to say here. I think the big watch for Richard Mille is the 5501 they brought back. This feels like it is quite literally a bit of a throwback. It's a watch that's been in their catalog for a while. They've dropped the Bubba Watson branding on the watch, which is just an interesting move to coincide with the apparent imminent demise of Live Golf, that we would stop using the Live Golfer as it's like, oh, so really that's just, there's a metaphor wrapped in an enigma there. Yeah. And it's what happened to all these great golfers. It's a cool watch. It's like I think for a while it felt like at times, we talk about this idea, Chopard is so comfortable standing on its own and doing its own thing. Mm-hmm. And for the most part, that's true for Richard Mille too, but they have definitely couched some of their experimental perspective in this kind of shroud of athletic success. And it's like, yeah, we're doing this, but it's, we're going to put this watch on, we're going to justify it by putting it on Bubba Watson or Rafa Nadal or Nelly Korda.
Yeah, or any F1 driver that is winning at the moment.
We're going to make the world's thinnest watch, but it's going to have the Ferrari logo on it because that's how we justify doing it. If this is a sign that they're going to be more comfortable and confident in just the watches being what they are without needing a tie-in, that's a good sign to me. And I think these are good watches. They're very Richard Mille.
They are. If you like Richard Mille, they are Richard Mille.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't really have anything to say about them apart from that. They're just simpler execution.
Yeah. I like Richard Mille. I just don't think about them that much, and I'm not the guy who's going to be able to look at one from across the room and tell you which one it is.
Nope.
So
nor do I want to be.
Fair play.
That guy we don't go to the same bar. So yeah, let's just start chatting about someone who you might start talking to, the IWC wearer. IWC had a bit of an interesting year at Watches and Wonders this year, where they typically have a pretty big Watches and Wonders. I think last year was very ingenieur focused. That was really their big goal last year, which is interesting considering this is the anniversary year this year of the SL version. Which they did celebrate with a model this year. But they really focused on a bunch of different aspects of IWC's catalog in very interesting ways. Yeah. Everything from Ingenieur to a perpetual calendar to a new space watch. And everything in between got a little bit of a refinement too. So this was IWC really showing up and showing out in terms of what they could bring. And I think that they're getting a lot of attention kind of hoisted onto the space watch for being a crazy weird space watch, and a lot of attention being hoisted onto the new Seralume perpetual calendar.
Yeah.
But in my opinion, not for the reasons that people should be paying attention to them, which is for the technology behind them.
Yeah. I mean, I have a complicated relationship with IWC. I think their strongest releases this year, again, are in the Ingenieur line. I think it's the Ingenieur perpetual calendar.
In titanium.
in titanium is amazing. That watch does feel like a celebration of what the Ingenieur is and can be. And it's they did a kind of couple watches in this kind of green and rose gold color scheme, but the olive green ceramic with rose gold like hands and indices and crown is sweet. I mean, that's just an awesome watch.
It's not for me in the slightest bit. That watch does nothing for me. And I hate that I'm saying that, because over the past 3 months, I have developed an irrational love of the Ingenieur and have actually started to very quietly hunt for one. And I think if you were to describe that watch to me without me seeing it, I would be very excited about it. But then when I see it and start to kind of dig into it a bit more, I don't know what it is, but it just doesn't hit the right notes for me in the same way that, like, weirdly, the Ingenieur from last year with the green dial and gold accents in steel.
Yeah.
Like, weirdly, I think that hits better notes than this ceramic version does.
I would agree with that.
Yeah, and that's
still
just kind
like
of a
it,
strange holdup for me.
Yeah, that's fair. You know, and I don't think they released that watch thinking that's where a lot of us are going to look. Right. Clearly, they made a bigger deal out of the black ceramic launch last year.
Mm-hmm. Which I adore.
And that's a watch that doesn't really speak to me.
Mm-hmm.
So it's funny that, you know, the way those things go.
Yeah.
I mean, the titanium perpetual calendar is the standout.
It is. I think I actually like the blue dial perpetual calendar from last year a little bit more, just in terms of the gray on gray. For me, in person, the gray titanium Ingenieur with gray dial in person reads a little bit more muted than I think it does show up in photos, because obviously in photos you're using pretty direct light and pretty intentional lighting, whereas like in real world implications you're not getting the best lighting possible at all times, and that's where the tone on tone titanium starts to kind of blend together a little bit more than I think people realize. I still think it's a fantastic watch and I'm still very interested in it, and putting the perpetual calendar movement inside of the Ingenieur, fantastic. Excellent choice. I just, I don't know. I liked how the blue dial popped a little bit more. And I feel like these two watches should have come out at the same time. The blue dial steel and the gray dial titanium probably should have released at the same time. It feels kind of disjointed that they're releasing a year apart rather than alongside each other.
Yeah. Yeah. That makes absolute sense. I do think, you know, it was a big year for the perpetual calendar at IWC in general.
Yeah.
Their latest generation of Big Pilot IWC, which the Ingenieur does not use this latest movement, which is a huge step forward. It's crown adjustable in both directions, but if it's still a Big Pilot perpetual calendar.
Yeah. So the crown is enormous and the case is a little bit chunky and large. But let's talk about that really quick, though. The pro set of the new movement is what they're calling it. Perpetual calendar movements. We talked a bit about that a little while ago when we were talking about JLC, but with perpetual calendars, you kind of have a set, do not set zone where they're dead. Yeah. And the reason why it's so important that you set them properly is because perpetual calendars in this configuration, when you're setting them, you're going forwards. If you accidentally set the perpetual calendar forwards by too much, you are either sending it in to get the calendar reset, or you are waiting potentially a year if you've advanced it by a year, and there's nothing that you can do. You're just stuck with it being off. Now, in this new Pro Set version of the perpetual calendar in the Big Pilot, you can, through the crown, set it forwards and backwards. Yeah. That's a very big deal.
It's huge. It's odd to me that they would release this new movement and not put it in what is clearly their flagship perpetual calendar of the year. It is not in the Cerulean watch.
Yeah.
And that is, I mean, that's the watch that, like, for those who haven't seen it, this is a watch that is completely illegible during the day.
Yeah.
And is fully loomed in every surface, everything, except for things like, I don't know, the indices, which turn out black and when it glows. So, like, it's only legible in the dark, which I kind of love as a bit.
Yeah. For $76,000.
And we all joke about the fact that perpetual calendars are never legible.
Yeah, well.
So this is a reinforcement. I think we first saw this on Lewis Hamilton, like a version of this on Lewis Hamilton a few months ago, even a few years ago.
Probably. Ed Sheeran might have one in his sock drawer.
Yeah, I think Lewis Hamilton wore a chronograph version of this as a concept watch. It's cool. It's fun. For me, that's sort of where the discussion ends.
Yeah, well, $76K, and they claim they're making 250 of them. I think 250 is a lot.
Yeah, but they'll sell through.
You think so?
I do. They've done well with their glow in the dark stuff, and it'll sell through, and then a lot of it will wind up on the secondary market.
Yeah. I mean, Ceruleum is really cool. Don't get me wrong. I think it's a really cool material. I think it's a ton of fun. And when we saw it on some of the other Pilots watches last year, the year before, it was awesome. Like, it was a moment where I think all of us, they released the photos where they're like half lit, half dark. And you look at it and you're like, that's just awesome. It's such a cool way to look at the watch. You're right, though. It is such a weird thing to release them alongside the new QP movements and not have the new QP movement in there. But that was also kind of a theme this year with IWC, where we got 3 different perpetual calendars with 3 different setups.
Yeah.
In 3 different watches. It's just kind of a bit of a head scratcher moment. But all 3, I think, interesting in their own right.
Yep.
And then obviously you have the new Venturer vertical drive that they have engineered with Vast, which is their version of a space watch. Obviously, with the launch of Artemis not too long ago, you mentioned Breitling early on in this podcast, talking about brands who are trying to attach themselves to space now, because the first time around when we were all giddy about space, that kind of made a couple brands popular. So brands are obviously trying to take advantage of that marketing opportunity. IWC, rather than just putting Artemis on the dial like some brands did, rather than reissuing vintage Pilots watches like other brands did, they engineered a new watch specifically for space travel, where it's a bit big and chunky. It's got an integrated rubber strap on there. They removed the crown. The timing mechanism is built on a 24-hour scale, so that way when you're in space you can see, they say 16 sunrises and sunsets in one 24-hour day. So you need a 24-hour scale when you're in space in order to track your sleep cycles. But this is set using the crown, dual time, using the crown with a flipper mechanism on the side. So you use that flipper to switch between winding, setting time, setting GMT. And it can all be done with, theoretically, an astronaut's glove on, because using a little crown with a glove on would be difficult.
Yeah, I don't know. This watch is fine to me.
Okay, well, we can...
But I have a fundamental issue with how they're marketing it.
Okay.
Which is, and this is straight from their website, with the first tool watch engineered from the ground up for human spaceflight and timekeeping in orbit. This is, and I don't want to pick on IWC for this, because I'm actually bringing it up because I've been seeing, this is a kind of messaging I've seen a lot over the last few years. I've seen it from Fortis, I've seen it from IWC. I'm on kind of tapped into it, which we'll talk about in a second. It is all well and good to engineer a watch for spaceflight and space travel. You're not the first. Omega has been, back to the Project Alaska stuff and some of the Mark stuff after the early Apollo stuff, have been trying to make a better space watch. The X-33 has been being used on space missions for close to 30 years. Before that, even the digital Speedmasters were flight approved for use on the space shuttle. I love space. And Barrel Hand's been going for a couple of years now, and they're going crazy with their space.
Yeah, they got the Mona Lisa on the back of that.
I love space. I've got, Lego lunar landers and the ISS in my right behind me, all sorts of stuff. I've got Tintin flying to the moon right in front of me. I am all for being excited about making a space watch. You don't need to try and trick us into thinking it's the first space watch. We all know it's not.
Yeah, it is a bit weird with the marketing. It's also, too, it's a bit strange because, they have their rendered photos showing people, floating in space and using it and stuff like that. And they're trying to make it seem like this watch has been used in space for the last 10 years. And it just hasn't. So that's been kind of an interesting thing with it, too. Obviously, big headline grabber, big attention grabber, interesting mechanism that I think, the thing that I actually really like about this is that total side tangent here, but removing the crown and setting the time through the bezel and winding the crown, or winding the movement through the bezel, is actually a huge, cool win for accessibility. People who have problems with their fingers or with their hands, especially older people or people with muscle problems, this is a way for you to wear a mechanical wristwatch without having to worry about fine motor skills of a crown. So if we can remove space from the conversation for just a moment and talk about accessibility in watchmaking, which is not a conversation that ever comes up, this is cool. Because, if you think about it, someone who has an issue with fine motor skills on a mechanical watch, you're kind of relegated to either a digital watch or a big pilot. because it's the only thing with a crown big enough for you to actually grab onto. Well, now here you can wind and set through the bezel, which presumably would be easier and more accessible to more folks out there. So that to me is an interesting thing that I hope the brand explores a little bit more, or other brands explore.
Yeah.
Because there are people who have this issue.
Yeah. I mean, it's not totally novel. I mean, that's fundamentally the selling point of the Freak.
True. Yeah. Okay.
Has been for 25 years. So but I do like seeing a new execution of it from a new brand.
Yeah.
I think one thing that works really well here, I love the handset on this watch.
Yeah, it is good.
It does feel like a, IWC. And I think we see this a bit because they also relaunched their Petit Prince collection this year.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think there's much to say on that because it's thematic collection. But you look at that and you're like, okay, this is a brand that a lot of their design language comes from very classical watch design paired with modern materials. And this feels like a real evolution of what an IWC can be.
Yeah.
And so from that perspective, I love it. And I'm curious to see if this becomes a seed for something else. I'd love it to do that.
Credit where credit's due. They are one of, if not the only brand that didn't look really to the past in their collection that they reinvigorated today. I talked about a little bit ago about how a lot of the brands really leaned into vintage inspiration. IWC, obviously, like, they're building on older collections here, but there's none of these models that they released. Do you really look at them and go, like, that could fit in the 60s as much as it fits in today? All of these watches look very much of today or tomorrow in the case of the Venturer vertical drive, which is cool. So good on you, IWC. I appreciate what you're doing. Keep doing weird, cool stuff. And we'll check in later on this year. But we can pivot to another space brand, as I say with a deep sigh.
Yep.
In Bremont.
Missed the mark.
Bremont came out with a Supernova chronograph. There are two models from Bremont that came out that I think are worth exploring quickly. One is the Supernova chronograph, which is their space watch. And the other one is the altitude chronograph, I think is what it's called.
Yep.
Which is like more, it feels like it's from old Bremont, which is kind of interesting. It's like more classically inspired, but it's also a little bit simple. Has a Valjoux 23 in it, which is kind of interesting too, but it's also holy crap, it's almost $30,000.
Yeah, I mean, this is where we start to get into some problems with Bremont, because they did 3 new watches for Watch and Wonders.
Yeah.
They did this altitude chronograph, pulsograph, with what seems to be a barely legible pulsograph scale.
Yeah.
That feels like trying to be a concession to fans of old Bremont. Doesn't hit the mark for me. And then they balance this with a Supernova chronograph, ostensibly an expansion of their Terra Nova line, tied to a space company, and it's Bremont's space watch. And it's fine. It's whatever. I don't have many thoughts about it. It's $8,000. They did a tourbillon skeletonized version of it that's also in steel. That is somehow $50,000.
Yeah.
And I just feel like I was starting to get to this point where I was like, okay, I'm seeing what they're doing. I'm seeing the identity that they are now moving into. And this year's releases felt like a big step back where I'm like, okay, now I've got no idea what's going on. You lost the track.
They're funky, man. The Supernova, the lume dial thing that's kind of going on that looks a bit like a solar field. Again, I mean, legibility, you mentioned legibility with the other version. Legibility is difficult here too. There's just a lot of different angles and textures and things going on with the dial. Case has like the Terra Nova case, but it's also like adding some components and adding more angles, and the finishing is being changed up a little bit. I don't have a whole lot to say about it because I'm having a hard time finding a lot of things that I really enjoy with this watch, if anything. It just kind of, like you said, it feels like we were going in an interesting direction. I really liked the stealth blacked out jump hour that they just released. I spoke so highly of it. And then right after that, Bremont followed it up with the MB Felix the Cat, which was like, okay, interesting. And then we get these watches and I'm like, what are we doing here? Like, I thought the whole point was to like forget about old Bremont, focus on new Bremont. And like, this kind of feels like we're trying to remember old Bremont again. Propellers back on the dial, which feels like a very old Bremont thing. and like everything here is just the pricing feels really out of whack for what you're getting. Yeah. I don't know. I just don't have much here.
Yeah. Anyways, on to the next thing.
Yeah.
I just got nothing.
Yeah. All right. Kick us off. Take us into the next one, Griffin.
This year was all about the Streamliner for Moser.
Heck yeah.
It's been a really awesome collection for them. They've expanded on it interestingly. I think what are the important release is that they released smaller versions of the Streamliner, which a lot of people have been asking for now in 28 and 34 millimeters. Like, it's great. The fun one, and I don't think there's a ton to say about this because it's cool and fun, and they collaborated with Reebok and made a pump Streamliner with a compressed quartz case, and literally a big orange pump on the side of the case that is how you wind the watch. You press the pump and it pumps up the watch. You get about an hour of power reserve per pump. You still set the watch through crown, but if we're talking about interesting ways of making accessible winding mechanisms, this is great. It's super fun. The watches themselves are fun. The
shoes are kind of ugly.
You can get it in black or white. And I think this is proof that Moser knows its audience, because for being honest, the age of people who are really buying watches right now and buying at the core of the market are the people who grew up wearing Reebok pumps. Like, it is they're hitting this at the right moment. They have the audience for it. It feels very Moser, and blacked out quartz watch with an orange pump on the side and an orange power reserve is just awesome.
Yeah, I like them a lot. Like, I hate that I love them so much, but number one, it's cool that the cases are quartz. Like forged quartz, just like a weird material for them to use for the case. I think that's really interesting. I want to pump this thing all day long. Like, it's gotta be so fun to prime your watch. Like, that is just such a weird, novel concept that feels so Moser and so anti-watch at the same time. I just really, really enjoy it. I think it's a ton of fun. I love the fact that it's like very monochromatic white or black with that pop of orange.
Mm-hmm.
It almost feels like the power reserve is leaking out of the side where the pump comes through. And I think that that's kind of cool. Yeah, I think those are great. But for me, the other release that I thought was really interesting from Moser was their Endeavor Perpetual Calendar concept in tantalum. So this one in particular was one that really interested me because they've done this, obviously they've done this watch in a couple different configurations with some incredible enamel dials, Grand Fou enamel dials that when you're staring in them, it's like staring into the iris of a human being. This version, though, strips the whole thing down, executes it in tantalum, and lets the metal do the talking. And I think it's really cool, even though, again, the pricing is going to be absurd and it's going to be incredibly limited. But talk about just impeccable execution. Really cool watch.
Yeah, I mean, I've gotten to spend some time with tantalum Mosers in the past. They're very cool, and they're really hard to work with, and to the point that Moser wasn't sure they wanted to work with it again. This watch is great. This watch it's very Moser while being something totally different than what they've done before, and it's an awesome release. Moser had a good year.
They did, very Moser year, like a very Moser year, perfectly executed in their own fashion. Well done in a way that I don't know, a lot of people don't necessarily pay too much attention to Moser, but I think that narrative is shifting dramatically over the past 2 or 3 years. And I think this year was just another heavy shift in that direction. People are really starting to pay attention to Moser. Another brand that I think a lot of people expected a crazy big show from this brand, and then nobody really covered it, because what they brought to the show was different than what people expected them to bring to the show. And on top of that, too, I think that their entire catalog is becoming a little bit transparent to the point where people realize they're calling them a one brand or a one model brand, which might also be true. But Audemars Piguet came to Watches and Wonders. They brought some stuff. Definitely interesting to have them back. And I think, or I keep saying back. I don't know why I keep saying back. It feels like they should have been there the whole time, right? Like, it feels like they should be a brand that shows up with everybody else, but they just don't. They kind of do their own thing a lot of the times. And I think the offering that they brought with them was them doing their own thing, because they didn't bring normal watches. They brought a lot of avant-garde stuff. Yeah.
I mean, they have a bunch of relatively new releases that they were apparently showing off at Watches and Wonders. It was the first time a lot of people had the chance to see something like the Neo Jumping Hour or the Neo Frame Jumping Hour watch, or the Malachite dial, Royal Oak and Yellow Gold. But they doubled down on their kind of what they're now, well, they introduced what they're calling their Atelier des établisseurs. And this is kind of old school AP. Like, this is AP before any of us were into watches. AP used to do weird out-of-pocket stuff all the time. They were not the Royal Oak brand. Even until the early 2000s, like, they were doing fun, weird stuff. And, you know, a couple of basically jewelry watches with a stone dial jewelry watch, a table clock. It's very cool. I'm here for it.
I do enjoy. So they released a whole bunch of stuff earlier in the year, which I think was a moment for them. That was the moment they chose to really drop a lot of their stuff, which typically brands would hold off and wait to drop that stuff for Watches and Wonders, and they were like, nah, forget about it, we'll just drop everything a month early. And so that stuff obviously they brought with them, but the new stuff that they brought along didn't really crack the headlines for most people. Looking at the peacock, that is something that I really enjoy. I love the little peacock. It's super cool to just see the whole thing pop up and come to life and give you the hours. It's just interesting. But yeah, this is not in like the regular watch enthusiast wheelhouse, but it is someone who is into like watches and jewelry and someone who's into like avant-garde execution. Very impressive and a lot of fun, and showcasing their technical execution in a way that doesn't necessarily make the headlines often. So it was a way for them to remind people what they do and force people to cover it because they're at Watches and Wonders. Whereas if they released this pocket peacock at any point in the year, I don't think anyone else would have covered it, you know? So they use their time wisely.
I think that's AP.
So this is the brand. When I said a brand you expect to be there the entire time, this is a brand that's there all the time. This is the brand that I always expect AP to be up next to. This is Patek Philippe. They did come with a pretty strong showing. Again, I mentioned so many times leaning into a vintage vibe. Patek really came heavily leaning on their heritage this year in a couple different models, but then in a couple other models kind of really leaning into the future of the brand. And in a lot of people's opinion, I think Patek kind of won the show because of their offerings. Where do you want to start? Because I know that I think there's one model in particular that's really kind of been on your mind.
Yeah. Before we get into any of kind of their catalog pieces, though, they brought like a museum collection's worth of rare handcrafts watches that are just really cool to see. I mean, these are painted dials. These are all sorts of things. Like, this is a level of watchmaking that it's a level and a kind of watchmaking that people don't really seek out so much anymore a lot of the time, except for the people that do. And a lot of brands do this stuff, but they don't kind of put it out there for people to see. But it's a huge part of what Patek showed up with this year. They have a ton of interesting dials. Like, go to their website. We're not going to talk through all of them. There's too many. I'm particularly enamored with, they did this golden ellipse with a erupting volcano dial. They did some really nice stuff. They did a minute repeater with a guitar with a Les Paul on the dial, like, just really, really cool stuff. But I think obviously like the biggest story of the year for Patek is probably, it's the 50th anniversary. It's the 50th anniversary of the Nautilus. And I had an expectation for what that would be. I thought they were, a very easy answer for them would have been to just finally release a steel 5811. They didn't do that. They actually, frankly, they put out a couple of watches that are substantive improvements on the current gen Nautilus. Thinner movements, thinner cases, 2 hands, no seconds hand, kind of nailing what the Nautilus probably should be. And I'm not a huge advocate for the Nautilus. I think it's an incredibly comfortable watch. I think when you could buy them in steel at their retail price, they made a ton of sense.
Yeah.
But in a world where since 2020, they've shot up to be $500,000. A steel Nautilus has shot up to be $500,000 and is now still selling easily as a 6-figure watch. I've struggled to find where I've struggled to put the Nautilus in a context that felt appropriate. These feel like an appropriate celebration. They're going to be incredibly hard to get. They're going to be watches that, like, if someone's wearing it, you won't notice they're wearing it. Unlike the 40th anniversary Nautilus, where they stamped 40 into the dial and it was hideous.
Yeah.
I find, the Nautilus kind of pocket watch table clock is a little ridiculous, but I'm going to give it to them.
I love the desk clock. It is the coolest thing they could have brought.
But yeah, so where are you feeling about the Nautilus? The Cubidus is terrible, but where do you stand on the Nautilus?
We can skip the Cubidus. The Nautilus in particular, big fan of what they did. Doing the 41 and the 38, 2 and 41, 1 and 38, I think is fantastic. Obviously, we have white, gold, and platinum for the cases, so we don't see steel in any of the execution here, which is kind of a bummer. I think that people would have really wanted steel, maybe. I don't know if people do. I think people say they want steel, but then they don't really want steel. So that's kind of an interesting conversation to have there too.
If you're going to spend $100 and something thousand on a Nautilus, would you rather it be in steel or platinum? I would rather it be a 38 millimeter Nautilus in platinum.
Yeah, that's fair. It's fair. Whoa, and the desk clock, I just found out the desk clock is like $250,000. Oof, okay. Well, maybe the desk clock is not in my future. Anyway, but yeah, I like the fact, the 50 on the rotor, I think is cool. The little anniversary call out on the micro rotor, I think is really cool. It's just, talking about distilled refinement, this is perfect execution of what this watch should be, with just the smallest amount of celebratory call out for its anniversary. This is what I was hoping for in an anniversary model, in a way that a lot of brands just wouldn't do. It's honestly too what a lot of collectors probably really wanted, and boom, here you go, you get it. So, well, you can try to get it. And yeah, I mean, good on them. They nailed every detail here. I don't think that there's a single detail here that I would point to and go, it'd be slightly better if they did this, because it's all pretty well measured.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I don't really have anything else to say about the Nautilus. So
yeah, it's just fantastic, and you can't have one.
No, I can't. I like the new golden ellipse. I like going back to the classic proportions.
But why green? Can we talk about that just for a second here? Like, why not do blue?
Haven't done green in a while. I feel like is the answer. It's
I think that's the only answer though, is like it's because they haven't done green in a while. I just feel like if you're going to return to the original proportions, the natural thing to do would be green. Or blue, sorry. And
you caught you though.
I know. But the natural thing to do would be to do blue, and
yeah.
I don't know, green. I don't dislike the green. It just feels interesting.
Yeah. But I mean, yeah, I think it works for me. We'll see more. I mean, they used it as the framework for a bunch of the rare handcraft stuff. Like, it's clearly going to be a watch that we see more of. The new color, the inline perpetual calendar, is a fun twist. I probably would still take the blue over this kind of anthracite gray.
Yeah.
I don't know. The new salmon Calatrava with the Hunter case back is cool.
I actually really like
I like that watch
Hunter
a lot.
Case back version of it.
I like it a lot more than Calatrava, I liked the 6196P last year.
Yeah, 100%. It just has a bit more going on for it, and it feels like a bit more of a return to what the collection feels like it's supposed to be.
Slightly different movements.
Yeah. But I mean, overall, it's just more Calatrava. The collection continues to really expand. Interesting. So you did call out in our first podcast that their anniversary of the annual calendar was coming up, and that you were hoping for an anniversary piece of it. Well, we got two.
Yeah.
What do you think of those? You like them?
I like the rose gold a lot.
Yeah. Actually, I think you specifically said, or maybe I said something about along the lines of like, it'll be precious, it'll be wildly expensive, you'll see it on the wrist of Ben Clymer and then never see it again.
Yeah, I mean, I think the 5396, actually what I will say is it's expensive. It's under 70 grand. Like, I think that's really cool, but it's really good. I think the dial's great. Mm-hmm. I'm here for it. I think I'm maybe slightly less enamored with the 4940G, which is kind of the linen dial, light blue.
Yeah.
Annual calendar. I think that will still have that will have its takers. I know I like the format. I just don't think I love the color and the execution. But
I don't. To me, it feels it's something about the texturing on the dial.
Yeah.
The texturing of it with the very scripted numerals feels almost a little too playful.
Well, it also feels a little bit like they're trying to target it to be a women's watch. And I don't... Patek has a history of kind of using design to force kind of a gendered perspective on a watch. And I've never loved it when they did that. You know, they did the smaller size Nautilus for years with the kind of wavy dial, basically because they're like, well, men won't want to wear the wavy dial. I know a ton who did.
Yeah.
This feels a little bit like being like, well, here's our women's annual calendar for the year. Here's our men's annual calendar. And seems unnecessary. But no, I thought I think it's just, and we could go way more into Patek. I don't think we need to. I mean, the Grand Complications Celestial watches, like we talked about, like if we're looking for kind of what is maybe an indication of some future for Patek, that is aligned. That is something to keep mining. You know, as always, some really great new executions on familiar Grand Comps. They did some really cool stuff they did some nice color stuff with the 5270. Mm-hmm. Patek had a good year. Like, Patek undeniably had a good year, and I think coming off a couple years where they've not been received super well, you know, doing stuff like the Cubitus that I don't love the watch, but they definitely bungled the conversation around the watch. It was a good year.
Yeah, I will say I actually like the World Time way better than I thought I would. There's something about the gold and kind of ruby dial that they're doing there that kind of tickles my fancy in a nice way. And to like the refined proportions without doing gems is nice. That's actually an example right there of them like unwomanifying a design language, which is nice to see. I don't think womanifying is a word, but you know what I mean. Like they're actually stripping back what they would traditionally try to hawk to women and just allowing a nice watch to be a nice watch, and whoever wants to buy it can buy it. Not that you couldn't before, but know, the whole shrink it, pink it, and put diamonds on it was actually done in the opposite here, which is cool. Cool. All right. Well, let's move away from Patek and talk about another divisive company. Let's talk about Hublot, because they pushed into Big Bang quite a bit in pretty much every level, expanded their collection, played with materials like they always do, played with color like they always do. But, you know, Hublot.
This feels like a subtle but meaningful update across their whole catalog. This is just, I don't know how much we have to dive into it. Like, these are still Big Bangs. I like a Big Bang. I like a Hublot a lot of the time. Sometimes I don't. Some of these work for me, some of these don't, but this is a brand that keeps incrementally upgrading, and all of a sudden 10 years from now, the watches look really different than they did 10 years ago. Yeah. And this is the next step in that.
I am not ashamed to admit that I like the new spirit of Big Bang Impact.
Okay, well that you should not like to it. You should be ashamed to admit.
They are so weird. Yeah. And like so cool in such a Hublot way that I'm kind of into it. I also really like the Spirit of Big Bang tonneau case. It fits my wrist in an incredible way that I can't really explain. Like it just wraps around my wrist like a snake, and I enjoy it. So it's a personal pick.
Yep, but, I'm gonna lean. You know, if I were to pick one, I would go towards the reloaded Big Bang ceramic watches, the dark green or the blue. Like. Mm-hmm. But Hublot is one of those to each their own.
Those are, for sure. And they're actually weirdly, and I can't believe that this is a sentence I'm saying for Hublot, but the new Reloaded line is actually more legible than past Big Bangs were, which is a huge step in the right direction for them. All right, we can move off of Hublot and let's talk about Avant-Garde Piaget. They, like Audemars Piguet, came with a whole bunch of interesting avant-garde pieces, from high jewelry pieces to very fine, intricate watchmaking pieces. But they also brought a new Polo 79, which I think, for me, that's the watch that's really interesting to talk about, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Pebble pendant watches are very cool.
For sure, yes.
They feel like a throwback to an entirely different era. Even though you couldn't have made watches like this 100 years ago, like you almost could picture this hanging around the neck of people at Gatsby's parties in that book. Yeah. The new Piaget Polo signature, the dial, which is evoking the 79 dial a lot more, is great. It's a good addition. I have no issue with it. The stone dial Polo 79 is great. It's really cool. It's beautiful. It's white gold, so once again, it's wildly expensive.
Yeah. Like 95,000 US or something like that.
Yeah. But I'd love to see them do a real throwback, like do maybe like a steel quartz version. So many of these so many of the vintage examples of these are quartz. And they're quartz in a really cool way with like thin mother of pearl dials where you can see the battery through the dial. Like I'd love to see some of that again.
Get some gold gadroons in there.
Yeah. You're going to hate this. I still think my favorite version of the Polo 79 is the two-tone, white and yellow gold.
No, I think that you're right. You're correct. I actually was playing around with the Polo 79 the other day, a vintage example, I think from the 90s, that had, because you have the gadroons, which are the like center pieces, and then you have the links, which are like the more flat pieces. The links were done in yellow gold, or sorry, in white gold with a full diamond set, and then the intermediaries were yellow gold, and it was like the most ridiculous execution with a quartz caliber on the inside that I've seen. I'd like to see that. I could come back. But what I do appreciate about this Polo 79 is that it has a solidite dial, which is a stone that not a lot of people are working with, and I think that the deep blue hues set against the white gold work in a really nice way. Piaget is good about stones. Like they know their stone dials. They do really well with stone dials. I'm not a big stone dial fan. I have been a staunch hater of them for the most part. But Piaget is one of the brands that I actually defend when it comes to stone dials, and I think that these were well done. All right, let's do. Finally, we can do something that's a little bit more pocket friendly. Let's talk about Oris.
Yeah,
Oris showed up and actually had what I think is a pretty good showing at Watches and Wonders.
I would agree with that. I would say some of it is less pocket friendly than we maybe expect from Oris, but not in a justifiable way.
Totally, yeah.
You know, the big statement on the year is the return, the kind of full return of the Atelier collection.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think these are necessarily, I think they've done a couple versions of it. They've done the Atelier Complication, they've done the Caliber 113, and some new date models. These are, this is an important line to Oris, and it does check a box on the market that is hard to find. What do you think of them?
The Atelier line, I'm not super hot on. To me, they're just, they're sleek, they're interesting. They just don't do anything for me. The design language is just, I don't know. I really can't put my finger on it necessarily. It just doesn't really speak to me, which for better or for worse, it is what it is. I think the interesting story here is like they say it was designed by a 24-year-old product designer, which is cool. Like, you have a young up-and-coming designer who designed the watch. Great. But also, at the same time, like, who cares how old they are? If they're doing cool designs, let them do cool designs. I don't care if it's a 12-year-old or an 80-year-old. I just want a cool watch. $3,000, roughly, seems a bit expensive. But I think that these will speak to a certain audience. I think they are speaking to a certain audience. I'm just not that audience.
Yeah, I think the most successful execution of it is unfortunately the most expensive version of it, which is the complete calendar, which is closer to $7,000 or $8,000. I don't know that there's a color yet that I'm like yearning for, but this is a lot of watch for a pretty reasonable amount of money.
Sure. Yeah.
Now, I think their other big release of the year was the Heritage Star.
That's my favorite release from Oris this year. Like, I'm into that in a big way.
Yeah, and I think I'm maybe not as interested in this as you. I think it's very nice. I like that they stayed very true to the original. I love the thin Oris text on the dial. Yeah. But I like the price point a lot, but I think that is kind of where my thinking starts and ends with it.
So, for me, the case is very faithful to the original, both in size and finishing. Obviously, the finishing is going to be a little bit better because it's modern. They even kept like the same vintage-inspired case back, which is really cool. But a 35 millimeter three-hand dress watch is great. The only kind of big updates here, you have a different dial. So the dial here has been updated because the geometry has changed slightly. The old one had kind of a domed dial. This one couldn't in order to accommodate the movement, yada, yada, yada. So they changed the design language of the dial. I like the design language of the dial. It still feels very much of the time of the old one, but the best detail of all is we have an acrylic crystal.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of people are going to be sitting there going, you idiot, why do you want an acrylic crystal on a luxury watch? I'll tell you why. There is a warmth and a charm that comes from an acrylic crystal that you don't get from anything else. And here it is bringing vintage vibes to a new luxury watch in a way that is just fantastic. You can scuff it up, you can polish it out with Polywatch, but overall, I think it's a fantastic watch for what they're offering at the price point, which could it be a little bit less expensive? Absolutely, it could. But overall, I think this is just a really great new entry point into Oris, and I really, really am begging them to take what they did here and look at the pointer date and give us a pointer date in a bit more of a vintage configuration with an acrylic crystal. And boy, oh boy, will I write the first story on that one. And it'll be positive, Oris. I'm telling you right now, it's going to be a positive story.
Here's the other thing I'll say for this watch. If you're a costumer in Hollywood costuming a period movie, This you don't buy a vintage watch, buy this. Because you know what vintage watches didn't look like in 1960? They didn't look vintage. They looked new. This is the thing a lot of people have been asking for a long time, which is like a vintage reedition that feels like an old watch while being a modern watch. And it's great.
For sure. Well, yeah, and I think that kind of puts a bow on Oris there. Next brand I want to bring up here, actually, Griffin, I need to call you out on something, because speaking about color earlier, you specifically said that we were going to see more pastel, interesting colors like we saw with the Nomos Club Sport Neometric World Timer. And boy, did Nomos make you look like a fool by releasing an all-white version of that watch. I don't really know what else to say about it other than the fact that it's all white and it has no color, and you've got egg all over your face now, but we've got it.
Well, to my credit, they did do a wonderful olive green and pink pair of club campuses right before Watches and Wonders. But they did release their hottest watch. Here's what I will say about that, and I don't think there's much to talk about Nomos. They did some watches in gold. They kind of publicly announced this kind of 2 at a time piece unique collection where one of the watches will be in steel, one of the watches in gold with matching dials. Interesting. But yeah, their big release, and the big release that they were teasing was they kind of put out this like kind of classic GMT Pepsi colorway thing. And yeah, the result is they took their Club Sport World Timer and they did it in white with red and blue accents. And there's not much to say besides I think this might be the best of the 3 standard colorways. If you're not going to get an LE, which they may or may not do more of, this is probably the one to get in my book. But I think, they had a quiet year, but I think they've done a lot in the last year. And I think they were, as much as I always want to see something great from Nomos, I'm also okay with them having done what they did. Nomos doesn't necessarily keep a ton of variations of a watch in their collection. And this now feels like the one to get to me.
Yeah, for sure. And the fact that it is part of the staple collection and not part of the limited edition collection is important to know. And for people who wanted like one of the more colorful editions of the watch, but couldn't get one because of the limited nature, this feels like it was part of the limited collection, but isn't, which is cool. That all being said, it is just a new color update of that watch. Like you mentioned, there are a few other watches that Nomos brought to Watches and Wonders. Their 2x2 collection, whatever that ends up bringing out in the future, might be interesting. For the time being, it's a little bit, steel and gold. Cool. Their gold, what they're doing with their gold, I think is really interesting. It's like 95% recycled, which is, I think, a cool initiative for them to be doing rather than getting new mined gold. Good on them. One thing that nobody really talked about a whole lot, but I think kind of overshadowed everything they brought to Watches and Wonders, is that their rose and olive club campus models, they shortened the lugs on those watches and made them much more wearable. That I think is more important than any of the releases that they brought to Watches and Wonders. So for me, I think that's kind of where it starts and stops with Nomos. And I'm looking forward to seeing what the rest of the year has to bring from Nomos, because as we know with them, they tend to trickle out as the year goes on. Like, last year we saw their big limited edition blowout and new World Timer blowout. This year we didn't necessarily have the same moment that we had last year, but nice additions nonetheless. Shifting away from Nomos though, another kind of champion of the attainable watches at Watches and Wonders, Alpina. Alpina showed up with an interesting watch, the Star Timer Pilot Automatic. A bit of a redesign to their Pilot's watch on the more attainable end of the spectrum. This is one that I saw a couple enthusiasts point out as a very interesting release for them, something that they could actually go and pick up somewhat, more immediately than other watches. And all in, I think that it's an attractive update. I don't know, Griffin, have you paid attention to Alpina's launches?
Admittedly, Alpina is not a brand I've ever paid a ton of attention to. Their design language skews a little away from my own taste. Mm-hmm. These new watches seem, if this is the sort of thing you're looking for, these are a solid, relatively affordable option. I mean, I think these new Star Timers are like $1,700, which is great these days from a brand that is not a small brand. I mean, you walk around New York, this is a billboard brand. And I don't say that derisively. I say that as this is a brand that has a real presence. Mm-hmm. You will be able to go into stores and get them. These are nice watches that people will buy. I'm just not sure they strike a chord for me.
And that's fair. I think for me, where Alpina sits in a nice category, I'm not a big fan of their more extreme design language end of the spectrum, their integrated bracelet stuff. That's not really for me. Where I think Alpina really shines is, this is going to sound like an insult at first, and I really I don't mean it this way. They feel like a much more elevated Aviate watch, but a less sophisticated IWC. So, Aviate you can pick up for $300. Alpina you pick up for $2,000. And then IWC you pick up for 5, 6, 7, 8, whatever the case may be. And you've got this like nice ladder that you can climb if you are someone who likes the pilot watch aesthetic and wants something either entry level, mid range, or upper end of the spectrum. You have those options, and Alpina slots in very nicely in between all of them. They do have heritage divers, which I think are fine. Like I said, they do have their Alpina Extreme collection, which is not really my favorite. But this new Star Timer pilot watch, I think is cool. The way they did kind of the loom block dial is interesting. I think the design language overall is it's hard to call it like pleasing because it is pretty simple, but the way they like cut the indices into the outer minute track is pretty cool. It gives it just a little bit more dimensionality. Again, the loom is going to be pretty good. The big oversized hands are nice. I don't want to, the word I was going to use was unoffensive. To me, that sounds like such a backhanded compliment, and I just don't mean it that way. Like these are nice watches. They look very nice. They're finished in a very fine way. The movements you're getting, SW200, I think, is what's inside of them, or maybe Le Jouffret G1 or 101, depending on what you're looking at here. But overall, like these are fine. If you want a well executed pilot's watch in that mid tier category, this is a great option for you.
Yeah, that's pretty much sums it up.
Right, cool. Well, hey, let's stick with the Citizen Group then, and let's just very quickly touch on Frederique Constant. I say that because if you don't know, Alpina and Frederique Constant both fall underneath the Citizen Group umbrella. Citizen owns both brands technically, as well as Le Jouffret, which is the movement manufacturer. But Frederique Constant came to Watches and Wonders. They always do. They typically bring some pretty interesting releases that not a lot of people pay attention to. I'm always a big proponent of them. This year, they brought an update to their classic World Timer, which is an in-house manufactured World Time movement for under $10,000.
Way under $10,000.
Right. And that's something that I think people need to pay attention to. This is
a real World Time movement. The word World Timer gets thrown around a lot. I have my Nomos Zurich World Timer. I love that watch. It's not a World Timer. It is really a GMT. Mm-hmm. This is a proper World Timer, and Frederique Constant gets ignored.
Yes.
Quite simply. There's no one who's doing higher end complications as well as them for as little money as them.
100%. And they have more in-house manufactured calibers and complications than, man, I'm going to say this statement and someone's going to correct me in the comments, but they have more in-house manufactured calibers and complications than anyone else in their price segment. They crush it when it comes to that stuff. They have over 30 in-house caliber complications. And they're really offering, this is $6,200 for an in-house manufactured World Time, true World Time movement. That is genuinely impressive. Is it the most complicated case? Of course not. The money's going into the movement. Like, let's be honest here. The dial is interesting with the way that they kind of execute the dial and try to clean it up for you to read it. Mm-hmm. But I think what they're doing is really just impressive for the money.
Yeah. I think it would be a mistake for anyone. So they've got a couple different versions of it they've launched. The kind of flagship version of the watch has a blue dial and is on a bracelet. I think it would be a mistake to get that version of it. I think the real winner in this collection is the blue central dial with the cream colored outer track on a blue leather strap. I think the watch really sings in that configuration. Gem set is also fun, but I think this is the way to go.
The more visually appealing. Yeah.
But this is a really cool watch. This is 5,000 Swiss francs, which is for a level of complication that like you really don't get at that price point. And it's hard with a brand like Frederique Constant who make watches that are as affordable as a couple hundred or 1,000 or $1,500. Certainly a couple $100 when I got into watches. To think of them as a brand that can make really high-end complications, and they do it really well. So this is not the watch you're going to buy to blow someone's socks off with the name on the dial, but anyone who knows what they're talking about will be like, oh, that's a lot of watch for them.
Tons of watch for the money. And genuinely just we throw the term value proposition around a lot in watch culture. This is actually a value proposition. Yeah, Frederique Constant, well done. Looking forward to seeing what else you have for the rest of the year. Because again, this is another brand that scatters its releases across the entire year, but goes to Watches and Wonders in order to show off to journalists who might be passing by what they have in the hopes of getting some attention, which hopefully this watch gets some more attention.
Yeah.
We can shift away from them to another brand that gets a lot of attention this year, arguably more than they ever have, because the offerings that they brought, well, they did two things in particular that I think are amazing. That's Vacheron Constantin, and they will quickly talk about the 1921. They gave it a facelift.
Yep.
I don't really have much else to say other than that. Do you?
It's really, really good. I mean,
sure.
The 1921 has the American 1921 has always been very good. It continues to be very good. If you're looking for a kind of quirky dress watch from a major Swiss brand, you could do a lot worse.
Totally. Yeah.
And you would be hard pressed to do much better. Like,
yeah,
it's
beautiful.
It's great. I love, the blue Breguet numerals really work for me. Kind of the blue and gold just does. Similarly, the Overseas Tourbillon, it's a nice update. Red looks nice. There's not much there to say.
Yeah.
Métier d'Art, they're kind of this new Egypt watch is beautiful. Continues, like, if you've never had the chance to see, they did a couple of civilization inspired watches for this line. I think the Egyptian is my favorite, but they did Roman, Greek, Assyrian. Like, it's a real collection. If you've never gotten to see a Métier d'Art watch in person, please try to go to a Vacheron boutique because they're incredible. They've also just launched. They're doing a concours d'elegance for 20th century Vacherons, and pay attention because there's some incredible. I've already seen some of the stuff that's come out of the woodworks on this, but the history of Métier d'Art is about to get like really thrown in all of our faces, and it should be, and you should enjoy it.
Yeah. And they will actually, they'll show you pieces too. Like when you go to boutiques and stuff like that, Vacheron is not stingy about pulling stuff out and just letting you play with it.
100%.
That sounded terrible. But you know what I mean? Like when you go to a lot of these boutiques.
Don't go to 37th Street. Yeah.
Yeah. You go to a lot of these boutiques and you ask to see something and they pretend like they don't have it if you're wearing blue jeans. Vacheron, from my experience and from other people I know, you walk into the boutique, you want to see anything, and if they have it, they will pull it out and let you take a look and put it on and take photos.
But none of what we've talked about is the headline for Vacheron.
Ooh, you said the headline. Which one is the headline?
Well, I think both together, but which do you want to start with?
So one of them, I love both of them, but one of them is the headline for me.
Yes.
And headline for me is the new ultra thin.
Yeah, I actually think I agree with you.
Okay, cool. All right, let's start there then. Let's just talk about the new overseas ultra thin. More importantly, the new movement.
Yeah, I mean, Vacheron, the overseas is an interesting history. It's been around for a while. It's had a few generations. The current generation has now been around for a decent chunk of time. It has been feeling to me slightly long in the tooth. This feels like a step. It's not quite a new generation, but it's a new statement on what the overseas is. Like, this is the overseas to me now.
Well, you say it's not a new generation, but I mean, this is the fully in-house movement, which for a lot of brands, we would probably put that as like the next book. Yeah. Not even the next chapter, but a new book. You know what I mean? Because they're moving in the big story here, obviously. Okay, so we have the Vacheron Constantin Overseas Ultra Thin 2500V, thinnest ever made, just over 7 millimeters thick in full platinum with a beautiful salmon dial. Amazing watch, right? But inside we have the new micro rotor 2550, fully in-house manufactured caliber from Vacheron, which is replacing the previous ultra thin caliber that Vacheron was using in the Overseas Ultra Thin, which was the 1120, which for those of you who don't know, and for those of you who didn't read my Vacheron Perpetual Calendar piece, and you should go read that, the 1120 is actually a dressed up JLC 920. So a caliber that they were not designing, manufacturing, and producing in-house. It was a borrowed caliber, which is totally fine. JLC produces incredible movements, but this is Vacheron ditching the JLC 920, 1120, quote unquote, and fully manufacturing their own 2550 in-house caliber for their new ultra-thin movements. And they achieved some of that new thinness, which is arguably not a huge difference in thinness, but they achieved some of it by switching from a full rotor to a micro rotor, which I think changes the proportionality of the visual design of this movement in a very nice way.
Yeah, I think this is just like it's everything great about the overseas, but just a little bit better. And it's also going to be great. You know, I would imagine this isn't a one and done watch. I think it's really interesting that they started at a smaller size than they've been going with the overseas recently.
Mm-hmm.
But this is a watch we're going to see in probably in titanium, in steel, in like various materials, and a bunch of different executions. And we should be, you know, this is not the most exciting watch to me from the Vacheron collection. It's not like the specific watch that I'm kind of lusting after, but it's the most important, and it's the biggest step forward.
Yeah. For me, it is kind of that, because it's, number one, the movement story gets me really excited. I mean, obviously I just spouted off without breathing about the new movement, but it's also 39.5 by just over 7 millimeters in platinum with a gorgeous lacquered sunray salmon dial. This is like perfect configuration for an integrated bracelet watch that I want. This is exactly what I want from a Vacheron overseas. 120,255 pieces. I will never own one. But on the off chance that I ever get to, this is the one that I want. And I am enamored with this watch. And I hope that I get the chance to have some more like hands-on time with it. I don't know if that's going to happen because of the limited nature and very unique, you know, boutique only stuff that's going on with this watch. But the story, the execution here just really has captivated me in a way that I hope is coming across right now, in a similar way that I think that the Cardinal Points dual time has done for a lot of other people too.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and here's what I'll say, because for me, you know, my favorite Vacheron release of the year is the Cardinal Points dual time. That is a watch that is fundamentally reaching back a couple years to give us something we've been asking for a long time. And the new Ultra Thin is giving us something we didn't know we really wanted. That being said, the overseas dual time Cardinal Points is awesome. And yeah, it's great to have it finally as part of the Vacheron collection, proper, fully. And what's impressive, and obviously I'm not going to speak for owners of the Everest limited edition. It feels like they've managed to do it in a way that doesn't step on the toes of that LE.
Yeah, like those owners are not jumping off of bridges right now because this exists. That watch still exists on its own and feels like it had its moment. It still sits as a proper limited watch when it came out and stuff like that. This still feels, even though obviously it is reaching back, this still feels, number one, like it gave it enough space. It wasn't a limited edition and then 1 year later, all of a sudden we're seeing a non-limited version come out, which has been happening a lot recently and really aggravates a lot of collectors. That didn't happen here. We gave it enough breathing room. There's a bit of enough going on here that's different. Obviously, we've got the 4 different color variations here for the 4 different cardinal points. I think the hardest challenge here is deciding what color you go with, because they're great. And not only that, like you're getting them with 2 different straps and the bracelet. So you're getting different ways to wear it, different options. Vacheron nails this. They do such a good job with the overseas collection, in my opinion. And this is just probably the best if you have the money, this is the best version of the overseas that you're going to walk into the boutique and buy.
And actually, I mean, that it doesn't come at a tremendous premium over the more standard dual time. It has the bracelet, which the Everest edition, they produced a prototype bracelet that Corey Richards had access to when he was wearing the watch, but that they never produced for the actual watch proper. This is everything we've been asking for, and they made us wait for it. You can't confuse it for the Everest edition. There is still a distinct look. This is everything it needed to be. And frankly, like, you know, if I had $41,000 in a buying history, I would be thrilled to get any one of these 4. And I will
Which
save.
one would you?
I'm going to hold on to that for something we're doing later and see if I get lucky.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. I was going to say, because the dials, I mean, genuinely for me, I would probably say no to the brown. But between the green, blue, and white, I would just have the hardest time picking one. And yeah, I just genuinely really like these watches a lot. I think the way we were talking about Lange earlier, about how they're really leaning into themselves, doing everything right, hitting all of their codes properly, and building their hype in the right way, while all of the really hype brands right now are exploding and going so far up market, they are really doing a good job of staying true to themselves, staying in their lane, and still being offered at a price point that is competitive for what they're offering. Again, guys, we're talking about $40,000, $50,000, $60,000. We're talking about cars right now, right? We're not talking about groceries. This is all relative. But as those other brands have exploded and really gone up market and become inaccessible to anyone out there, I think Lange and Vacheron have really started to hone in on what makes their brands great. And they're executing in a way that makes me so happy, because these are two of my favorite brands out there, out of a lot of favorite brands, to be fair. But these are two brands that I consistently go back to the well for pleasure. And it makes me happy. Just shut up. Vacheron nailed it. I think that they did a fantastic job with all of the releases, but in particular the ultra thin and the dual time cardinal points. These two collections, one collection, one watch, really just got me buzzing. And I wanted to put it at the top of our show. I know that Rolex and Tudor are the ones that people want to tune in for and tune out for. But really, if I'm picking two brands there are three brands overall, but if I'm picking two brands that I wanted to put at the top that we've already talked about, I wanted to go Vacheron 1, JLC 2, and then a third that's coming up later on.
Yeah. But now I think we get to move on to another fun brand that had a good year.
Yeah, and this is one, frankly, you're going to have to lead the way on this one, because I put it as a short conversation. You changed it to a long conversation, and I'm not convinced that this is a long conversation. So please, Griffin, enlighten me as to why we need to spend more time on this than I want to.
Well, it's all about the Serpenti Tubogas. No. That being, I will start by saying, as always, Bulgari punctuated their major releases of the year with some really great jewelry piece Serpenti stuff. I don't think that's really to either of our core interests, although actually I wouldn't say no to a multi-wrap Serpenti at some point in my life. But, I think it's easy to say that Bulgari is a bit of a, like AP or something, is a bit of a one-trick pony. I think that's selling really short. That being said, this year was all about the Octo Finissimo.
Mm-hmm.
I think the one we need to mention, and then we can get out of the way, is they did a new version of the Ultra Tourbillon, which is the world's thinnest ultra thin tourbillon watch. They did it in platinum. It's a 10-piece limited edition with a bluish dial.
Yeah.
A blue main plate that sort of makes up the dial.
Yeah.
It's a really cool evolution of the titanium one they did last year.
Yeah.
But the watches that are more significant, and that I think we don't have to dwell on because they are what they are.
Mm-hmm.
If you've ever worn an Octo Finissimo, they're special.
Mm-hmm.
They're also big.
Huge.
And this year they did an Octo Finissimo at 37 millimeters. They did it in titanium. They did it in yellow gold. I hesitate to say it's a watch I've been waiting for, but it's a watch I'm certainly thrilled that it's here. Like, this is gonna be it. Like, this to me kind of is the ultimate sub $20,000. It's like, it's not an integrated bracelet, but it sort of is. It's ultra thin. It's going to be a great size. It's finished really well. Bulgari does great actual watchmaking. In titanium, these are $17,000. And then on top of that, it would have been enough for them to just release that. Like, that's going to be a huge hit. That's going to open up the Octo Finissimo to a ton of wrists. On top of that, they did a 37 millimeter size. They did a minute repeater. And they did a minute repeater in the coolest way they could have, which is, instead of doing some open work dial or something, you have a great view of the movement from the back.
Mm-hmm.
And then they just left the indices all as cutouts.
Yeah.
So this will
really cool.
It's in titanium, so it'll be really resonant. Titanium is a sneaky good metal for minute repeaters. It's really resonant. And this is an incredible watch. And I don't really know that there's much more I need to say. They're only making 20 and it's costs almost $200,000.
Yeah. But
it makes me happy.
Yeah, and that's what it's about, right? And I did see some people scoff at the price point and go like, oh, $200,000 for a Bulgari? It's a minute repeater.
Yeah.
I don't think people understand how technically challenging a minute repeater is to produce. Incredibly difficult.
Yeah, this isn't a quartz diagonal from the 90s. This is heavy duty watchmaking.
This is proper stuff. I think that the things that are a little bit challenging for me on this is that I think the dial cutout is incredibly cool. I think the movement's impressive. The thinness of the minute repeater is very impressive too. The pusher It's just like, what is going on here? It protrudes a little far, but it also doesn't really match the lines of the case exactly in the way that my eyes want it to. That's where the design kind of throws me, which is such a nitpicky thing. Such a nitpicky thing to put out there about this watch. But at $192,000, I think I'm allowed to be nitpicky. Otherwise, I think Bulgari I think they crushed it. The Octo Finissimo is not a watch for me. Arguably, it doesn't really speak to me necessarily in a way that I think it speaks to other people, but I can conceive that they are incredibly well finished, that they do wear better than people think that they do, and that the watchmaking here is technically impressive. Outside of that, I'll take an overseas. If we want to go integrated roughly, I'll go back to JLC and get the master control chronometer and be happy as a clam. These to me, like, they feel a bit more of a time. And I feel like personally we're a little bit past the time of the Octo Finissimo, but they're gonna come back hard.
Yeah.
And that's already starting to happen. So I'm just stuck in a period kind of in between.
Okay. What's next?
Let's do Hermes. So Hermes had a very quiet year in comparison to other years. We've seen a couple big years of the cut.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, we saw big years of the HO. This year with Hermes, they kind of just brought one model, and that was the HO8 Squalette. Not really a ton to say here, apart from the fact that they're kind of pushing a little bit more into the technical watchmaking aspect with the HO8 here. Obviously, they've done monopusher stuff too. But we're getting a bit of a skeletonized dial here to look into the movement, which is interesting. This is making it a bit more sporty. And I think that that's really the impetus here on this watch, is to like really sport up the HO8, which is an odd thing too, because again, we've had like orange, titanium, carbon, sportier materials. So I don't know. It's odd, but I like it. The HO8 is like a sneaky watch that I still adore quite a bit. And every time I see one, I always ask if I can wear it and take a picture of it. Almost $22,000 for this watch hurts in a way that I don't want it to hurt as much as it does. But cool nonetheless, and beautiful color.
Yeah, I think it's a cool watch. I don't think this is the HO8 for me. And that kind of does it.
Yeah, I would go back to the orange and black that they did a while ago. Or more recently, they did like a vibrant teal version of the standard HO8. That one rips. That was really cool.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's move on past Hermes. Stick with another kind of more under the radar one still, so to speak. I guess maybe not so much anymore, but this is Laurent Ferrier. And this is a bit of a heartthrob for you, is it not?
I do like, I have a real affection for Laurent Ferrier. I think if we're talking independent watchmaking, he and his brand they're a brilliant entry point. They're not the kind of independent that takes a lot of explanation. They're just really good. And he does interesting movement work. He does interesting development. I will admit, his big release of the year was they took their sport watch, which is called Sport, and they integrated his Traveler complication, which is a really interesting execution on a travel watch. It's a pusher actuated travel complication. It works really well. It's great. The two together work really well. Again, I'm not the biggest fan. Like, the Sport line doesn't speak to me as much as some of his dressier offerings, but this is a really, really good luxury travel sports watch.
Yeah.
And I've got no knock on it. I've got no, like, it's $61,000. That is totally fairly priced in my book for what this is and the work you're getting that goes into it. It's not a limited edition. This is part of their standard collection now. Like, if you want one, you will eventually be able to get one. You know, there are independent brands that are going to die when their namesake dies, that are going to go away when the person behind them stops working on them. Laurent Ferrier is a brand that is turning into a brand. They're 15, 20 years away from being, not even, they're a couple years away from being a Parmigiani Fleurier. We're like, this is a brand that will survive and be a name we have to keep paying attention to.
I agree. I do agree with that. This watch, frankly, with them, like, I don't pay too much attention to Laurent Ferrier often. When they do pop up and when I do see them, I get excited because they are beautifully executed, and there's like a softness to the watchmaking that is hard to communicate. This one in particular, the Sport Traveler, they call it slate gray. The more I look at it, the more it speaks to me. It's like a siren calling me in. There's something about the gray with like this, I don't know, like this ghosted teal loom that's built into it. The way that the kind of slanted windows fall off on either side in like perfect symmetry. The sector that leads to every bit of complication on the dial. Everything just it does it for me. And we have, I think you wrote down later on Fleming as a watch to talk about as well too, because Fleming did release a watch kind of right before Watches and Wonders as well. Fleming and Laurent Ferrier both released watches, both at roughly the same price point, both very different watches, obviously, very different executions. And with Fleming, I made the comment at the time when I was making a video about how they're doing everything. It's a very high price point, very limited, very hard to get a hold of, but they are doing everything that they can to justify their price in the segment, if not more than. I think the same is true here. And there's just something sumptuous about the case and bracelet and the way that everything is executed here in a very clean, modern way that I really enjoy. And yeah, that's all I've got for this. This is just, it's cool. It's a cool watch, which is not something that, like, you don't say that about fine, higher level independent watchmaking. You don't look at it and go, that's a cool watch. You find more elegant ways of describing it, but this is a cool watch.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's one that's going to stick around.
Yeah, for sure. Which is exciting because that means you have a bigger chance of seeing it. All right, let's shift gears here a little bit. Let's get away from, well, I guess we'll move out of Switzerland for just a split second here. And let's talk about Japan with Grand Seiko. Somebody who had quite the Watches and Wonders, in my opinion. Pretty big showing. One that a lot of people are talking about, specifically because they, not only did they bring a pretty large selection of watches, but there's a pair of watches in their collection that they brought that, I mean, if you are like me, and I assume like you, they are speaking to me quite a bit.
Interesting. Because they're not.
No. Okay. All right. Go ahead. Give it.
No, give the positive take first.
So Grand Seiko, let's just start with the heater for me. The new Ushio 300 diver, housing the UFA movement, which is ultra-fine accuracy, plus or minus 20 seconds per year. This is a sport watch, dive watch from Grand Seiko, ultra high intensity titanium. There's so much going on here that I really enjoy. Now, I think the blue is definitely more Grand Seiko than the green. The green feels like a calculated color more than it feels like a passion color, which is a weird thing for me. But everything, I've complained about Grand Seiko sport watches for a long time being too big and too chunky and just not refined enough, I guess. Like, there was something about the design language that just really rubbed me the wrong way. And here, the design language, the proportions, everything has been tightened up to an aspect that I thoroughly enjoy. And I really like this. I don't like the price point, but I really like this watch. And I love the fact that they took the UFA movement and put it in there rather than just taking any of their other calibers and throwing it in there. They really stepped it up. And I think they crushed it in updating their dive watch. And I really hope that the rest of their sport watch collection gets this level of attention to detail and refinement.
Yeah. I mean, these are refined. These are very high spec, very good dive watches. They don't feel a little bit to you like they've lost some of what makes a Grand Seiko sports watch Grand Seiko-y? Because to me, these feel... Great. Here's the thing. People who love Grand Seiko dive watches, Grand Seiko sports watches, I've got a good friend absolutely devoted to his Grand Seiko dive watch. Really? He loves everything about it that makes it what it is. I look at these and I just don't see, they don't feel very Grand Seiko-y to me. They've lost there's something about, like, they've become a little more generic, a little more palatable, probably better, but less interesting.
See, to me, it's kind of the opposite, where to me, these feel more Grand Seiko, whereas the old sport watches from Grand Seiko felt like citizen watches. Like the older versions were chunky and bold in a way that Grand Seiko just wasn't.
Yeah, there's something lacking to me in this. There's a character, and maybe I'll change my mind when I see him in person, but there was something that was like the old Grand Seiko dive watches. It felt like someone had let the Prospex team loose in the Grand Seiko factory,
running amok.
And these aren't that. And I do think, and to me, like, I'm not sure. I hate to bring it back to price. These are $2,000 more than a sub. These are $2,000 more than a Planet Ocean.
Yeah. Okay. Yep.
And those watches both feel much more comfortable with their own selves.
Okay.
Like, we're getting into Blancpain territory here for dive watches.
Yeah. And okay. Well, not quite. Like, we're still kind of splitting the difference. We are getting into Glacier d'Original CQ Panorama Date, which is like my luxury dive watch category. Are you pulling up Blancpain right now?
I'm pulling up Blancpain because I think their entry-level bathyscaphe is 12,500.
Don't talk to me about the bathyscaphe. Talk to me about the 50 fathoms, because
I'm just saying,
there's
like,
a big difference there. There's
but
a
I'm just
reason
saying,
why
like,
that one's cheaper.
I think this has found itself in a place where it needed to make a really compelling argument for itself, and I'm struggling to find the compelling argument.
Dang. Oh, the CQ Panorama Date is 14,000. So these are, $2,000 less than the CQ Panorama Date right now. Oh man, you know what? I really hate that you brought up the sub and Planet Ocean, because that is where the argument starts to get much more challenging. But I think, man, I guess I was just looking at these in a bubble and thinking about how much more I like these than the old Grand Seiko divers, without considering how much I would compare them to the rest of the market.
Yeah,
The argument gets tough.
because these actually feel very much like Planet Oceans to me, and the new Planet Ocean is $9,200 on a bracelet.
Yeah.
I just can't math this one. That being said, I do think Grand Seiko had some great watches this year. I think the new Gold 62 GS,
man,
is beautiful.
Burst my bubble.
I love it with the 18 karat gold case. Always makes me happy. The dial is a great match. The high beat movement is awesome.
Yeah.
The Iwao blue, the indigo kind of blue dial that they've put in the spring drive dress watch,
Love that.
is stunning.
Yes. That also like shifts from like black to blue to purple in the light. Such a beautiful dial.
Yeah, that also may be my favorite Grand Seiko case shape. So like that one just works for me.
It is mine. Yeah. Not my favorite bracelet, but my favorite case.
Yeah. So Grand Seiko had a good year. Those divers are like probably an important step for them. They just missed the mark on for me.
Dang. Yeah, that's fair.
And I'm okay with having ruined them for you if I did.
You didn't. I'm still going to... That's another one that's on my short list for an upcoming hands-on review. So stay tuned for that. You'll get some full-on unfiltered opinions on those. And you know what? If it turns out at the end of the day that I don't think they're worth $12,000, you will... No, I will not pull any punches. But if I think that they are shooting for their price point, I will put that in there too. I'm still enamored with them. I'm still very excited about them. But you put it into perspective in a way that I didn't want you to.
And that's why I'm here.
Man. All right. Well.
So the next one on my list, I'm going to need you to take the lead on, because I admit I have paid no attention to Baume & Mercier.
Baume & Mercier. Little love child of mine. This is a brand that recently sold off to Damiani Group over in Italia. They had an interesting year because nobody really knew if they were going to keep doing bomb stuff or not. And, well, they did. They just kept doing bomb stuff. The only kind of weird thing this year is they didn't really have a ton to bring out and talk about at Watches and Wonders. The big things that I wanted to talk about, and I honestly don't even know how to pronounce this. It's Joia. Joie? No idea.
Joie?
Was really cool. Very vintage coated with that integrated bracelet and diamond set bezel, which is like not obviously my style, but I think that's really cool. Just like a lot of very nice vintage inspiration in that one, which I can appreciate. Looking at their Classismo line, they updated it $2,200, $2,000 for a classically styled everyday dress watch is nice. Good job, Baum. That's kind of their happy zone to be in. And that was kind of it. They just kind of hit on those two notes, Joie and Classima, just to kind of refresh and update the collection there. Not really a ton to say, but I think it was nice to see them not only show up, but show up with things that look into the past while refining the styling a little bit.
Yeah.
There was also and this is something that they released recently. I don't think it was technically part of like the Watches and Wonders collection. But they also had a couple new Hamptons, like a 10860, I think. I should pull this up rather than just guessing. But they had a Hampton with kind of like a scale bracelet, which was kind of cool. Very Cartier American-esque, which was kind of interesting for like $1,500. That is a nice value proposition for someone who doesn't want to spend $15,000 on a Cartier American with the scale bracelet. That was very nice. And then there was one Riviera that they came out with, which had like this gem set case and dial that was creeping in on the side of the case. It almost looked like, I don't know, like it was some sort of fungus growing into the watch in a cool way. And I just thought that was an interesting execution of the Riviera. But I think it was a small version, 33 millimeters, not something for the masses out there, but interestingly executed nonetheless.
Yeah. No. I mean, it looks like nice stuff. Again, this brand I don't consider. I think the most interesting thing about them in the last year is, again, that Richemont sold them.
I refuse to let them die on the vine. I will talk about Balm until somebody else starts talking with me.
Well, it won't be me today.
That's fine. All right.
Because I want to talk about Parmigiani Fleurier.
Do it. Kick it off. Go for it.
It's a brand I love.
Yeah.
I absolutely adore these watches. I've reviewed a bunch of them. I've always had glowing things to say. Some of what they released this year is very much what they do, which is they take a watch like the Taurus Petite Secondes, which is an incredible watch, and they release it in platinum with a hammered blue dial, and I'm like, that's awesome. It's great. Yeah. It looks amazing. It's beautiful. Same thing with the Taurus QP, hammered gold dial, rose gold. Great look. Amazing.
Yeah.
They did it with the chronograph. But the big story of the year is the chronograph Mystérieux, which is a watch that sort of felt inevitable, but I wasn't sure we were going to get. Over the last few years, we've seen them play this mystery format with these hidden hour and minute hands. And they did it first as kind of a interesting take on a dive bezel, is the best way to put it, of kind of a elapsed time tool. Then they did it as a GMT with the hour hand. Now they've done it with a monopusher chronograph. This is so cool.
Yeah.
So basically what this is you've got a Tonda PF, which is already one of the best wearing sports watches, like dressy sports watches, integrated wristed sports watches you can get. It's such a comfortable watch.
No
absolutely adore it.
Yeah, beautiful.
And with silver hands and a pusher at kind of 8 o'clock. And when you press the pusher, the hour, minute, and second hand reset to 0 and start a 3-hand elapsed time chronograph. Meanwhile, what is revealed are 2 gold tone hands that continue your timekeeping.
Yeah. It's
a monopusher chronograph, start, stop, reset. And when you're done, the hands snap back over in place over the timekeeping hands and continue on. This is awesome. Like, this is a totally different take on a chronograph. It looks like a 3-hander. It's awesome. And then to celebrate kind of finishing this trinity of watches, they also released all 3 versions of it, of the Rattrapant and Mystérieux in platinum. Great additions. But it's the steel, it's the standard steel chronograph.
Yeah.
Is the one.
It is incredible. The thing that I worry about is the Rattrapant has definitely had some issues with the hands lining up at times. And now we have another one. I do worry about durability and all of that, because I mean, this thing to service, man, is going to be a freaking nightmare.
Yeah. So I will say the mechanism behind this one is slightly different than in the previous 2 Rattrapant systems. That is, I think, why they're calling it the chronographe Mystérieux as opposed to a Rattrapant, because it is a slightly different system. Still very cool.
Yeah. Wonderfully executed. And the fact that, I mean, like you mentioned too, you're wearing a thick 3-hand watch for most of the day, and then all of a sudden, pop, and you've got this monopusher running away. It's very impressive. And honestly too, the price point, 37,000 Swiss francs, is not absurd.
And also, you say thick. Not that thick. 13 millimeters. Totally reasonable thickness.
Sure. Well, for a 3-hander. Like, it's thick for a 3-hander. But like for a chronograph, actually.
Yeah. So, no, it's a great... I mean, Parmigiani is a brand that just impresses me over and over and over again. They're doing a really good job. Like I was saying when we were talking about Laurent Ferrier, like, they have made the transition from being a guy to being a established brand really effectively, and they continue to make watches that I covet.
Yeah, and I mean, as much as I like them, as much as I enjoy my hands-on time with them, I've had hands-on with quite a few of their models now. It's not a watch that I've ever aspired to own, but every moment I spend with them, I appreciate.
Yeah.
So, I mean, take that for what it's worth, but I think that this is just a really cool execution of a new complication for them, and I'm excited to see where they take this, because as we've seen with all of them, they give you one, and then they give you 5 more. And so I'm excited to see the variations that we get, the precious versions that come out in the future. And then honestly, too, like, really just excited to see what's next, because they are not afraid.
Not at all.
No, very cool. All right, you feel good about PF? You ready to move on to our next brand here?
I think so.
All right, cool. So yeah, another big name brand there. Panerai made its way to Watches and Wonders this year and had a big fish tank at the show. Yeah.
Yep.
And are there any other brands that you want to talk about? Any other independents that you want to call out here?
Arm & Strom had some great releases. We've been talking for a very long time, so I would say go check them out. They require a lot of explanation, as Arm & Strom watches always do. I mean, I think we could do a whole thing on some of the new independent watches that have, we mentioned Fleming. There's some really great stuff. I think the last real call out, and it's not a watch, and this is post Watches and Wonders, or kind of not post, but aside from Watches and Wonders, but Simone Brett, who is his bracelet.
Oh man, yeah. Talk about like a dream.
There's not much to say. Like, you have to go look at it. It's a crazy interconnected multi-link kind of scale like bracelet. Is if you're familiar with Simone Brett watches, you're gonna know that he doesn't quite make anything you would expect, and this continues in that. I'm not sure it's 100% the best aesthetic match for some of the watches he's done before, but that makes me excited for what he's maybe got in mind, because I'm sure this will be compatible moving forward.
I also couldn't care less. This thing is just gorgeous. The execution is incredible. The articulation is a bit mind-blowing, and it also has a hidden micro adjust. The hidden on-the-fly micro adjust in a bracelet this incredibly engineered just gets me so excited. I talked about it being beginning of the year. I talked about this being a year of the bracelet, right? That was like one of my big predictions. And then Watches and Wonders came and went, and we saw very few really cool bracelets. We saw obviously the Cartier Santos had the bracelet, very well executed, very pretty. Arguably though, not like the most challenging bracelet to execute. It's pretty simply executed. I don't care if we get another amazing bracelet for the rest of the year. If this is the one, this is the one. I saw this on Instagram and immediately just like my eyes started to well up with happiness. It was such a cool moment of discovery. I want this so bad. I don't care if I have a Simon Brett watch, as much as I love his watchmaking, because it is incredible to see it in person. The first Simon Brett watch I ever saw in person was Kevin O'Leary's Simon Brett, and like holding that in person and just staring into the dial was awesome, because that was also like one of the early watches Simon Brett ever actually produced under his own name. And to like have that moment to stare into the watch and appreciate it was really cool early on. I love the watch. But if I never own one of his watches, it's fine, as long as I can own this bracelet, and I will put that bracelet on like a Seiko Turtle and be so happy, because it is so cool. And technically executed bracelets make me so excited. I just want more brands to do them, and hopefully we see more of those in the future, because that just big applause there. That is a winner all around.
Yeah, no, it's a fantastic thing. It's there's a lot of indies who avoid bracelets rightly, because it's a minefield, and no one particularly publicly was clamoring for Simon to make a bracelet, and he did it, and he did it right, and he just absolutely nailed every element. Like his watches, I walk away completely impressed.
Yeah, just mind-boggling the amount of work that went into this bracelet.
It's insane. Yeah, because I think what's worth saying is, making a really good bracelet ceases to be a watchmaking challenge and starts to be an engineering challenge.
Yeah.
And that is a different background. It is a different skill set. The people who design bracelets are not the same people who design movements. So for someone like Simone Brett to tackle this and nail it is huge.
Yeah, for sure. And to do it in such a way is just... In a way that we haven't really seen before, too, I think is really impressive, because obviously you can make a bracelet that looks similar to other bracelets. This looks like something from another world. Yeah, very well done. Anyway, all right, Griffin, that actually wraps up our Watches and Wonders brand-specific talking points here. That was over 30 brands, so we went through half of the brands that exhibited at Watches and Wonders, which is insane. This has been a monstrous episode, and we're not done yet. We will be done soon, though. Stick with us, guys. We're almost there. We're going to have some fun in a moment. But before we do that, I want to talk about our big takeaways from the show, because there are a couple things that popped up throughout this entire episode that we kept talking about that I want to bring up here first and foremost. Number one being price. I think price is a big topic we have to talk about with Watches and Wonders this year, because this year more than any, I think we saw was the market kind of abandoning the $2,000 to $5,000 price segment. That was almost non-existent at Watches and Wonders this year. And certainly when you look at coverage from outlets, wasn't really covered.
Yeah.
Because people just didn't really want to care about it as much. And that makes me incredibly sad. Because to me, that is where some of the most fun used to be had.
Yeah. And part of the problem there is we've talked a lot recently about a brand like Lange that is doing great work in that range.
Mm-hmm.
Swatch Group doesn't come to Watches and Wonders particularly.
True.
There's some of the other big groups that own brands that play in that price point want the focus to be on higher end brands. So part of it is Watches and Wonders grew out of SIHH, which was we think of it as sort of a spiritual successor to Baselworld, but Baselworld was a much wider net. SIHH has always been a little more restricted, and this somewhat falls in that legacy. So this week isn't to say that there are no affordable watches anymore. It is clear that the focus on the industry isn't on that $2,000 to $5,000 space.
Well, I think the most telling point about that, though, is that the brands that used to show up with $3,000 to $5,000 watches are now showing up with $5,000 to $8,000 watches.
Yeah. I mean, Tudor is not a $3,000 watch brand anymore. They have some watches that are affordable, but Tudor, like, to get into the core of what we would call the core of Tudor, you're looking at spending $5,000 now.
Yeah. I think that's a problem, though, frankly. There's no, as watch enthusiasts, as watch collectors ourselves, this is going to sound kind of gross, but stick with me for a moment. We were walked up a chain. Mm-hmm. We bought entry-level watches for $100, $200. And then we bought slightly more expensive at a couple $100. And then we bought slightly more expensive at maybe $1,000 or $2,000. And now we're up higher, right? That's what happens in watch collecting and watch enthusiasm. You kind of get walked up a chain, and along the entire process, you can always go back, go forward. You can buy whatever you like and buy whatever you want. But as your taste evolves, you notice that your price point also kind of evolves. But what's happening now is a lot of the watch industry is kind of ignoring or trying to abandon the sub $5,000 price point. And it almost feels like at times talking down to the sub $5,000 price point. And that's a stance that I'm never going to get behind, because if you do that, then you're never going to get new enthusiasts into it. And I'm sorry, but if this hobby's full of stockbrokers and real estate agents who are doing very well, I'm less interested in this hobby. I want the diver. I want the guy who sails on the weekend. I want the teacher. The stuntman, yeah, but I want the average guy, the landscaper who's got some extra cash in his pocket to go out and buy a watch that he can beat up during the day. I want everyone to be able to enjoy this hobby, and this idea that we are, there's a lot of fun to be had for under $1,000 and a lot of fun to be had for over $5,000, but between 1 and 5, we're kind of starting to ignore it. I just don't like it.
Well, I think a big problem, you talk about the way we as we were coming up kind of got walked up the ladder. Mm-hmm. And part of the reason we were able to walk up the ladder is it doesn't take all that many $500 to $1,500 watches to all of a sudden be able to realize you can consolidate into a $4,000 watch. If the gap between what you're buying early on and what you're aiming for gets wider, it gets harder to consolidate. For the most part, you lose a little bit of value every time when you consolidate watches. Like you're not a direct, like, I have spent $4,000 on watches, I can spend $4,000 on a new watch if I sell everything. If it's all of a sudden it's like, well, I've been collecting $1,000 watches, I'd like a $10,000 watch, I'm going to have to sell all these, I'm going to maybe, let's say conservatively, I basically wind up $100 short on each of these watches. All of a sudden you're selling more watches, trying to come up with more cash. Like, it just doesn't work. It makes for a sustainable industry, certainly in one way.
Vertically.
But it's not sustainable. It doesn't make for a sustainable hobby.
Yeah. Well, yeah, when you kick the legs out from underneath an industry, the table can only stay standing for so long. Obviously we're probably due for a bit of a reshake and a reset anyway. We're due for a bit of a house cleaning moment in terms of brands and models and probably enthusiasts along the way too. But it worries me that we don't have the mid-range like we used to. And again, maybe not that we don't have the mid-range, because there are still watches in that mid-range that are great watches. It worries me that people just don't want to pay attention to them. I'm not going to be that guy. I'm going to be the guy who covers the $100,000 perpetual calendar and the $2,000 dive watch, because that's what I'm genuinely interested in, and I think other people are too. I think that that's how the hobby should go. I mean, if that's what you're interested in, that's what you're interested in. But there is definitely a sense of like, oh, the $2,000 to $5,000 range is weak, so let's not even pay attention to it.
Yeah.
And I think that that's a dangerous game to play. Additionally, another huge trend that I think is nice but also dangerous is the vintage trend. We saw this year, more than any other year, all of the brands that we talked about had some sort of vintage inspiration or vintage recollection in their collection. Some of them even doing one-to-one reissues. And they were great, or at least nice, which is cool, for sure. But at a certain point, you start to look back into your catalog and you start to compete with yourself. And you have to start looking forward. And I don't know if some of these brands keep looking backwards. It kind of seems like some of them don't necessarily know how to look forwards.
Yeah, I will say this is a place where I think I actually, as we've now gone through all these watches, I'm not sure. There's a couple brands that definitely look backwards. I actually came away reassured by how many watches felt genuinely new and novel for the brands that they were part of.
Good.
That's not to say that everyone nailed it.
Yeah.
But you know, I think in a lot of places, you know, and I think some of the brands that maybe spent a little more time looking backwards, you know, some of the Richemont brand or some of the LVMH brands that felt like their Watches and Wonders releases were very much backward looking. That's because they did their real novelties a few months ago.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of new mixed in. So I think I'm maybe less concerned about that this year than 5-6 years ago when every brand released a vintage dive watch. And actually, that's felt like a big change this year is where were the sports watches? I mean, there were definitely some. There were some great ones, but
I put that in the rundown here too.
We've talked a lot over the last few years about like how reliant brands are on dive watches and chronographs and, you know, classical sports watches. And there's been this expectation that everything was going to swing towards dress watches. And I don't think that's happened, but I think there's been a real rise in kind of the everyday watch, the old school everyday watch. I think that's a really good move for the industry.
Well, I think I know why. I think it's because we hit a point where a year ago, 2 years ago, or whatever, when everyone was coming out with their vintage-inspired dive watches, or just their sport watches in general. The big headline from every publication was, you know, here's your new $10,000, $5,000, $7,000 dive watch from brand X. And every single comment section was, why the heck would I spend $10,000 on your dive watch when I can get a Tudor Black Bay for $4,000? Right?
Yeah.
And so like that was the argument. And I think that a lot of brands looked at it and went, okay, so you know what? We want to charge more money for our watches. And according to the enthusiast market, we cannot do that with dive watches because some of the best dive watches are going to undercut us no matter what we do. Where can we charge more money? We can charge more money in the dress watch category because the refined watches, we can always charge a little bit more money for. We can use premium materials because, you know, you come up with a gold dive watch and the market's very limited. You come up with a gold dress watch and it's a little bit broader. And I think that that's really where the shift started to kind of happen. People started to kind of realize we can't just rely on sport watches creeping up market. If we want to creep up market, we're going to have to do it with something other than a dive watch. And this year, more than any other year, like, you're right, where were the sport watches? Man, there weren't a lot. And for a guy like me who is in this hobby mostly because of sport watches, I was starving.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And I wonder if that's maybe where I found myself as someone who loves sports watches, but like they sit not necessarily quite as core to my interest. Where I felt maybe a little more optimistic because more stuff excited me.
That's great. I mean, broaden the horizons, bring in more people into the hobby. But I hope that maybe Geneva Watch Days or Watches and Wonders 2027 has a bit of a swing the other way for guys like me who are looking for the sport watches. But again, like the hard thing there is I say that, and I know my group of friends who we love dive watches. We all say the same dumb thing, which is, why would I buy that when I can buy a Pelagos? Why would I buy that when I can buy a Black Bay? And now people are going to say, why would I buy that when I can buy a Hydro Conquest? You know, the conversation is just getting tougher when dive watches have gotten so good at the $5,000 and under price point that it's really hard to sell one for more. Obviously, we saw that with the Planet Ocean, although now they're starting to change on the Planet Ocean, and the Planet Ocean is starting to sell pretty well. But I think that genuinely the enthusiast sentiment there is what really shifted brands away from dive watches. All of that being said too, I want to talk really quickly about enthusiast sentiment in general. Watches and Wonders, to me, felt like a bit of a different sentiment in the enthusiast community than it has in years past.
It felt soft.
Not necessarily in a positive way. I saw a lot of negative sentiment. I saw a lot of people dogging on brands more than I have in years past. People seemed almost offended at some of the releases more than they were enthused by others. It just felt like a soft year for Watches and Wonders overall. And I wonder if that's a byproduct of Watches and Wonders goes as Rolex goes, and Rolex had a bit of a lighter year in terms of releases and more enthusiast-focused watches, and because of that, a lot of enthusiasts just kind of turned away, or if it's because of a growing sentiment of these are all $40,000 watches, so I'm going to start paying attention to the peripheral shows. But it felt different this year.
I think that's true. And I think that is testament to, I think we're finally figuring out where Watches and Wonders sits in a post-Basel World era. And I think it's going to, how enthusiasts approach it is going to keep changing. I think as the brand makeup of Watches and Wonders keeps changing, it's going to change how enthusiasts feel about it. One thing that I felt like got less attention this year was Time to Watches, which takes place in Geneva at the same time.
Yeah.
And they just had, as brands like Sinn and stuff have moved over to Watches and Wonders, they had less of a draw themselves. So I think we're all figuring out what the new era is going to be, especially in the industry seeing a bit of a constriction, economic. Yeah. It's a slightly more challenging economic time for people. Brands are clearly looking up market for their growth. So, but I still go to, when we were at Wind Up this fall, I didn't feel any less enthusiasm there than I did the year before.
Totally true. Yeah. I mean, you're right. The buzz was buzzing. Same with Intersect in New York. Like I was at Intersect and the buzz there felt palpable. Yeah. I hope you're right. I hope that that it's just kind of an indicator of the show more so than the sentiment of the crowd. What I really hope is that Swatch Group doesn't necessarily get involved with Watches and Wonders, but has their own show, maybe midsummer or fall, and does something where they do their own show. They invite some other brands. They get some mid-tier price points in there too, and really show off what they can do, and invite some brands that maybe don't do the Watches and Wonders thing. My screaming recommendation to Sinn is to get out of Watches and Wonders. I think if the lack of coverage for your brand taught you anything, it's that the cost of Watches and Wonders maybe was not worth what you got out of it. Maybe I'm wrong. They have their own metrics as to what they're going to deem successful versus unsuccessful, but I don't know. I just didn't see a whole lot of people talking about Sinn at Watches and Wonders. And that's even going down to the influencers who were there. Like no one was walking into the Sinn booth to make a TikTok reel. So, I think that's what they wanted, is they wanted to be on the show floor so that way influencers would walk in and make a TikTok video with them. And I just didn't see that happening. So, we'll see. More brands this year than ever before. And I think next year you might have a similar amount of brands. But I think if it goes the same way that this year went, 2028, you'll see slightly less brands. Not less people showing up. I think the lead up hype and the excitement and everything will be there. I think the amount of attendees will still be there. But I think you might see less brands as the price of the show goes up for them. And the payoff maybe isn't quite the same for the lower end brands as it is for the higher end brands.
Perfect.
Griffin? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. Nope, I got nothing.
All right, man. You want to play a game?
Let's play a game.
All right, we are not playing a game of this or that today. Instead, Griffin and I are getting challenged to a Watches and Wonders watch draft. We are going to be drafting 5 watches each for a 5-watch collection coming from Watches and Wonders specifically. So we have 5 rounds. We're going to do a snake draft here. So he'll go first, then I'll go again, then he'll go, ending at the very end with our best watch release of the entire show. Now, the twist of this is that in the first round, we have an under 15K round. Second round is, we're not doing this in ordered rounds, but these are the different categories. We have different categories we have to draft for. Under 15K, 1 watch collection, high complication, the stupid money wild card, and then the very last pick is going to be our best release overall. That is the only one that has to come last, because that one we are allowing overlap on. The rest of these picks, if Griffin picks it, I cannot. If I pick it, he cannot.
So here's my last question, and we didn't talk about this beforehand.
Yeah.
I would say if you or I pick a watch from a brand, that takes the brand off the table.
Oh, no.
Come on. Oh, I think you can.
I am so hesitant to say yes to this, but I also kind of want to for how devious it is.
You want to say no because you think I'm going to pick something first that's going to take something off the table for you.
I want to say no because I know you're going to pick something that's going to take something off the table for me.
How about this? I'll let you go first if we do this.
No. I promised that you would get to go first. And you know what? I'll say yes. We'll kill the brand.
Okay.
We'll do it where if you pick a watch from a brand, the brand is now off the table, except for the last pick. The last pick is still fair game.
Last pick is totally...
Overlap is okay. Griffin, you will go first, and the brand that you choose will be off limits for the rest of this until the very last pick. And again, you can pick from any of the categories for your first pick: under 15K, one watch collection, high complication, stupid money, wild card. Any of those are fair game for you to pick for your pick here, and we will do a snake. On the clock, Griffin, what is your first pick?
Okay. Well, then I'm going to do the thing that you're worried about right off the bat. For my one watch collection watch, I am taking the VC Cardinal points.
You son of a... yeah, okay. Go, yeah.
So our thinking on this topic was basically, if you had to pick one watch from Watches and Wonders that came out this year, and it was the watch you wear between now and Watches and Wonders next year, what's that watch? And for me, it's the Cardinal points. And I will now give you the color I would choose. I would go with the white dial, the North colorway.
Would you? Interesting.
I think my instinct would be to go with the blue or the green.
Yeah, me too.
I think what is so great about the Overseas is its ability to dress up or down.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that is, with this watch in particular, that is at its peak with the white dial.
Yeah, I think you're right.
It's the least sporty of the four. It can still be dressed up. On the white strap, it's great and sporty and fun. But that's it for me. I mean, that is such an incredible watch.
That was the most annoying thing you could have done.
And it is exactly what you knew I was going to do.
That was the most annoying thing you could have done right out of the gate. All right, that's your one watch collection.
I mean, you can always pick the ultra thin for your best overall release.
That is true, but nope, that's all right. That's dual time Cardinal points is going in the record for Griffin there for his one watch collection. I'm gonna go with my under 15K pick here. And I'm going to throw another jab at you, and I'm going to take the Rolex Datejust with the green dial.
That's literally exactly the watch I was going to take in that. I assume you're taking it in the 41. I was going to take it in the 36.
So I'm specifically taking it in the 41 just to piss you off. Realistically, too, I don't necessarily think that this is the best watch at the show for under $15,000. But if I'm building a collection of watches here with this draft, I think that one will perfectly slot in with my collection. And I think that it's one of the better executed I guess it's not time only, but time and date, but one of the better executed, more simple watches from the show that I really enjoy. I do really like the green dial. Actually, now I'm already regretting that choice. Because now I'm thinking about, I literally took that watch out of spite just so that way you couldn't take anything from Rolex. And I actually really don't want it. But I already put it down on the list. So I'm taking the Datejust 41 with the green ombre dial. I regret that decision. All right, Griffin, what is your second pick here?
Okay. Well, if you've taken that off of the list, I need to check the price on something. No, it's just a little too much. Okay. I'm going to go with for under 15,000, go with the Chopard LUC XPS in Prussian blue.
Ooh.
So this is not the big, this is not the big release for them. This is not the 1860.
Mm-hmm.
But this is really good. This is for 13,600. This is a steel LUC dress watch.
Yeah. With
a deep blue dial. Lucent steel again. It has at its core all the stuff you really want from an LUC watch. The micro rotor movement, really well finished. This thing's just beautiful.
Yeah.
And I could wear it. I would wear it all the time. It's just great.
You know what's really annoying about this game now, Griffin, is because you took Vacheron with the first pick and I took the Datejust out of spite, I really threw my whole game off here because
I'm also now realizing that was supposed to be your pick. We were supposed to be doing a snake draft.
Dang it!
So actually,
no. It's too late now. You got that one. I'll just pick two in a row.
Yeah.
Because my pick would have been for the one watch collection. I would have picked the 1860 LUC,
which would have been a very fair pick.
That would have been my one watch collection pick, which doesn't make sense if I have a Datejust in the collection as well. But it's so funny because you really, really threw me off, and I just started fighting back with vitriol here rather than actually playing this smart. And I have a list over here of my picks for this game, and I'm way off I'm way off canter now. Like we're flapping in the wind, and I need to like somehow get back on track here and go for. Do I want to go for stupid money or high complication? I kind of want to go for high complication. The Cubit is perpetual calendar is pretty good.
Proceeds to take a watch. We don't.
I'm just gonna do the stupid. I'm gonna go stupid watch. I'm gonna take the Lange Sohne. Because to me that is just, I don't know if that's really like stupid money wild card, but it's, to me it's like the best category to really put this into in terms of this game that we're playing right now.
Yeah.
And because it doesn't really fit necessarily into like the one watch collection, I don't really want to put it into like a high complication collection, obviously, and well, it's definitely not under 50K. But yeah, the Saxonia annual calendar is just stunning. I'm gonna take it in the white gold for sure, because it is just beautifully executed with that silver dial. I love the symmetry of it, even though it is 36 roughly, and I typically don't go below 37 with most of my watches. I'm okay with it on this watch in particular. I'll bite the bullet and take the sacrifice because it is a stunner. And I will take the Lange Saxonia. And now I'm going to pick again.
Yes, you are.
Because this is how snake drafts actually work. All right. And I am actually going to fill in my ultra high complication here. Oh man, do I burn this brand? This is actually more challenging. It's more challenging than I actually want it to be. I don't like this game actually now that we're playing.
Those are the best games.
But I think maybe no. So okay, so I'm just gonna talk you through some things. My first gut reaction was to go for the Super Freak because I like it's just wacky and wild, and like you want to talk about high complication, like that's high complication to a T. But then part of me also wants to
somehow without having any complications, it is high complication.
Yeah, kind of. Oh yeah, I guess that's kind of true.
I'll give it to you. I'm not gonna like that would be a fair.
Yeah, I mean it's just highly complicated. Yeah. That's like where my initial gut reaction goes. But then my heart starts looking at the ultra thin minute repeater from JLC. And there's something about it that just like, it's really pretty. And then the gyro tourbillon.
But you sure you don't want the freak doesn't feel right?
No, I'm going to go with the JLC gyro tourbillon Stratosphere.
Damn.
I have to. Because it is just an absolute smoke show. The amount of depth that they're able to create in this watch is very impressive. Not to mention too, like the color and the gradients that they're doing, the hand bubbling that they've got going on here too. The gyro tourbillon is remarkable. It covers 98% of potential positions using a cylindrical balance spring. Very nerdy stuff, but what a watch. Yeah, that's my pick right there. The JLC gyro tourbillon Stratosphere. And now, Griffin, it is your turn to have it back.
Okay. I think I'm going to do high complication. Okay. And I'm going to go for the Bulgari 37 millimeter minute repeater in titanium.
I thought you might.
Not in high complication.
Yeah, my bad. Yep.
Which means I'm going to wind up with some really silly money stuff. But yeah, I love a complicated watch that doesn't look complicated. Mm-hmm. And this is that. So at the end of the day, that's going to be... I was going to take the Lange 1 perpetual calendar tourbillon here. Lumen. You screwed me on that one. So
yeah, so that's the thing is like with Lange, you've got two options and both are amazing and you could fit them in two different categories here. Yeah. But for me, I think the Saxonia just edges out the Lumen.
Well, we're not done. I don't think we're done talking about the Saxonia. So it's your pick again. Your last pick.
Yes. I need to fill in my one watch collection watch, which now becomes very difficult because that was going to be the LUC 1860. And now I am really thrown through a loop. And I could have spent so much more money if I didn't buy the Lange. Man, one watch collection. I'm half tempted to go to Cartier because there are just so many great options in Cartier's releases this year that could easily stand as a one watch collection. Yeah. And the same is true of Patek. There are so many great options in there that could stand as a one watch collection. This is
it's fascinating about your saying both of those brands is that what you don't have is a proper, and I guess this is where the value of the day just comes in. What you don't have is a classic sports watch, which is limited on offer, but also you could do
well, the game's not over yet, Griffin. Yeah. We still have our last pick, which is the best release overall. Yeah. And maybe there's a sport watch in there. Maybe there's not. I don't know. One watch collection. Man, I'm thrown through a loop. Because my backup one watch collection was also the JLC Master Chronometer. Can't obviously do that now. Yeah. Well, See, I think that my struggles right now, I think really emphasize how I felt about Watches and Wonders this year.
Yep. I think that's a great.
And that was the point of this game,
Yeah.
right? Like that was kind of the point of us playing this game, is it was supposed to really push us and challenge us to find the watches that really spoke to us. And now that we are also eliminating brands along the way, it becomes a bit more challenging. And I am a little tempted too to put Parmigiani Fleurier in there. That the monopusher is special but as a one watch collection, I'm gonna break that thing immediately, and there's no way I can live my entire life with that. You know what? My one watch collection, I'm just gonna do this. I'm just gonna put the Grand Seiko Ushio Diver in there because for one reason, or I guess a couple reasons. Number one, I think that it is genuinely one of my favorite releases of the entire show. But number two, it is one of the few watches from Watches and Wonders 2026 that if I could only have one watch, it's one of the few that I would actually be happy living with every single day. And I wouldn't feel inadequate owning it. I love the styling of it, love the movement inside, the bracelet with the micro adjust and everything. It's doing all the things I want it to do. Sure, it's at a bit of a higher price point than I want, and the competition is stiff, but it is truly a watch that I could live with every single day. And I don't know that I can say that about a lot of the watches that we talked about today.
I think that is a very fair pick. And it also means that you've left me Cartier.
Yeah, I knew that was going to happen, but that's okay. It's okay.
And, well, here's what I'm curious about. Okay, so I'm clearly picking a Cartier for my stupid money wild card.
Yes.
I'm curious which Cartier you think I'm going for.
It's not the Crash.
No, it's not the Crash.
And it's not even the braceleted Santos. You are taking the Tortue Chronograph Monopusier.
I am 100% taking the Platinum Tortue Chronograph Monopoussoir with the oversized 12. I have literally no idea how much this watch costs. I'm assuming it's a lot. They haven't even, to my knowledge, publicly announced how much of a limited edition it's going to be. The Crash Skelette is limited to 150 pieces. It's going to be at most probably about that. But this watch is everything. I mean, this is Cartier to me.
I mean, quite frankly, I wouldn't be surprised to see this somewhere between 50 and 65.
Oh, God, no. I mean, and we can see... Let me do a bit of research here. When they released the titanium one in 2024, I believe that the platinum was about $55,000. No, it was about $70,000. This, I imagine, will be more. It is more limited. This is going to be an expensive watch. It's going to be a limited watch. It's going to be a hard to get watch.
Yeah.
It's also exactly what I want from Cartier.
Yeah.
I could easily have gone with the Santos Dumont on a gold bracelet, but this feels like the one. And I've already got a great bracelet in the VC dual time and in the Bulgari Octo. So we're going on strap. We're going with a mono pusher, and that leaves. I will leave you the first pick on the last pick.
For me, this is easy. This is very simply the VC Ultra Thin. It's just like the easiest thing in the world. But if we're playing that you already killed Vacheron,
I think for this weekend, for the last pick, we said overlap is okay. I think you can do what you want.
Okay, because my initial thought was that we could actually overlap each other here. That was my initial thought, because we weren't going to be killing brands the whole way.
Yeah, I sprung this killing brands thing on you last minute. You can go with your heart.
I have to, because for me, the VC Platinum Overseas Ultra Thin is my favorite release of the entire show. There's a couple watches that come close to kind of being up in that realm. We've talked about them already. I'm not going to belabor the point, but that Ultra Thin, more specifically the movement and the story behind the movement, really just sell the entire package for me. And for all of the reasons we talked about, the Vacheron Constantin Ultra Thin Platinum 2500V, that is my favorite pick of the entire show. Griffin, what is your best release overall from Watches and Wonders 2026?
I'm going to go with a watch that you've already picked. Not the Vacheron.
Okay.
For me, the watch that I have been going to bed thinking about, the watch that really stands out as the best watch of the show, is the Lange Sohne Saxonia annual calendar in white gold with a silver dial. That watch is such a perfect encapsulation of everything Lange does well. It there's a couple different directions I could have gone with the yellow gold Santos Dumont on a bracelet. I could have gone, well, it's really those two. No, but there was a lot of really good this year. Yeah. I genuinely love the Vacheron, the overseas releases. I think the watch of the show, kind of is maybe the watch with the most impact from the show is the new JLC integrated bracelet stuff.
I agree. Yeah. It's the one that people are going to be talking about the most for the next couple weeks.
Yeah, I think as people settle into it, the perpetual calendar got the most attention. The Master Control power chronometre date power reserve is going to be the watch from that lineup. It hits the right mix of price and style and complication. But the Saxonia annual calendar, like, that is a watch I'm going to be dreaming about.
Yeah, it is perfect in so many different ways. It hits on all of the different brand elements that you want from Lange, and I can't argue with your pick. And honestly, too, Saxonia annual calendar and VC ultra thin, that is a heck of a 2-watch collection.
Yeah. I mean, if you'd told me going into Watches and Wonders that, you know, that's what we were going to walk away and, like, regardless of what else came out, I would tell you it was a good Watches and Wonders.
Totally. I also would laugh at you because I'd be like, no way, I'm going to pick whatever crazy thing Tudor was going to come out with for their 100-year anniversary. Boy, was I wrong. Yeah, you know what? It's hard to sit here and say it was a bad Watches and Wonders when we're offered 1,000 new watches and we can walk away with 30 that we really like. Maybe it was a bit of a softer Watches and Wonders than we're used to, but at the same time, too, that's okay. We still have plenty of options.
And I will say, and I think this will be my final point for the day, my nice closing argument. Wristwatches have been around for a little over 100 years. For the most part, new watches every year, eye-catching new novelties wasn't how this industry worked.
Mm-hmm.
That is a product of the last 25 years. Mm-hmm. This idea that we need to go to Basel World, we need to go to SIHH, we need to go to now Watches and Wonders, and every brand needs to blow us away every year is anathema to what we all say we love about watches so much, which is that they're a thing that lasts, they're considered, and you don't need to replace them every year.
Mm-hmm.
A watch isn't a car. It's not going to go for 100,000 miles and stop. Okay, a car shouldn't go for 100,000 miles and stop anymore either. But, you know, a lot of these things have lifespans. And watches, one of the things we talk about is if you take care of them, they'll last a lifetime. They'll last more than a lifetime. So I'm okay if Watches and Wonders starts to feel like maybe a little softer because not everyone is knocking it out of the park and dropping 15 new releases that I want to go out and buy immediately. This feels like a much healthier version of what this show can be and has been. And I think that's overall a positive. And again, we came away with some watches that are really incredible and are going to make the next year of getting to really explore some of these watches really exciting.
Yeah, you're right. These are things that are lifelong achievements, lifelong objects. They are meant to be timeless in a way, and we're treating them like hype cycles. Yeah, I don't know. I couldn't have said it better myself. That is really a good way to kind of encapsulate the problem.
And on that terrible disappointment.
Yeah, absolutely. Griffin, thank you for sitting here with me for an entire day, what it feels like. To everyone who listened, I really appreciate you sticking through the whole thing with us. Obviously, this is an incredibly long episode, the longest one I hope we ever record. That said, Griffin and I will probably be back here soon with another 5-hour podcast. Buckle up, because this is becoming a trend. But I appreciate, Griffin, I appreciate you being here. Everyone else, really appreciate you being here. And hopefully this was time well spent for all of you.